Hello, folks. Guess what? We're doing this again. I woke up this morning and Sharon had an interesting question for me. Do you think that, you do this because you're afraid the world's going to end and you want to get all your stuff out? Or, just making up for the years of, I wouldn't say, inactivity, because I think I've always created things regardless, but there were certainly down times. There were periods where I took a break, and I kind of went, you're probably right to some extent. There is a drive, there is something inside of me that can't be stopped. It's just like Unstoppable, the Tony Scott movie. And instead of a runaway train, it's just my passion and love of film. And I couldn't think of a better person to have this conversation with, because we've done it 3 times already. Welcome back, Bill Ackerman, to Directors Club.
Great to be back. These are always fun for me to do. And more than one person has asked me if we were going to do another one. And I felt like there were still a lot of films we had yet to talk about. And yeah, it's been a grim time for both of us. And I think we could use some kind of positive distraction.
Yeah, and especially since I was kind of like a downer on the 2025 episode in just terms of being down on the year. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of that has to do with the simple fact that I go back and watch older movies and go, well, these are better than most new movies. Not all. There's certainly a lot of great movies that still come out in the world, and I always look forward to a new year of new movies. But, man, when you just go back and watch something, even a title that comes up later on where I kind of go, yeah, they really don't make them like they used to. Mm-hmm. And I just feel kind of overwhelmed. And we've probably said variations of this. We probably could live 3 lifetimes and not still get to see everything we want to see.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, and I was thinking about, the first time we did this, it was right at the beginning of the pandemic era. And it was our 50 favorite films for that moment. I think by the time you get to 150 through 200 or 151 through 200, we're just talking about some films we really love that are films we feel like talking about today. It's hard to really say that this is near the top of my all-time personal canon, but they're all, I speak for both of us, probably all films that we really deeply love and want to talk about. So it's more like one of those, I think Pure Cinema do those kind of favorites just because kind of hangout kind of episodes or whatever. And so I think that's kind of the spirit I'm entering into this with. These are all films that I have a great history with and a love for, but that's kind of it's just in the spirit of fun and positivity. I don't know that these are any kind of definitive canon or ranking or something.
I've decided, ranking is just it's not going to be a part of my traditions anymore, period. And it wasn't, and it's just basically because it's hard to do, first of all. I know Mulholland Drive is going to remain my favorite movie forever now. Mm-hmm. And then the rest, they're all my favorites. Instead of doing the whole, well, this is number 372 out of, however many movies. It just, doing that kind of feels challenging more than usual as time has gone on. And I guess I don't want to necessarily rank art in that way, because they're all great for different reasons. I could watch a movie that's made any of these lists, and maybe on one day, depending on my mood, or if the cat's clawing at me or something, I maybe it would be a 4.5-star movie and not a 5-star movie. But at that, and then I watch it 2 weeks later, and then it is a 5-star movie. So those factors just don't play into just how I think of art anymore. And maybe some of that comes from Patrick, a little inception on his part, but also just the realization too for me that I like just listing off movies that I like now in alphabetical order. So that's the approach I'm taking this time. I start with movies that I guess have numbers in them first. I've always wondered about that. Do you do with your collection? Do you put with all your physical media, how you set that up on your shelves?
How I do it is chronological by director, like the order that the director made them in. If I'm putting them by director, otherwise it's kind of just chaos because I have more discs than I have space.
And we do sound a little bit like Barry and Dick and oh gosh, what is John Cusack's character's name in High Fidelity?
Oh, High Fidelity.
Yeah,
Rob.
Rob. Thank you. Yes, but that's okay. I think that's a huge reason why people enjoy this. And not only that, we're going to recommend a lot of great titles that maybe you haven't seen yourself yet. So that's what we're going to do. And this is just a joy, and I'm glad we can do it again. And maybe in a couple of years we'll do it again. Although 200 again is like a nice round number to where 4 parts, great. But I said that last time.
Yeah. Yeah. I had one person write me like, he's not really serious that this is the last one, is he? I'm like, he might be serious.
Every couple of years, man. Like, and I also think about the time, like when and if I'm able to retire and I have more free time. I don't know. This could get out of hand. Like, we could maybe at some point in our lives get to 1,000. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on us, though.
By then, I'll get to the Coen brothers on my list.
You would think so. Yeah. Oh, what's your first movie on your list? Are you going? Okay,
I'm going alphabetical order as well. I'm wondering if we're going to have a match this time, like we did on the year-end episode. But my first one is 24-Hour Party People, directed by Michael Winterbottom. It's from 2002. It's a very witty account of Factory Records founder Tony Wilson, as played by the comic actor Steve Coogan. And I mean, maybe people know this one pretty well, but it deals with it starts at the dawn of British punk with the Sex Pistols' arrival, and then it covers his years involved with bands like Joy Division and Happy Mondays and the creation of the Hacienda Club. But it's just a very energetic, very funny film that I just find as a comfort watch. Was probably my first introduction to Steve Coogan. I'm not really like Alan Partridge, all the kind of television work he does. Like I heard of it, but I think this is probably my first introduction to him as an actor. And I don't think even the first time I saw it, I mean, people that got famous later, like Simon Pegg or even Andy Serkis, like there's a bunch of people in it that people would know from that cast. But I mean, as someone that grew up with, loving bands like New Order, like it was kind of just a scene in a culture depicted that I was already kind of interested in from a historical perspective, but it's funny as well as being an education or a tall tale version of that post-punk culture. So yeah, that's how I'd call that my 151.
That is a great pick that I have not seen since I did the Michael Winterbottom episode, which is going way back.
Oh yeah.
And I remember, we were all fans, obviously, of that movie, and it is likely to remain my favorite Winterbottom film. And that was also my introduction to Steve Coogan, and I love all the music, and I love the meta quality of things, and him talking to the camera, and like normally I don't like that stuff, but for some reason it works in that movie. Maybe it's just because of the style and the energy of it. It just kind of works.
Yeah, and Michael Winterbottom has one of those careers that I never got a handle on. Like, I mean, there were films that I saw sprinkled throughout, like, and it was not always even the big ones. It was like Butterfly Kisses. Like, there's a couple.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I ever saw The Claim with that Western with Sarah Polley. Like, there's a bunch of things, because he was one of those people that always skipped around with genre. And even things like Tristram Shandy that I would read raves about, I never saw. So I don't really have like the best grasp on Winterbottom's filmography, but I've always meant to do the deep dive. But yeah, that's one that is just an easy watch for me.
And I know I picked up The Claim recently on Blu-ray just because Sarah Polley's in it, but also I'm pretty sure I saw it and liked it at the time. I don't know if it's a great film, but I just remember going, oh, that was really good. So I'm looking forward to revisiting that. And the Butterfly Kiss just came out right on that second edition of the House of Psychotic Women. Yeah. And that was great too. So he's another director that you could easily do another episode on in the future, and probably not get a clear handle or a grasp on like he's certainly not an auteur because he kind of just jumps around, like you said. So
Yeah.
that's a great pick. I concur. It's one of those that easily could have made my list had I revisited it, and I plan to at some point. But the one I don't want to say number one, but
Your first one on your list.
Yes, the first one on my list is a movie called 3 Iron from a filmmaker, Kim Ki-duk, who I am not familiar with outside of, I believe it's spring, winter, summer, fall, and spring.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yes, at which a movie I love and could easily have made this list. But this is 3 Iron, and it's about this drifter, I believe it's in Seoul, who breaks into empty homes, not to steal, but just to have a place to stay for a while. But he also isn't just there to lounge around. He is doing laundry. He is fixing broken appliances. He's doing repairs. He's watering the plants, and tries to do all this while he knows, the owners aren't going to return anytime soon. And during one of these intrusions, he makes this connection with an abused wife who happens to be hiding in her own home. And they begin this unspoken connection, literally without words. It's just feeling, and they sort of occupy these negative spaces, and it's really at times akin to a silent film. And if you hate the sort of like monosyllabic romance, if you will, between like Carey Mulligan and Ryan Gosling in Drive, because that was one of the criticisms I just vividly remember, is people like, Ryan Gosling just says like one word and she's in love with him. And I was like, yeah, well, look at them. Yeah, I get it. But no, I mean, I don't know. Like this one, it does something that the opposite of what someone like Richard Linklater does. Instead of conversation, there's just this magnetism between two people that goes beyond words and communication and learning about each other in ways that we normally do as human beings. But they share probably like a dozen lines maybe between the entire running time. And it's not that long, but it's just it's one of those kind of mysterious love stories that just enveloped me in a way that I was also surprised, like, how did I not log this at any point in time? Like, I'm kind of obsessive about doing that with Letterboxd, and yet I was like, oh, I completely skipped this one. It made its way into my collection, and I like movies about, we could say, unconventional intimacy. It's just a different approach to telling a love story that's quiet and subtle and quite beautiful. So that's why it's on my list. And I hope people catch up with this and his other film that he's mostly known for. So.
Spring, summer, fall, and winter, and spring. Yeah. I've never seen 3 Iron. I remember we had it at Video American. Actually made a section for Kim Ki-duk because we had a bunch of his movies. I really like The Isle, which is
okay.
An earlier film of his, and Bad Guy too, I think. But I'm a little foggier on that one. But yeah, no, I definitely need to see 3 Iron. He has a lot of work I don't think I've seen, but what I have seen, I did like.
Excellent.
Yeah. So my next one, I mean, it's funny. I mean, so much of these lists are, going to stray into autobiographical territory. And I guess for me, like, when I first became friends with my late friend James Izzo, we shared a lot of our favorite kind of hidden treasure kind of movies on video cassettes back in the 90s. And one film that he gave me that has always kind of stuck with me and haunted me, and it's kind of one that's been forgotten, that the director passed away last year, and so it is on my mind again recently, is a film called Afraid of the Dark, directed by Mark Peplow. And Mark Peplow, I think, is best known as the writer of, I think it was The Last Emperor, the Bertolucci movie.
Oh, okay.
But he's the director of this. It's an English kind of thriller. It's 1991. It's this eerie thriller where we're presented with this kind of small boy obsessed with blindness, worried about his blind mother because there's been this series of razor blade attacks on blind people in his neighborhood. It's set in London. There are aspects that recall kind of the artier kind of thriller like there's references to Don't Look Now. There's one shot that kind of echoes Deep Red. It goes places that I don't want to spoil because I feel like this is probably a film that not a lot of people know now. James Fox, the lead from Performance, is in it as the dad. Fanny Ardant is in it. David Thewlis, prior to doing Naked with Mike Leigh. Paul McGann from With Mill and I. So some people that you might know if you're into English, into British cinema. But it's one that I always found kind of. I hesitate to use Lynchian because it's not really kind of like that, but it has like that closer almost to something like a Goyen kind of feel of like things are presented one way, but then you come to understand them in a different way kind of thing.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
But it's, it came out through New Line. I think it's on Tubi right now. Like it's not fallen off the face of the earth, but it's one that I just never really hear people talk about anymore. And it's always one that I had, a lot of affection and nostalgia for, and one that, just felt like talking about today. So, Afraid of the Dark.
Wow, this definitely sounds up my alley.
I think you'd like it.
Yeah, I like movies about people kind of experiencing like hallucinations and delusions and kind of losing sight of reality. No pun intended. But I like also having Letterboxd nearby to see what other people had to say, and most of it's very positive, including 3.5 stars from Elric Kane. So we trust him.
Yeah, we do
for the most part. Yeah, and it has a one of the reviews too has a comparison to Paper House and Dream Demon, which that's a good. Yeah, I mean, I think at the time that I saw it, I mean, it was before I caught up with Paper House or Dream Demon. But that is the ballpark. I mean, that kind of. Yeah,
eerie childhood thriller kind of feeling. Kind of very somber view of London, kind of small scale, slightly mannered, but in the way that a Goyen or some Lynch is, but not. Not like aggressively so. But yeah, no, I definitely think it's one that needs to be kind of rediscovered and championed.
One that I think most people are familiar with, because it was nominated for a lot of awards and received a lot of critical acclaim. For some reason, I didn't write down the year, and I try to do that, but I think most people will know this by the title: 4 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
Oh, sure.
Which heavy movie, to say the least.
A lot of laughs.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's very intense. Like I was not sure what to expect, and I know this director did another recent film that you were higher up on than I was. It was one of those that maybe I wasn't in the right mood for, but I forgot the name of it. It begins with an R.
Was it? No.
Oh,
no.
yes. Oh,
no,
yeah.
No. What's it? Hold on. I'll tell you.
Yes. Okay. So this one is, it's basically depicting the idea of bodily autonomy under authoritarianism in Romania in the late 80s, I believe. And we're following this, mostly simple. Yeah. You'd think it's going to be a simple story of this university student trying to obtain an illegal abortion. But of course, a lot of complications occur. And there's, just like this risky errand spirals into this almost like waking nightmare of obstacles, we'll say, and this kind of toxic, predatory abortionist who's coming in, and gross stuff happens, and a lot of bad timing, and like a really on the edge of your seat. I'm a big sucker for edge of your seat dinner scenes, and involving families, and they're just and you kind of know something else is on this person's mind, and we all know the family doesn't know, and there's just these like compromises that are compounding, and it goes to like show like how much some friends are willing to go for somebody else, and. Yeah, it's just like it is literally like edge of your seat tension, and you try to catch your breath and bite your nails throughout this whole thing, and it just felt so real. It's shot very almost like I don't want to say documentarian like, but it's just really raw in the way it's approaching this and not doing anything super flashy. And it just felt very real to me throughout. And it just shows like how, systems of oppression occur all the time in different contexts, especially for women in this period of time in Romania. And I mean, it's a tough watch. It's not something I go back to for fun, but it's definitely a favorite for sure.
Yeah. Christian, is it Mungui? Is that
yes, that's it.
Yeah,
right.
and it's funny, RMN was the film you might have been thinking of, but I also really loved Beyond the Hills. Which
okay.
He made
I
after
was thinking of RMN. Yeah.
Yeah. But no. I haven't seen, and 2007 was the year you were thinking of. Although it might have come out here in 2008. I can't remember. But I remember it being really powerful. It's one that I've never returned to. But it was one of those films like Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always that I.
Good comparison.
I think it's great. I respect it. And I don't know if I in a hurry to go back because I find them so painfully sad. But I mean, I can't disagree with any praise it gets. I do think it's great, and I like. I mean, everything I've seen from that director. So I don't know why I don't check in with his work more, because Beyond the Hills and RMN I thought were both astonishing. So that's a great pick. What I should see again. I think did Criterion put that out?
I believe so. Yes,
I think they did. I should see that again. I think everyone that follows film even kind of halfway would probably already know this. I don't know how much I would really need to talk about it, but my 153 is All About Eve, directed by Joseph L. Mankiewicz, 1950.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me with this one, it's just, I mean, it's a story. There's so many stories that tap into that idea of the ambitious young ingenue being taken under the wing of the established person, and how their power balance gradually shifts. I mean, we can name dozens of films that probably do that, but I think this one, and that's also pulling on the whole idea of The Great Gatsby. The person from the audience surrogate character from the more average background wandering into the more affluent society. But this is just the Hollywood studio system machinery at its most effective for me, as far as really clever writing, pacing that pulls you in right from the get-go and never lets you go. Every supporting part is played by an interesting actor. And it's not just the, Betty Davis and Ann Baxter and George Sanders. It's also Thelma Ritter, Marilyn Monroe before she became a big star is in the cast. Like it's just everything you'd want in a Hollywood melodrama. I don't know if I have a whole lot that I need to really add about that one. I mean, people would know it, but it's one that I liked as a kid, and it's just the older I get, the more whenever I do go back to, I'm like, you know what, this is just perfect for what it aims to do. So, All About Eve.
Yeah, there's a title coming up later that's a little similar, and I had that same feeling of, this is just old-fashioned Hollywood melodrama at its finest, and it's still effective. It doesn't feel like it's a timeless film. And there's a lot from Mankiewicz that I would like to see more. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of his, like, even things that he's well known for, like Cleopatra or Guys and Dolls, or there's a few on here. I was looking at his list and going, there's a lot I still need to catch up with. But obviously, All About Eve is good. It's a perfect movie almost, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, it's funny. I mean, I was doing research on the completely dissimilar Fatal Games, the slasher movie that one of the sons of Mankiewicz, was a producer on. So I was doing the deep dive into the whole Mankiewicz clan, because you have the guy that wrote Citizen Kane as well as All About. I mean, like the pedigree for that family is crazy. But so there's a lot for me to explore. Also, I mean, I know certain things, but there's definitely rich body work for a few people in that family. But I'm curious what your old Hollywood entry is. I mean, I will say I don't have a ton of notes this time, so maybe we will go under 6 hours. Let's see how we do.
I'm hoping for that because I always try, but then it just never happens.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
But anyway, yeah, that movie will come up later, and thanks to Sharon, it's a recent watch. So yeah, it's if you look on Letterboxd, it's out there. But anyway, next film is not. It's an interesting discovery for me. That again, I'm like, wait, I didn't log this one either. Okay, but I saw it just sitting at the library that I work at, and picked it up on a whim because I do love documentaries where the filmmaker sets out to learn about their family. Because part of me wishes I could do that, or like had access to like diaries or journals or more research regarding my dad. But this one is about a filmmaker by the name of Doug Block, who just ended up learning about his parents in a film called 51 Birch Street. And it is a little, you know me, I love Ross McElwee, so there's a little bit of that bias, or like my taste in that style of documentary filmmaking is just here. It's not breaking new ground in any way. It's not something like you go, oh, the form is revelatory or anything in terms of how it's telling its story. It's just, to me, it was almost like a documentary approach to the bridges of Madison County, because like the kids go in and like, oh my God, my parents had a whole other life I never knew about. And that's kind of what happens to Doug, because he grew up in this Long Island suburb, believing his parents just had like your typical traditional marriage. And when his mother dies, and I believe his 80-year-old father remarries his former secretary like 3 months later, he kind of goes, huh? What? Okay, let's explore this a little bit further. And then he finds his mother's diaries. And the family he thought he knew becomes something else. And there's a lot of melancholy. There's a lot of like, oh my God moments, or at least for the director, there's certainly a lot of oh my God moments, but you're also kind of expecting, well, there's got to be some drama there's got to be a reason why this documentary exists, and you sort of slowly find out what that is. And he's also not a neutral investigator. Like I've certainly brought up in the past too, like how sometimes I don't necessarily like it when documentary filmmakers kind of insert themselves into their own story, make it about them. But he is very McElwee at times. Like he's kind of judging himself, or he's harsh, not just on himself, but, to some degree his family. But he's, trying his best to understand where his father is coming from. And I think this can easily start an interesting conversation about like just the ethics surrounding family documentaries and how intrusive can you get, and how like children mythologize their parents. So like all those things are just kind of like Jim Nip again for me. And it's very intimate. And yeah, I think it's just one of those films that stuck with me fairly recently that, again, like you're not going to watch and go, oh my God, this is like a revelation or anything, but it's just a story that really draws you in, especially if you are one of those people who's like, I really do wonder about the life that my parents led that I know very little about. So that's 51 Birch Street.
I've never seen this, but it sounds right up my alley. I'm definitely going to see this soon.
Please do.
Yeah, no, and I mean, he might show up later on your list, but McElwee is somebody that I went on a huge kick with his movies, I guess in 2010, and I saw everything in that DVD collection, and I loved all of it, and that I've not had a chance to revisit any of it in so long that I didn't put anything on my list, but I already will just jump in and say that I'll echo any praise you have for him, because I loved everything I saw of his so far.
And he has a new movie out.
Which I wrote to his production company to try to get us a link. I never heard back. So hopefully we'll get to see it this year, though.
Same.
So my next one, I feel like a lot of people would dismiss this movie, and that's fine. because it's my list, and this is just what I mean. I just had to be honest with myself. So I'm a child of the 80s. I like a lot of teen-centered 80s movies, and one that I find myself returning to every couple of years, even though it's like tons of cliches in the dialogue, in the plotting, but I can't help it, is the other movie that Tom Cruise made in 1983, not Risky Business, but All the Right Moves, directed by Michael Chapman.
Oh, interesting. You know, I have not seen that since, like the video store days of VHS, so that deserves a revisit.
Well, what's great about it for me is aesthetically, I just find it quite beautiful. It's Michael Chapman, if you know the name, is the DP behind Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, The Wanderers, and it's shot by Jan de Bont, the guy that comes from those Dutch Paul Verhoeven movies and it's Die Hard, and then becomes the director of things like Twister. So he's a pretty talented figure in his own right, and so it has like this grainy kind of look at times. I mean, the use of shadow and darkness, like the kids, like at one point, some kids go out and like hide out in like the school auditorium to like have some privacy away from the faculty. And it's just like just the right amount of atmosphere and darkness and silence that I find it like as a teen movie, something kind of haunting about it. It's a film about, I mean, again, like this is material that's not going to appeal to a lot of people. I know a few people that think this, like, why would I watch this story? But like, it's about a high school football player trying to get a scholarship to get out of the working class kind of Pittsburgh town where football is the ticket out of working in a in a factory, in a coal mine, like in like just a blue collar life that all the men in his family have lived. Everyone in that town lives. Like it's one of those films like Flashdance or Reckless from around this same period, which deal with like that Pittsburgh part of the country, and like the surrounding areas where it's just like this kind of desolate, go nowhere kind of environment that you like people need to break out of it somehow. And I guess there's like a lot of stories like that, like across the world, as far as like how to get out of your small town. But I think about the 80s and that Reagan era fear of poverty, and like that kind of like Reagan era aspirational kind of let's get rich kind of thing that like colors so many kinds of stories, whether or not it really even seems to fit like Back to the Future. Like it's like not just that things are happy, but that you're successful and rich. And like this is one of those movies where it's like, what's going to happen if I don't get into a good school? I'm just going to be a loser. So it has this kind of like very proto yuppie kind of ideological underpinning to it, but it's also just it's one of those films like Last Picture Show that's just like football. I don't know if like I haven't seen Friday Night Lights in a long time, but like one of those films that's like a small town America where like things like football matter so much to the town because they have like so little to live for. It's kind of like how they paint those kind of stories, whether or not that's fair or not. This has Craig T. Nelson literally playing the coach before his sitcom of the same name comes later on. It's like him right around the time he gets into big stardom because of Poltergeist. Tom Cruise, it's shot before Risky Business makes him huge, but he's already coming off of Taps and Losing It, the Curtis Hanson sex comedy, and so this is like the first time he's above the title star, because it's like coming in the wake of Risky Business. But this is probably like, and Risky Business could make my list too. I think that's a really interesting atmospheric film in its own right. This also has Leah Thompson right before Back to the Future makes her more well known, but she's already done like Jaws 3 and I think one or two other things, but like it's still everybody at the young up and coming stage. Chris Penn is great in it as like the friend who has he's like I won't spoil the plot, like what's going to happen with that character, but like it's just a character like study of like teens trying to trying to figure out their lives, in a kind of a desperate kind of small town setting. And and I rewatched again recently to make sure that I wasn't like overrating it to put on the list. I'm like, I get why people think this is cheesy, but I really still kind of find it kind of moving. And I don't care about sports or football in any great way, so it's not that subject matter so much. It's just the desperate Americana feel.
I'm very curious to go back and see this. Most people are mid on it.
Yeah.
That I can see. And I guess that's kind of where I was, but I'm also open, especially when you mention who direct, because obviously when I first saw this, I had no idea who Michael Chapman was, or, the fact that this was shot by Jean de Bont too. I was like, huh? What?
Yeah, well, they don't really promote that to teenagers when they're trying to rent that movie. They're just like, it's like that movie where you see,
of course,
Tom Cruise frontal nudity and all that. And
I'm sure that after Scream came out, rental sales spiked for a little while.
Well, and Leah Thompson too. I mean, those celebrity skin type things always kind of promoted this movie, but it's kind of, to say that that's cutting the film short is like an understatement. But it's definitely not like as classy as some of the films on your list so far, but it's definitely like a film that I don't know. It's one I have a nostalgia for, but also an appreciation just as an artifact of that early 80s period. And like, and one that I think, I don't know, because Fox got acquired by Disney. I don't even know like if this is going to disappear. I mean, it's Tom Cruise, so it probably will not, but it's like, it doesn't feel like it gets the same attention as other things he makes in the 80s. Even things that are much weaker films like Cocktail seem to be like more present than this one.
Yeah, I mean, the next one on my list is, I don't know if a lot of people kind of dismiss it as being slight or not. Certainly the filmmakers really haven't gone on to do a whole lot of note, but in terms of the Nick Hornby adaptations that have existed, I respond far more strongly to About a Boy than High Fidelity. I don't know. Maybe, again, like when I first saw High Fidelity, given my age, like, what I think it was 21, 22, maybe when that came out. And of course, I did love High Fidelity, but then something happened. I don't know. Over the years, I've just grown to not like it as much as a lot of people still do. And whereas About a Boy, maybe it is the casting of Hugh Grant, and certainly Toni Collette's going to come up a couple of times on my list, which is really exciting. And also, but when I first saw it, I was kind of going, I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this. And the directors I'm talking about, Chris Weitz and Paul Weitz, not the best track record. And again, not one of those movies where you focus on the style or the directorial aspect of it. It's just a nice story. It's a nice kind of like Arrested Development kind of film about, like, I think he's in his late 30s. He lives in London, and he's never really held like a conventional job. He's just living off the royalties from a Christmas song that his father wrote, and he just sleeps around and simply consumes media in his own little island, as he calls it. And his entire structure, or his entire existence, is kind of like structured around avoiding commitment and relationships. And so when he's kind of like discovers that single moms at a support group could potentially be, vulnerable in a very creepy, predatory like manner to some degree, he invents this imaginary son that he has to sort of infiltrate the single parent support group, and in a very Fight Club kind of way, if you think about it. But he meets Marcus, played by Nicholas Hoult, a very young and different looking Nicholas Hoult, and he has a very, very sad mom, played by Toni Collette, that, just that aspect alone kind of hits home for me. But I just really like the relationship that develops between Hugh Grant and Nicholas Hoult. Like they a friendship, I should say, that is just like at times you go, yeah, boundaries are being crossed, certainly, and I don't know if it's healthy for either of them, but it kind of ultimately does become healthy for both of them, so they get out of their ruts and become less alone and socially awkward and stuck on their islands of sorts. And I don't know, this just has like a really good score and soundtrack by Badly Drawn Boy and nice needle drops. And just, there's things about his character that annoy me, but not to the same extent that now Rob does with High Fidelity. So I don't know. This is just a Nick Hornby adaptation that has stuck with me, that is really sweet. It's not, you could kind of lump it in with something like Bridget Jones's Diary, but still, I think it's funny in all the right ways. It's really sad at times, and it's kind of genuinely moving without, forcing it down your throat, and the happy ending is also earned. So that's About a Boy from 2002.
I should see that again. I remember liking it at the time, and I was excited to see that Badly Drawn Boy had done the music for it, because I was a really big fan of that first record of his.
Yeah, me too.
And I should say that, like, with Hugh Grant, it's not on my list, but I'm a big fan of Music and Lyrics, the comedy he did where he's kind of like a quasi Wham style former 80s pop idol, but it probably would play well as a double feature with what you're describing.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I should see that again, but I do remember liking it, and probably would have an easier time with it now. High Fidelity, I also have complicated feelings about, although I can watch it. I mean, I do like John Cusack movies, but yeah. So the next one on my list, again, I don't know how much to really talk about this, because you and I have talked about the entire film from start to finish. And so it kind of complicates its place on my list. But I don't leave things off just because I have done home video work for it. But At Close Range, directed by James Foley, 1986.
Well, that's definitely on my list, so we don't need to. I'll just cross that off. Obviously, yeah. I mean, again, how many times I watch it in preparation for a commentary tour, I'm like, well, yeah, this is obviously a favorite. It just never came up on the list before.
Yeah. And I mean, for people that don't know it, it's Sean Penn and Christopher Walken play father and son. It's based on the true life case of the Johnston gang. But it's a portrait of, like, a son with kind of no direction getting kind of reacquainted with a criminal father, and problems ensue. And I don't really want to spoil where things go in case people haven't seen it. I mean, it's probably an easy film to rent or stream, and there's plenty of home video releases, including the Cinematograph Blu-ray that we are on, which just came out only a few months ago now. But yeah, I mean, it's one I've always really liked. I've liked a lot of James Foley movies. Reckless, I do kind of enjoy, not as much as this, but I do like it. And Glengarry Glen Ross is maybe my favorite Mamet written thing as far as films go. But it's an interesting, and again, it's another person we lost in 2025. So like, it felt also like, well, it's another reason to throw it on the list. Although, I mean, I think I've said this before, like even the films that I don't think are great films, if I worked on the release, it's like, it's part of my biography, in a way. Like it's just like always going to be part of my history. And this is what I was really proud to be involved in, because it is a film that I've loved for a long time. But yeah, I mean, definitely we expound on it in much greater detail on the commentary. So that's probably all I'll say about it.
Shameless plug. That's the only reason it's on our list. No, we gotta push more sales. They're pressuring us downtown.
We don't get a cut.
Yeah, but no, it's yeah. I mean, again, like we talked about it, and you'll probably all hear it on the commentary track if you choose to. But no, it's something that I when I went back to it again and again, and kind of just found more and more to appreciate about it, including the fact that, yeah, this was one of those early films I saw as a kid that stuck with me because of Sean Penn and Christopher Walken's relationship. But no, it's beautifully shot, and everything feels lived in and authentic, yet is dramatized in all the right ways. So it's got this perfect balance of almost like family drama, but crime picture. And I don't know, like I often wonder, was this James Gray's favorite movie to some degree? Because he kind of, like, at least early on, like he was kind of making this movie more or less different ways.
It's funny you say that, because James Gray, I mean, I did really consider putting a James Gray movie on my list. I want to rewatch them all before I commit to what I think my favorite one is. But yeah, no, I think the difference is that James Gray really was trying to go for that Coppola, Pakula, that kind of darker 70s kind of look aesthetically. And I think that, I mean, had At Close Range been done that way versus the kind of pop sheen of what Foley does with it, I mean, it might have made a difference in how some critics perceived it, but it would have also felt more like a throwback rather than a film that is very of its time, for better or for worse, aesthetically.
Yeah. No, it's powerful. It really is. It really sticks with you. And again, thank you for having me on for that experience, because again, I wasn't sure if, again, like I'm good with prepping. I'm certainly good with talking, but there was that hesitancy of, can I do this for a whole movie? I don't know. And obviously with your help.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, you had nothing else crazy going on in your life last year, so that was perfect timing for taking on a feature film commentary.
It was it was actually exactly what I needed maybe at that time, and thank you for that again. So At Close Range, James Foley, damn near masterpiece. And this next film is one that I do want to watch again, but it might have been last year or the year before that I just went to the Siskel Center on a whim, because every month, I believe, they have like these secret screenings where they give you hints on social media as to what it could be. And you go and you don't have any idea until they announce it right before the showtime starts. And I certainly was familiar with the work of Coriata, and I was very happy when they said, we're all about to watch Afterlife together. And it was a movie I hadn't seen. I kind of knew the premise more or less, but I just was kind of blown away by this, and I could see why it's become a lot of one of people's favorites movies. And it's very low key defending your life in a way, because it's about like these people that arrive at this like way station that resembles like this community center, but it's not extravagant, or it's certainly not how it's portrayed in Defending Your Life, but it's kind of run down. And all the people that we meet have 1 week to decide on a single memory from their lives, and only one, that will be recreated on film by the staff that works there. And they'll spend the rest of eternity, I guess, experiencing that moment, and everything else from their life is erased. And so it's almost like the editing your life instead of defending your life. This is like editing your life in a way, but also highlighting something specific that you want to, immerse yourself in for good, and think about, and just like wash over you. And so, like in a lot of the caseworkers we learn are people who couldn't choose one. Like they just couldn't do it. They couldn't settle. And he shot this movie kind of in very much like a verite fashion, and interviewing non-actors about their real memories, and then sort of weaving in testimonies into like this fictional framework. And it's part confessional and part fabrication, but it's, you think of this as like, oh, this is going to be very whimsical, and at times it is. There is genuine humor throughout this, but it really just kind of like showcases like what makes life meaningful. But it's also a commentary in some ways on how memory is already a kind of filmmaking in a way where it's constructed and selective, and even what we choose to write about or think about more or less is kind of one and the same. And it is a movie about movies, but it's also about how we narrate our own lives or structure our own lives in a very interesting way. I just there's a lot of his work I've yet to see, but I don't know if anything's going to top this because it does have just like a lot of things that I personally love. And once it sort of presented itself as like kind of a different take on the defending your life scenario, I was just all on board and found myself incredibly moved by it. So I hope everybody who hasn't seen it will see Afterlife.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in over well over 20 years, but I remember loving it at the time, and I've liked everything I have seen from that director. There was supposed to be an American remake at one point of that. I don't know if it ever happened.
Yeah,
but it feels like it would be a very hard film to remake without kind of becoming too sentimental. But no, it's great. I mean, it's a great film. I have a lot of his films on Blu-ray, and I just have not made the time to go back to that one or some of the others that I've enjoyed. But no, it's a great film. I mean, one I'd like to see again very much.
Yeah, for sure.
So my next one is The Big Heat, directed by Fritz Lang, 1953.
Oh yeah, that's a great one. Oof.
Well, I mean, with Fritz Lang, I mean, I know the most important ones historically are things like Metropolis and M, and he has other film noir that I really like. I mean, the Woman in the Window, Scarlet Street. So it's not that I'm saying that this is his greatest work. It's hard to really rank someone like Fritz Lang. He's kind of, I mean, he's got a lot of films I haven't seen yet as well. So I mean, but the big ones I've seen. This is the one I return to the most often. It's it's not even as far as a film that the kind of story that you've seen before. I mean, so many films take this kind of premise of the good cop tangles with corrupt forces in town, pays the price, becomes consumed by the need for revenge. But it's clearly an influence on everybody from, all the Bronson films like Death Wish feel like indebted to it. I think people like Michael Mann and Scorsese show up on the DVD and Blu-ray versions talking about how much they love it. It's Glenn Ford, who is an actor that I know him from things like The Blackboard Jungle, but I think his kind of anonymous plainness kind of helps the character in a way that, like, I mean, if it was Bogart or someone that has more kind of a distinctive persona for me, I don't know that it would probably be a little bit different than like the worm turning kind of feeling that I get from Glenn Ford in that role. Gloria Graham, it's really her film for me. And
sure. Oh yeah.
I mean, obviously we've talked about Chilly Sense of Winter where she's much older, and I mean, people know her from, It's a Wonderful Life. And, but this is maybe her greatest film. Oh, in A Lonely Place also. I mean, there's a lot of great films from her, but I think this is a film that she shows up in what you think as the kind of film noir kind of archetypal femme fatale, but then she really kind of flips it on its head. And that's the thing that I think makes The Big Heat a great film, is that it has so many interesting female characters, both the toxic and the angelic. I think the whole idea of the fallen woman with the heart of gold, I think that that's something that Gloria Graham does in a really interesting way because she's so funny. It's quite brutal for a 50s Hollywood film of that time. Sharp dialogue, great. I mean, film noir. I mean, it kind of doesn't go as full on with the stylistic flourishes as another film that is on my list, but I mean, it looks great. But it's just like, one of those snappy kind of patter films of the 50s that has a kind of a cynicism and a cleverness to it that I just find it a really rewatchable film, and maybe more uplifting than some noir films as far as how it resolves, but it's pretty harrowing at times too. Lee Marvin, it's an early great heavy performance from him before he becomes a leading actor. And now that's that's my number 156, The Big Heat.
Great pick. I certainly No, like as you're describing it and talking about it, oh yeah, like all these feelings are coming back about how much I responded to that and really enjoyed doing the Fritz Lang episode or Fritz Lang episode. Yeah, it's man, there's just so many to choose from that career, and that's definitely a great one. Speaking of great careers from old school filmmakers that likely had various success both pre-code and post-code, is a film that I'm going to be rewatching at some point soon in the next couple days, because I'm going to be doing an episode on Frank Capra. And this one is called American Madness from 1932. Again, it's a little surprised that, not I don't want to say like, oh yeah, most of the people I follow are mid on it, and that surprises me. Taste varies. Maybe a lot of people are kind of taken aback or put off sometimes by Capra's penchant to hammer in what the movie is about, or he's not subtle at times. And this is definitely one of those cases, but it's really anchored by an incredible Walter Houston as this bank president who is mostly idealistic, because he really wants to believe that human beings are naturally good and worthy of trust and great customer service and everything that that bank can offer. But then there's these conservative board members who feel differently about how things should be run. And it's a robbery occurs, and suddenly everybody starts to panic about the bank itself, and is their money safe there, that sort of thing. So depositors end up flooding the lobby demanding their savings, and the bank manager has hours to raise enough cash just to keep the bank alive. And so it really becomes, I don't want to say over the top, but just
I was going to say, you're describing It's a Wonderful Life also.
More or less, yes. And I don't know if, to me, I was a little surprised that it's not overly sentimental in that same way. It's kind of cynical and dark, and I mean, he throws that in pretty much all of his movies, and more or less, yes, it does lead to a relatively happy ending, but there's still that cynicism behind it all that I think he had reservations about money and how people are looking at it and feeling about it, and the fact that greed is inevitable. So I mean, yeah, this did for politics. I should say what Capra did for politics with Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, he kind of does that here with economic collapse and corruption, and maybe you can make a comparison to just what happens when the market crashes. So it's just really involving and interesting, and you learn about different factions and different people involved, and both just regular customers and who works at the bank and these board members. And so it just, to me, felt like, well, this type of way to run a business has been going on for God knows how long. It's not something new, but it just really got to me. And I think a lot of that has to do with my love of Walter Houston, but also I think I am just mostly pro Capra. And this was one that really surprised me, and it's only 80 minutes and it's pre-code. So there's some things in here you kind of go, whoa, it gets dark in a way that you don't expect from this era. So yeah, American Madness. Everybody should seek this out if they can. I believe there's a standalone Blu-ray for it, and I'm glad it exists because I'm going to be watching it soon enough once again.
Yeah, I loved American Madness. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it was a great discovery when I did see it, because it's not one that got the same attention, I think, in maybe our generation and later, as the Mr. Deeds Goes to Town and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington and It's a Wonderful Life and It Happened One Night, and some of the more famous ones. I mean, I think this one is just below that tier in terms of recognition, although it has had a Life on Home Video, and I think there's I got that deluxe Capra at Columbia box set that has it.
I probably should have just picked that up too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, finding time to actually go through it all is another challenge. But I mean, yeah, no, that's a great film. And I can't remember where this falls in their relationship, but it's Robert Riskin, who I think last time we talked about Magic Town, which is also Riskin as the writer. But Riskin is behind a lot of the the enduring populist kind of fables that the Capra is known for. Not all of them, but a great deal. And yeah, no, that's one that people, if they're even slightly interested in Capra, I mean, don't skip that one. That's kind of a major film. And as you're describing the bank stuff, I'm wondering how much he was consciously riffing on it with It's a Wonderful Life, with the bank stuff and that, because it's the same tension.
It definitely is, yeah. And again, I can see people writing off, his, I don't want to say again, like corniness or something. Like, he has moments of that. I get that. I understand that.
I have one that outdoes Capra in that department coming up. So believe me, American Madness will seem like Scarface compared to what I have coming up.
Oh, good.
So my next one, it's funny. I was going to say, I have a fascination with films that have the carnival as a backdrop kind of setting. I mean, I think one thing I wrote you about that I could have put on my list is a film called Freedom, directed by Barbara Turner. It's the same people that went on to write Georgia, the Jennifer Jason Leigh film.
Right.
But Nightmare Alley is another one I thought of putting on my list. The carnival set noir, the original film, not the remake. But even things like She Freak and Adventureland, as disparate as those, like anything with that setting, I'm kind of a little bit curious. But the one that I put on the list today is a film called Carney, directed by Robert Kaler from 1980. Do you know this one?
I don't. I'm pretty sure. Is this with Meatloaf and Jodie Foster?
It's Gary Busey and Jodie Foster and Robbie Robertson.
I got it.
But it's the same period that Meatloaf would have been doing. What did he do? Roadie?
Roadie, that's right. I'm getting those mixed up.
Yeah. But this is Gary Busey plays the kind of the trash talking clown that does the dunk tank kind of thing at the park, and then Robbie Robertson is his best friend, who's kind of like the the smooth talking kind of guy that kind of greases local politicians and pays off people with influence, so that like the slightly sleazier, shadier aspects of carnival life are allowed to exist temporarily in these unsuspecting towns. Jodie Foster plays a young girl that kind of runs off to join them, gets romantically involved, and this is her kind of at that post-Taxi Driver, but still kind of young, but taking on adult parts. And so I guess some of the cult surrounding it would have been centered on her. There's also same time that she did things like Foxes with Adrian Lyne. But it's got a lot of great character actors. It's got Elisha Cook Jr., Meg Foster, Tim Thomerson, Kenneth McMillan, Bill McKinney, a guy from Body Double before he became famous, the Bill Maher looking guy. What is his name?
Oh yeah, Craig Wasson.
Craig Wasson. Yeah. But it's just this great kind of moody melodrama. Robbie Robertson is coming off of the breakup of the band and The Last Waltz, and this is around the time that he's roommates with Scorsese and getting kind of flirting with that film world, because he's such a he's a handsome, charismatic rock star that people are starting to court for like movie parts. This is around the same time that Springsteen is flirting with it, doing acting. Like there's a bunch of people that make that Bowie, Mick Jagger kind of crossover from rock star to movie star. And so this was Robbie Robertson's kind of dalliance with films before he kind of decided, I'm better off doing music. And he does music after this for Color of Money and other Scorsese movies. And so this is like his one effort at dramatic work. But and it's Gary Busey as his star is starting to rise. It's after the Buddy Holly story and Big Wednesday, and he's just got a lot of energy and craziness to his character. And but yeah, it's I mean, there's films I love that explore the spookiness of that environment, like the Tobe Hooper, The Fun House is around this time. And this has a little bit of the eeriness, but it's ultimately just a fun drama that has a lot of great character actors. And so, it's one I really like a lot and return to every couple of years. So I don't know that Robert Kaler has a big filmography. I mean, he comes from like a documentary background. He did a movie called Derby that Code Red put out on DVD. Actually, talk about one of his other films with Brian Sauer on a Pure Cinema Patreon episode. But this is a drama that is worth checking out, especially if you like that cast.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious about this for sure. I mean, again, it's one of those like, wow, Gary Busey and Jodie Foster. I was like, what? This looks crazy. And like Gary Busey's like in clown makeup or something on the cover.
Yeah, he's spooky looking in clown makeup too.
Yeah, he's pretty spooky. Maybe not as spooky as his son is in Contact, but still.
Well, who is?
Definitely. Yeah, exactly. But no, I'll definitely catch up with this. This is one of those that's been on my list, I think, for a while now. Just like, I don't know, will this be good? But now that with your endorsement of it, I'm excited.
Yeah, not everyone loves it. I know Ebert wasn't crazy about it. Like, I don't want to oversell, but it's one I've always really liked, and I think it's a sleeper kind of movie for me. So,
the next one is fairly well known, so I don't know how much I have to go into it, but it's another. No, I mean, how many movies have the? That's something I should look up, and I'm sure there's probably already a list on Letterboxd how many movies start with the word American in it.
Quite a few.
And this one is. I don't know if it's still my favorite Paul Giamatti performance, but it's quite up there with American Splendor, and it's just. Kind of just a really unexpected, unusual approach to a biopic depicting the life of Harvey Pekar, this file clerk that works at a Cleveland hospital who's grumpy and schlubby and it's just kind of living in his own little world, in his own bubble, and not necessarily someone who gets along with everybody, but he has his own obsessions in a very kind of like Ghost World-like manner with comics and records and, just a lot of things that, he probably hoarded and just focused on when he wasn't at work. And so he begins writing his own autobiographical comics. And, the way the story is told is often... you see Paul Giamatti, the actor, commenting on what it was like to play Harvey Pekar, and you see the real Harvey Pekar at some points, and there's this like wonderful like neurotic inner monologues that are presented as narration, and then you also have his appearances on Letterman, and of course his romance with the delightful Hope Davis here, kind of one of more of the unsung actresses of this era, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, I always liked her and glad that she's popping up in small roles again. But I don't know. This is something that when it first came out, again, like, oh yeah, I could see why this appealed to me so much. Like maybe if it, this is something that maybe Charlie Kaufman could have done in a similar fashion, like with something like adaptation. But I don't know. Going back to it fairly recently, it does speak to me. It does kind of remind me a little bit of my connection with Sharon, though obviously I'm not the curmudgeon that Harvey is.
No.
But I'm like a combination of his best friend Toby and Harvey in a way. But like I struggle with the human race to some extent, and I do hyper focus on specific passions, like, obviously film and music and podcasts. So I still relate to him despite not being as angry as he is throughout most of the movie. Yeah. But I just love the way the story was told. I love Paul Giamatti. I love Hope Davis. It's very rewatchable and at times very sad too. So it just has everything I love in a movie, and that's why it's on my list.
I'd like to see that again. I saw it when it opened, I think I saw it in Montclair, New Jersey, at an art house, and I remember it being quite talked about at the time. I think my strongest memory of it was that it was like only a few years after both Crumb and Henry Fool, and so seeing James Urbaniak as Robert Crumb, I'm like, it's the guy from Henry Fool as Robert Crumb. This is very strange, kind of combining of two very pivotal 90s indie movies for me. But yeah, no, I need to see it again. I mean, it would be great to catch up with again. I remember liking it. And
yeah, it's kind of a joy to watch, even though, yeah, like parts of it are sad. Obviously, he gets cancer at one point and makes a whole comic out of that.
Yeah, and that actually is the character I most associate Giamatti with, even after Sideways and all the other things that he's famous for. I think that's still probably the character I immediately jump to because he's so memorable in as Picard. No, that's a great pick. I should see that again. And I do love Hope Davis. That's Secret Life of Dentists a couple of years after.
Yeah, that's a really good one too.
Yeah. So my next one is a film that I had on tape as a kid. It used to show. I want to say it showed on Nick at Night back in the day, but I can't remember. It used to show on TV as when I was growing up, and it's. I don't know if the term cozy horror is still something that people use, but it's a film that was less frightening than something that I would just curl up with my family to watch under a blanket and watch. So it's a film that when you'd find film reference books that trashed every horror movie, they would always give this one 4 stars anyway because it's so classy. But it's a film called Dead of Night from 1945, produced by the Ealing Studios that are better known for Alec Guinness comedies like the Lavender Hill Mob or the Kind Hearts and Coronets. This was like this is the granddaddy of all those horror anthology movies.
So it's really good.
It's 4 directors. It's Alberto Cavalcanti, Charles Crichton, Robert Hamer, and the guy that I know the name of the most is Basil Dearden, maybe because the Criterion did an Eclipse set devoted to his films, but he did Victim. Robert Hamer did Kind Hearts and Coronets, which is a great film. Charles Crichton did Lavender Hill Mob and had a big American hit with A Fish Called Wanda. But the most famous one is the Cavalcanti segment because it's the first of that ventriloquist dummy horror stories that people have been doing ever since, every couple of years. The Magic with Anthony Hopkins as being my favorite one. But I rewatched this again this past year, and it's one I loved since childhood, and it's only grown stronger for me as far as a man drives to a large house, walks into a drawing room, and he knows all the people in the room, and he can't explain why. They don't know why. And it feels almost kind of like watching it now, and I would not have thought this at the time. It reminds me of like one of those Louis Buñuel movies where it's like people can't explain this domestic situation that's happening, but he goes in and he can predict everything that's about to happen. He doesn't know why. So it involves like a series of stories involving the people in the room. And I won't spoil them. I mean, they kind of go all over the place tonally. Like one is very kind of whimsical. One is very kind of like prototype for a certain kind of horror story that people will continue to do with the dummy. One is almost kind of more, again, like Bergman or something. Like it feels like almost arty, like the way that like people can see a version of the Grim Reaper coming for them. And then one is this great story about like a person kind of hiding during a Christmas party, and I don't want to give away any of the stories, but it's I mean you're gonna prefer one story over another, like any horror anthology, but this is just real satisfying in the way that like old Hitchcock movies are satisfying. Like it's just perfectly cast, stylishly made, and I just one that I've always really liked. And Dead of Night, I mean, that title, obviously, you and I have talked about Bob Clark's Death Dream, which a lot of people used to know that as Dead of Night for years. And
Yeah.
there's actually a really great TV movie, which I think rips off the Bob Clark movie, also called Dead of Night, that just came out on Blu-ray recently, the Dan Curtis production, which has also got some really good stuff to it. But so there's always a lot of films with that, and I think there's other films beyond those that went by that title. But this is, I always thought it was so odd that other people would take Dead of Night as a title because this is such a famous movie. But I don't know if future generations know it quite as well as I do, as like someone that saw it on TV a lot growing up. I mean, it has a Blu-ray through Kino Lorber, but is this one you ever saw?
I believe so. I remember when I believe it was Robert Reinecke and Patrick did a whole episode, a bonus episode on anthology films, and I'm pretty sure this came up. And I also want to say that Chloe and Gabe talked about it on a recent episode of Genre Grinder. And when people talk about the specific stories, I go, "Oh yeah, I definitely have seen it. It just hasn't been a while. It's been a while since I have seen it." But no, yeah, you talking about it. That's also the downside. I shouldn't say downside of doing this, but like in a way, I'm like, damn it, I need to revisit that one too. You know, even though I've seen it, I want it to be fresher in my memory. And as you're talking about, I'm like, oh yeah, this is really good stuff, and I just haven't seen it in a while. But I'd be excited to check it out again.
Yeah, that's great. I think that might be on Prime now or on some stream. You can stream this one pretty easily, I think, if you do ever want to go back to it.
And this was a discovery mainly thanks to Patrick. I want to say 3 years ago. There was this Christmas where we kind of like, I don't know, we gifted each other like very similar gifts. I think you recall that, right? And I will say that this is one of those filmmakers that I feel really bad that I haven't watched nearly as much as I want to yet. And there was going to be a time when Patrick and I were just like going to go basically what you guys did for Simon Lang, and it'll happen maybe someday down the road. I do want to watch as much Ozu as I possibly can, but he gifted an Autumn Afternoon to me, the Criterion release. And I know this is his last film, and it's in color, and I've seen The Amazing Tokyo Story, and that could easily be on here for a lot of reasons as well. But this one, maybe it was just because I was like, part of me was like, there's humor, there's dark humor, there's things that made me surprised because I always just thought like Ozu is just going to be slow and I don't know, just about family life in a way that I guess maybe you have to be in the right mood for. And this one really just worked in every way. And it's about this man, this widowed man in post-war Tokyo who's living very comfortably with his unmarried daughter. And he basically just drinks and, doesn't really do a whole lot else. But he has this expectation, obviously, to arrange his daughter's marriage before she becomes like, another spinster or something. And she's, and she's doing well, and he's kind of just struggling more or less, but he resists doing this, this arranged marriage, and kind of struggles and compromises and listens to other people and doesn't. And I don't know, it's, again, it's a movie about relationships between parents and their children, but also just like, what do you do when you kind of were defined, like being a part of a war, and then like learning to process the trauma that came with that, but also kind of knowing that your time is, I don't want to say up, but just slowing down. And, you may just have to reserve yourself as to being like, well, this is kind of what my life is going to be now. And it's time for my daughter to basically become an adult, and I have to let her go. And so there's a lot of that going on. But at the same time, like I was really taken with the fact that Ozu is just not interested in melodrama. He's interested in the small moments that constitute a life, and what does an aging life ultimately mean. And I'm sure there's a lot more to it than just, oh, this is just a story about a guy and his daughter and him settling into aging, because obviously there's the post-war element going on, and a lot to do with Japan at that time and place is definitely here in the forefront. But it's also about just like repetition and stillness and acceptance and growing. But it's also very quiet. It's very profound, and I've ultimately very moving in a way that, like, it's not like it's going to pull the puppet strings and make you cry. And I think that's what I really appreciated about it. It was just a really surprise for me. And it was one of those movies that I want to go back to and watch again in the future in context with the rest of his other work, because there are people who've seen more of Ozu and probably know more about how this plays as a great final film for him. But yeah, An Autumn Afternoon, it's just one of those movies that, talks about a lot of different things that I think everybody can find a connection to. So it's really special.
Yeah, no, it's funny. There's a stack of films across the room that I meant to watch this week for this episode, and I just ran out of time. And that was actually in the stack, Autumn Afternoon. Because with Ozu, I saw Ozu's Floating Weeds in, I guess, 98 when I was an intern at Criterion at Janus Films, and I had to work on a catalog for them, and Floating Weeds was in the catalog, and so I was having to read on all the films that were in the catalog, and Roger Ebert was just going nuts over Floating Weeds. I'm like, I should see this, and so I borrowed, it might have been the Laserdisc, of Floating Weeds. I'm like, oh, this is great, but then I never thought about Ozu, like the larger career, until when I was living in Wilmington, North Carolina. I got Tokyo Story out of the library, and I'm like, oh my God, this is even better than Floating Weeds. Like, this is amazing. Mm-hmm. I get it. And then I saw Early Summer. I'm like, this is even better than Tokyo Story, maybe. Like, this is amazing. And then Late Spring, I kept having those kind of like bombshell revelations with him, to the point where it's like very hard for me to, but so many of what I know are like just the most popular lane that he worked in, which are those kind of family dramas, with some of which are more comedic, like Good Morning. But he has a whole lot of other types of genres under his belt as well that, I mean, Ozu fans would know there's quite a bit more to his story than just that kind of thing. But
right.
I love certainly the thing he's best known for, which is that kind of story. And I love when he switches to color. Like, I wouldn't think that I would, because the black and white films are so satisfying in their own way. But I love the look of something like An Autumn Afternoon, and I regret not having time to rewatch it. It's been too long for me to really offer any kind of comments on it. But no, I'm glad that's on your list. And yeah, I think you'll definitely enjoy digging further into his catalog if you can find time to do so.
I definitely will. I want to. I definitely want to see Good Morning and Late Autumn and Late Spring. There's so many more.
Yeah. See. Well, the all of those kind of seasonal titles also kind of make it even harder to distinguish them from one another sometimes. And there's another director coming up on my list that has so many films that kind of feel like one big film, broken up into smaller pieces, because they have such overlapping ideas and such. But that's a great pick. So my next one is Deep End, directed by Jerzy Skolimowski, 1970.
Not to be confused with the Tilda Swinton one, right?
Nothing like that one.
Okay, just making sure.
This is one that I sought out because of Danny Perry and cult movies, and it was the hardest one to see because Paramount had put it out in theaters, and then it just never came out on home video in America. It still hasn't. So this was one of the first bootleg tapes I ever bought by mail. I think it was European Trash Cinema. I thought it was Mike White, Super Happy Fun, but I think it might actually have been Craig Ledbetter's European Trash Cinema. Either way, this was one of those situations where I was so excited just to see this film I'd read about since high school, and just and then seeing it was like, so what it is, it's this dark coming of age type story set in like I think there's a couple films on my list that are like dirty old New York. This is dirty old London. Like it's a story set like in the kind of grimier bathhouses of London in the late 60s, early 70s. Teenage boy, kind of an innocent, kind of sexually inexperienced, starts working there and becomes fixated on an attractive older woman that works there, played by Jane Asher, who people might know as like the former significant other of Paul McCartney, but I guess she would have been the name, in the cast. But it's a film that starts off kind of like in a awkward sexual hijinks kind of vein, and then moves into progressively darker and more disturbing direction. But it has a great region-free Blu-ray through BFI, so you can get an amazing Criterion level special edition of it on Blu-ray now. And it's probably pirated all over the place now, but at the time that I saw it, it was just like an amazing thing to attain, and then actually have it live up to your imagination of like, what could this film be? It's got music by Can. I actually thought about the way they use Can in Inherent Vice when I saw that film, as far as like, but it's used kind of more cacophonous kind of way in Deep End. Cat Stevens. I'm not sure if the music is where it ran into a roadblock, or a Paramount, which is like, no one went to go see this thing, and it's like this weird sleazy British movie. And Skolimowski co-wrote Knife in the Water with Polanski, and then he did The Shout, which has its own kind of cult following, and the Jeremy Irons film Moonlighting, which I've never seen. I've always meant to see it, and some other things I have seen which are good. He's a director. I've liked what I have seen, but my knowledge is kind of limited. But this is one I've always really enjoyed, and I'm glad that it has the special edition treatment. It has a great documentary about the making of it, but I have to give all credit to Danny Perry. I'm pretty sure Danny Perry, in writing about it like a cult film, helped create a second or third generation of cultists that were like obsessed with trying to find this one real obscure kind of dark coming of age movie that used to be quite a challenge to see. But 159 from my list is Deep End.
I am going to have to catch up with that. I think I definitely, because of Keith Gordon, have seen The Shout and most recently EO.
Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot about EO.
I
was it Essential Killing? Is that the title? There was one he did with like Vincent Gallo that I remember being quite good. But
yeah, I haven't seen that either. Yeah, again, this is another filmmaker I'd be curious to see more of, and including the one you're talking about, and that sounds like worth owning.
Yeah,
a lot of people seem to really respond to this. I mean, it sounds dark and intense, and
yeah. It's like if Licorice Pizza was written by Paul Schrader.
Oh, okay. Well, that's appealing. I mean, that's a selling point for me. I remember The Shout was one of those weird movies I couldn't entirely wrap my mind around, but that wasn't a bad thing either. It was
The Shout is an odd one. I mean, I don't know if I love The Shout, but I definitely respect and think about that movie. Like I get why it could be, because it's such a bizarre premise. It's not as surreal as The Shout, but it's. I mean, if you watch them on double bill, you could imagine him having like the kind of cult following of like, a number of more high profile kind of offbeat auteur directors. I don't, again, like he's somebody that has so many films I don't know, even things like Moonlighting, which were quite successful in their day. So plenty I still need to catch up on with him, but this is what I've always liked. And I know a few people that were big fans of it. I think Mike McPadden was a fan of it. Jonathan Hertzberg, who I know is a big fan of it. So worth investigating if it sounds up your alley.
It does. I do like maybe uncomfortable coming of age movies. I guess
it is that.
Okay, good. The next three, I don't know if I'll go on too much about because they're all movies people know, more or less. And, I mean, I guess I could justify why they're making my list, of course, but I think for the most part, people will go, oh yeah, that makes sense. This one's a little unexpected because I don't have a lot of, animated films or family films, but I guess it's because I like them when they're dark and twisted. And this, I believe, the 4K is coming to my house today, and that would be Babe, Pick in the City.
My number one film of the year. And my criteria for selecting my number one pick has always been that film which best expresses the joy of filmmaking and expands the possibilities of what film can do. And the one film that clearly fits that description this year is, amazingly enough, a sequel, Babe, Pig in the City. In telling the story, director George Miller and production designer Roger Ford have fashioned a stunning set, an amalgam of many cities through which Miller runs Babe and his cohorts, including my personal favorite, Ferdinand, the neurotic duck.
Who are these losers? Party. What's going on here? You look different.
Yeah, well, this place can really take it out of you.
Oh.
A movie that I absolutely adore, and when I first saw it, I knew okay, well, obviously Siskel and Ebert loved this, and Siskel even put it as number one that year. And so, I mean, again, I walked in going, I love the first Babe. It was cute. I enjoyed it. Obviously, talking animals. What can you say? An easy sell, I guess, for me. I don't know. I grew up as someone who loved, one of the first books I loved was Charlotte's Web, and I've always been a fan of animals, and here they are. They're all here. And they all talk, and it's wonderful at times. And there's, but everybody was sort of cautioning, families, hey, don't take your kids to this, because they're going to see some imagery that might mess them up. And that, me being 21, I was messed up by this movie. There is some stuff in this that I kind of went, wow, how did you get away with that? There's a moment involving drowning that I can barely even watch it now. It's just too hard. George Miller made this one. I know he didn't direct the first one. He just wrote it, I believe. And you can see why, he's got some subversive elements here that really are unexpected throughout. And, this movie basically just starts with okay, James Cromwell is not going to be the lead here. He's injured on the farm and can't leave. And so his wife takes Babe to the city for, I can't remember the specific reason why. I think there might be I don't want to say a contest or something. There's definitely a reason why they're going to the city, and I just can't remember what it is. But, and it's instead of Alice in Wonderland, it's like Babe in Wonderland. He comes across all these different people. I don't want to say it's After Hours, because I say that about a lot of movies, but still, Babe just encounters a lot of interesting animals and characters and locations and things to where you see the first shot of George Miller's vision of the city. It's a combination of many cities in one, and it's overwhelming. It's too stimulating for an animal that grew up on a farm. So, for somebody who has, a feeling of social anxiety, that's here. And then, of course, meeting a lot of different shady characters throughout, cats and dogs fighting each other, and an orangutan and a disabled dog on a wheelchair cart. Just things I'm going, damn, this is really something that I had not expected, and still find it to be one of the best family films I'd ever seen, because this is closer to German Expressionism at times, or Fellini, or just again, George Miller is just a crazy guy. And him taking on a family movie, and this would include him doing unexpected things with Happy Feet, including the sequel, if memory serves. When I did a George Miller episode, I was just kind of like, damn, you did that? And there are things in this I still can't believe he got away with. It's, a lot of people sort of harp on Paddington 2 as like being the ultimate best example of a family movie done right, with dark elements that you'd find in like a Roald Dahl story. And I wouldn't argue that. I do love Paddington 2, but for me, Babe, Pig in the City, it could very well be like up there with something like Willy Wonka for me, like in terms of a family movie that's going to always stay with me. So that's why it's here.
I remember the critical acclaim that got at the time was, Siskel and Ebert were, I think, real big proponents of it. I think, and I remember hearing about how dark it was. So by the time I saw it, I think I was braced for
Sure.
where it goes, because it kind of had a reputation for being, kind of intense for a children's movie. But I think, when I think back on my life, all the things that scared me most were things aimed at children, Disney and Spielberg, and things that were like family entertainments that had a sinister component to it, not like the straight up horror movies that I saw when I was older. So I think kids can handle that kind of thing personally.
I'm sure, but like, even there's a huge fire. Yeah, you're right. Like, I think when I rewatch it, hopefully soon, I have a feeling I'll feel that same way. It's like, oh yeah, but like when I first saw it, I think it just comparison to the first one. The first one was just mostly light and fun and silly.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. It goes in much darker places than the first film. Yeah. No, I should see it again. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it again. Like I saw it like a long time ago now, I guess. I remember liking it. George Miller is a career that I've never gotten my head around, because I've seen a lot of his films, but I've never put them. I can't quite connect those films to the Mad Max films, to Witches of Eastwick, to Lorenzo's Oil. It's such a diverse body of work, and some things sit together quite, like, I can understand the connection to Happy Feet and Babe more than I can connect Mad Max to Happy Feet.
I know. It's a really interesting, varied career that mostly, I would say, gets a thumbs up from me. And this is just, again, everything coming together really wonderfully. I like hotel, like just the set, like the production design, I should say. The production design of this is kind of remarkable when you watch it, and it's visually stunning, which is why I'm like, oh, my 4K is coming, and I can't wait to watch this again and possibly cry.
Well, yeah, you have to let me know how it plays in 4K. So my next one is Detour, directed by Edgar J. Ulmer, 1945.
Ooh, that should be on my list too. That's great.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a whole lot to say about it. It's the probably the apex of a certain kind of like poverty row kind of crime film noir story, as far as like with very little resources they make something quite dreamy and memorable out of the story of like a guy that's just down on his luck loser who gets involved with a maybe the most menacing femme fatale of any movie I've ever seen, played by Anne Savage. But yeah, no, and Ulmer is one of those people that I would read about growing up, like things like the Black Cat. My father had a Black Cat poster, like in his bedroom, growing up. Like I was aware of certain horror things he did, but Detour was used to be hard to see a good copy of it, if I remember correctly. Now you can get it through Criterion, all nice and fancy, but it used to be one that was like kind of murky, would show up on TV, and that's, I think, how I first saw it. And again, Danny Perry, I think, wrote about this one as well, so I have to acknowledge him as like why I sought this out in the first place. But there's a lot of films that deal with like the dangers of hitchhikers and the psychopaths you can meet on the road that I do like. I think there's a really good Ida Lupino movie called The Hitchhiker that is pretty intense, along the same lines as Detour. Even a really good exploitation film called Sudden Fury that I almost put on my list, which is this amazing Hitchcockian thriller about the wrong person to encounter on the road. And of course, The Hitcher with Rutger Hauer and
that might come up.
Yeah, I need to see The Hitcher again. It's been a long time. I know that it's had this resurgence in the last couple of years, but but yeah, Detour is, I mean, among the pessimistic vein of noir, I think there's not a better film, even out of the past is more fun than Detour, as far as ones that have like this kind of dark trajectory to it. But I think anyone that's into noir probably already knows Detour, but if you haven't seen it and have a curiosity about that style, I think it's, pretty untouchable.
Oh, absolutely. And it's short too, right? It's like 75 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's a low budget little quickie movie that just had so much style and personality that it kind of survived up until today.
Again, the next one on my list, I won't say too much about, but I think most people would agree that it's an amazing work of art. And I just watched it. I told you I was just going to go see this on the big screen because there's a newly restored 4K version of this, and that is Brazil by Terry Gilliam. Mm-hmm. And prescient, to say the least. And, one of those satires that, when... As a fan of someone, as a fan of reading things like Orwell and Kafka, and, even just recently doing Fahrenheit 451 for a book club, I just kind of went, well, this is everything. This movie has everything that I find compelling to think about. And it's just visionary. It's, ambitious, it's exhausting, it's hilarious, it's fantastical, and it's got the dystopian element, and it's, focusing on dreams, and of course, it has that sort of like office workplace comedy humor going on, and it's, I mean, obviously you can see the many influences throughout. Whether it's Metropolis or not, and again, like I mentioned, German Expressionism, but, there's just a lot of playfulness. It's just, about totalitarianism. So again, it plays more strongly, I would say, to some degree with what's going on in this country. So it's a combination of everything I love. And it also gives you a lot of, uneasy feelings and anger, but it's also, playful and fun. So I don't know how he managed, and I don't think he really has found that perfect balance as strongly as he does here throughout his career. And yet again, another director I wouldn't mind doing a sequel episode on, because the first Gilliam was episode 3 or 4,
pretty early on. Yeah.
So it was just I would love to go back and have a conversation about some of the films that came out later on, even if they're not as strong. But man, Terry Gilliam, I mean, just a visionary in so many ways. And this is kind of like the summation of why he was a great storyteller and filmmaker, even though he's a complicated dude, to say the least. You read that Sarah Polley collection of essays in her and memoir, you will have very mixed feelings about him as a person, to say the least.
Yeah.
But yeah,
no, he's somebody that I sometimes wonder if he'll ever. I mean, the initial years of him as a director are pretty rock solid. I don't think you're ever those films are going away. Brazil is probably the most acclaimed, but I mean, that run from maybe Jabberwocky, but definitely from Time Bandits up through Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, every single one of them people still watch and love. But I think the combination of mixed reception to the later films and then, the complicated public figure that he is, I think play a part in how that people talk about him nowadays. But he used to be one of the people that was top of everyone's list, and I think it's still gonna be a case where people rediscover a lot of that work. I mean, Criterion has always kind of been a home for his best known work, and I think that also helps keep him in the public eye the way that a lot of people that have that kind of career kind of trail off, especially after that Don Quixote thing happened, to him, where it's like,
Oh yeah.
big names work with him, but they don't seem like the films don't seem to quite connect with a large audience. I mean, not that Brazil did at the time either. It was kind of like more of a critical darling than a commercial movie, but I should see it again. I will say that one of the few email interactions I ever had with Roger Ebert was about Brazil.
Because he wasn't crazy about it, right?
No, well, I remember asking him, like, in retrospect, are there films that you were the detracting voice on that you ever went back to and reassessed? Like, now that you're known for doing a bad review of it, like, do you ever turn around on them in private? And he said that Brazil was one that he felt like he needed to go back and look at. There's a couple of other ones. I think Usual Suspects was another one, but Brazil was one I remember him saying that, like, maybe he missed the boat on Brazil. So
It happens.
he didn't say that about Blue Velvet though. So, but okay. So next one on my list, I think last time, maybe the first time we talked on one of these, I might have mentioned how I have a weakness for horror films kind of set in cold environments, and that goes towards Canadian films like Black Christmas and the Brood, and I think when coming up with a list for today, I thought about things like The Boogans and My Bloody Valentine and Ghost Keepers, Canadian film that just came out on Blu-ray, and The Dorm, the Drip Blood. And it's funny because the one I ended up choosing is one where someone goes to maybe too much trouble to warm people up, which is Don't Go in the House, which is one of my favorite post-psycho serial killer type movies, directed by Joseph Ellison, 1979, although I think it probably started appearing in places around 1980. It stars Dan Grimaldi as Donnie, and he's an actor that people might know from Philly and Patsy Parisi on The Sopranos, and he had like a recurring involvement with that series. But
he looks familiar. Yeah,
but it's really the closest comparison would be something like Maniac. Like it's one of the harsher slasher type movies, and it's one of those slasher movies that is centered on the killer, not on the group of victims that's being picked off one by one. And it's shot like a little over an hour from here in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey. I've actually visited the Strauss Mansion, which is the titular house in Don't Go in the House. But it's about a guy that wants to set women on fire. Like, it's not going to be for everybody.
Ugh, yeah.
Like it's a film that I saw it growing up and found it a little bit too intense and downbeat, primarily because of one scene. But this was one that Stephen Thrower wrote a whole love letter to in Nightmare USA, and I think, like a lot of people, that caused me to give it a second look, and it's one I've really grown to love and respond to. I actually have a really happy memory of seeing the film in the house. They screened it in the house, and I took a few people that were on supporting characters. Kayla Janice and Sam Deegan and Amanda Reyes all went with me to see this movie, like in the living room from the Don't Go in the House. But I think it's got like a like this kind of it's the darkness of Jersey. I don't know, like as someone that grew up in New Jersey, like there's also like a perverse anti-state pride kind of feeling I have with it. But it's not for everybody. It's a grindhouse movie that, played to the 42nd Street crowd. It's shamelessly exploitation movie, but and not the only one on my list. But I again, 70s sleazy horror fans, would know this one, I think. But it's one I return to every couple of years, even though it is a dark movie. But it's Don't Go in the House.
Don't. go in the house.
Yeah. A lot of
Don't go in the basement. Sorry.
I like Don't Look. I like Don't Look in the Basement also. I like Don't Look Now. I like Don't Torture Duckling. I like a lot of Don't movies, but
Yeah. Well, I will see this one. This is one that I've missed, and I'm excited because it sounds really good. I don't know much about the. Oh, okay. There's only one other film this director has made, and
it's nothing like it. Yeah. The other one is nothing. I've seen that other one too, like that rock music movie.
Yeah, that looks.
It's not great, but and it's confusing because I think prints of this one on all the restored Severin style releases might call it The Burning, because it might have been shot under The Burning, which then is a title that people know for a totally different movie. If you start watching it and The Burning comes up, it's not a mistake. You're not watching the summer camp slasher movie about Cropsey. You're watching a guy that likes a guy with mommy issues that wants to set people on fire.
I can't recall if somebody gets set on fire in my next film, but again, like I know it's. Ask me, how ranking films from this director again is kind of depending on mood. It depends on how fresh the viewing is, and I can't remember if it was last year or the year before that the Chicago Critics Film Festival decided to show this movie as their retrospective screening of choice for its anniversary, and it snuck up on me. It's similar to, like, I guess, my first viewing of Shutter Island was like, oh, that was okay, it was pretty good. I saw the twist coming, blah blah blah. I kind of dismissed it, and then of course I watch it a second time, and it blew my mind. And that is also the case for Bringing Out the Dead. Again, like I won't go on and on because a lot of people know this one, know the director, know the actor. It's pretty well known. And as somebody who gets really easily sucked into medical dramas, I certainly was one of those people that watched ER religiously, and then once I watched the Golden Globes and saw this show called The Pit winning all the major TV awards, I sat down to finally watch it because, like, a part of me was really dismissive. I'm like, Noah Wyle again in a medical show? Really? What's so great about it? And then I watched it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's great. I get it. And so, yeah, it's, again, I get really kind of frustrated when a show I get sucked into, and then suddenly I'm like, well, this is taking away from movie viewing time. Maybe that's why you shouldn't, like, you don't watch much TV for that reason, possibly. And rightfully so, I get it. But then every once in a while, like, a show is like touching into the zeitgeist or everybody's talking about it. And I'm like, well, let me see. And if it's not too many episodes, that's great. And so that happened with The Pit. And I think a lot of that has to do with Bringing Out the Dead and just like that sort of manic, frantic energy of what it must be like to work as a paramedic, to not get enough sleep, to struggle with addiction, or simply just working with the general public, especially when they're struggling with a lot of different things, not just health issues, but their own demons. And of course, Nicolas Cage as Frank in this film has demons of his own. And and then he comes across Patricia Arquette in this, who is a former addict, and they have a connection. But it's a lot of this is, I get why people really wrote this off as just being another Scorsese Schrader collaboration, because a lot of the same themes are here. But like, again, the needle drops, the pace of this, just and at the same time, it's got that undercurrent of melancholy, but it's also punishing at times and intense. And I kind of watching this on the big screen again, it made it feel like a whole other new experience for me, and certainly made me think of this as being one of the best Nicolas Cage performances. Because, like, again, like, even the first time I saw it, the ending didn't hit me on an emotional level, and then second, and now the third time I've seen it, it definitely did. But it's like structured as like this descent into purgatory, and he does that so well in so many ways. And, just like the strobing lights and the frantic energy, like I said, is really special in the way he does it, and in all ways that like Scorsese can do and do it so well. So that's, again, it's one of those that snuck up on me as being a favorite. Ask me another time, okay, another Scorsese movie could take the spot, but this one is just freshest in my mind after a recent big screen rewatch, so that's why it's on my list. And I really identified more with it because of me having to work with the general public on a regular basis, and a lot of them do struggle with a lot of different things. So it's, obviously I don't work in an ER, I'm not a paramedic, but still I understood what it was like dealing with different types of people in a short amount of time, and you're not sure how to help them. So that's why it's here.
Yeah, I like Bringing Out the Dead. I've seen it a few times. I'd need to see it again. It actually, I feel like it has a lot of resonance with the film that's going to be on my list, which I'll point it out when we get to it. But I'd like to see it again. I remember watching that Mr. Scorsese documentary last year, and I think when they talk about that one, to me at the time that felt like Scorsese was having trouble reconnecting with the larger public, even when he reteams with Schrader and and with a huge star like Cage, and it seemed like they were trying to push him out to pasture in the industry until the DiCaprio thing kind of re-energized him commercially. But I think that this is a great kind of slept on Scorsese movie, and as somebody that loves Schrader as well, Schrader, I think, complained that the character should have been played by a much younger man. And that would have been an interesting movie too. I mean, I like the movie we have. I think it's the only time. Is it the only time you see Cage and Arquette play together in anything? I think it might be.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's, it hit me harder. And again, like, I think a lot of movies that become favorites grow over time with rewatches, and this one definitely did. And I completely agree. And I think it's unfair to say like this is like Scorsese's greatest hits, because a lot of people kind of just said, yeah, that's what you expect from Scorsese, it's here. I don't know, I think there's more going on.
Yeah, and I also would say that other films are more guilty of that than Bringing Out the Dead.
The Departed, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But no, that's a great pick, and one I've been meaning to rewatch since the 4K came out. So yeah, no, I mean, I do like that one as well. I think of his 90s films, like that would probably rank just below Casino for me. I mean, well, and Goodfellas, but
yeah.
Yeah. And one film I saw in the 90s is The Double Life of Veronique, directed by Krzysztof Kieslowski, 1991, I think. And we've talked about this, or at least I attempted to talk about it back when we did the Kieslowski episode years ago. I don't think I said anything that made any sense at the time, and I don't know if I have a whole lot that I can elaborate on.
His movies are hard to just sit down and have a conversation. Like, it's, I don't want to say like it's abstract. It's just, I don't know. They're so feeling based for me. I don't like, because even talking about Red was hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought about Red as well. And I mean, beyond the Irene Jacob being the lead actress in both, I think I mean, again, like talking about nostalgia and autobiography, the impact of Kieslowski in the 90s in college for me was like gigantic in a way that like I sometimes underrate him in the years since, because he stopped making films right after I learned who he was. As somebody that like saw the Decalogue on the big screen and Three Colors on the big screen, and Double Life of Veronique kind of almost gets overwhelmed by all these kind of bigger series projects. But I think and if you haven't seen it, it's this story about two young women who look identical, born in other countries, one born in Poland, one born in France. And they they have a feeling that the other exists, but they never really quite meet. Like at one point, they could have met, but don't. And, Kieslowski, without going too deep into like his whole biography, I mean, someone that was like a major director in Poland, made films like Camera Buff and No End, and had this kind of challenging kind of relationship with the government, trying to make films in communist Poland, and produced some amazing work like the Decalogue for Polish television, but was lured, like other directors from Poland, like Borowczyk and Żuławski, to make films in France. And so the Double Life of Veronique is his first film in France. And it's this explosion of style that, I mean, he does stylish things in, No End, and some of the things that in his Polish years, but he becomes even more of a stylist, like, in the Three Colors, like Double Life of Veronique era, as far as like the cinematography being a lot more colorful and expressionistic. And in dealing with one person in Poland and one person in France, I can't tell how much it's meant to be a symbolic commentary or a self-portrait in some abstract way. It's probably a film that's been analyzed and deconstructed many times since it came out, because it's such a richly interpretable kind of text. I think even watching it again a few months ago, I was just still caught up in it on an aesthetic level. Like, I mean, it's a beautiful film. It's a kind of very mysterious film. I don't know if it's a better film. I mean, the Decalogue, I'm not going to cheat and put the Decalogue as a film, but I mean, the Decalogue would be one of the giant cinematic experiences of my life. And I think that the Three Colors films were almost as important. Red is certainly a film I have a lot of strong affection for, but Blue and White are also amazing. But I'm going with this one today, and I think that's all I really have to say about it.
And yeah, I know this is definitely one of those cases too, where yes, Red is on my list, but Double Life of Veronique could easily be on there as well. I completely echo that.
It's sexier than his other movies, and it's got like, it gives in to like, yeah, I mean, it's got like a lot more beautiful, like an operatic. I mean, like it's dealing with like a singer, so there's a lot more opera in it. Like it's a classy. It's almost like the stereotype of like what Miramax would kind of make their name on in the 90s, which is like, it's sexy, but it's also good for you. Like that kind of way. They sold half the things that they sold before. The Tarantino thing really took them into a different strata of notoriety. But as far as like thoughtful, but also serious art, but also sexy, like that was kind of, and Double Life Veronique kind of fits that bill. I mean, however cynically they could market it. And the Three Colors were sold that way, but I think it actually applies to the content of Veronique, because it is a hot film at times compared to the things he made in Poland. And I don't know if that's a censorship thing, because France has a different attitude towards eroticism or what it was, but it's a unique film within his body of work for sure. But yeah.
Sensual, erotic. Yeah, I definitely sexy, and not to be superficial. But, I mean, I'd like to think, yeah, I appreciate beautiful women, and not in a way that's like, hopefully doesn't ever comes across as gross, but I just think, yeah, Irene Jacob is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah. I think.
And so, I mean, like, I don't want to say like, oh, that's a selling point, that's why you have to see this, but it's...
People that deny the attractiveness of movie stars as being an appeal of cinema are kidding themselves, I think.
Yeah. No, exactly. Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the next one is a little bit of a surprise for me. A recent revisit of this one, too, it kind of snuck up on me as being like, oh, I think I like this more than Office Space, and maybe it's because it's focused on 4 women in like a cubicle setting, and I'm talking about Clock Watchers. And as I was watching it too, I was like, wow, Toni Collette really does remind me of Sharon in this movie, the way she dresses, some of her mannerisms and stuff. But I mean, there is something about like just, okay, here's the shy introvert heading into the world of a bunch of more or less extroverts who are trying to like maintain this, mostly work-centric friendship, but they all build kind of this interesting rapport, even though they're all distinct from one another. And, when you have a cast like Toni Collette, Parker Posey, and Lisa Kudrow alone, that really helps because they're all charismatic and funny, and, they always bring so much to their characters without like capital A acting, because for the most part I feel like Parker Posey and Lisa Kudrow are just good at being themselves. I mean, I don't know how else to state that, because obviously they're great actors. It's just, I don't know, their personas or something just complement like whoever their casting agent is, or like just they know exactly the kind of roles that to play, and they do it so well. And the fourth girl escapes me, but she definitely was in a lot of indie films around that time. So this is like one of those just indie darlings that I don't know if it like got, the same type of acclaim that, certain films of this ilk got. It certainly didn't. It doesn't necessarily have the same cult following as Office Space, but it's kind of in that same vein, more or less, where it's just for people working in cubicles and kind of losing their sense of identity in their job, or at least it's not fulfilling in any way because they're temps, more or less. And it's basically just about their interactions together and some of the things they encounter. And then there's a theft that takes place. So one of them might be a kleptomaniac. And so there's a little bit of a mystery with that, but it's mostly just like similar to another movie coming up on my list about just the characters interacting, having funny conversations, relating to one another, or, more or less just being themselves in the workplace and trying to manage it all without, losing their sense of self, more or less. And it's kind of the feminist examination of friendship under, I guess you'd say, economic pressure, or at least what it's like to work in a male-dominated industry. I don't know if like people will walk away with it thinking it's high art or anything, but I just enjoy it. And when I went back to it, I was like, I really like this movie more than I remembered before. So yeah, that's why it's here. Clock Watchers. I think it's from
97. And
yes, 97.
Alana
Thanks.
Ubach? Is that the...
Alana. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thanks.
Yeah. Jill, is it Sprecher, the woman that directed that,
yes,
also did a movie that I remember liking that I haven't thought about in a long time called 13 Conversations About One Thing.
Another very good movie with a great Alan Arkin performance, if memory serves.
Yeah. I think I saw that in the theater and I haven't seen it since. At Clock Watchers, I remember, I just always think of a scene where Parker Posey comes back out of the shot in a chair, tears up some paper or throws it in the air, and then kind of rolls back out of the shot again. Something like some perfect bit of screwball business that that's what I think of when I think of Clock Watchers, is that moment with Parker Posey. But I really want to see this again, hearing you talk about it. I've been meaning to revisit a lot of things that I saw in the 90s for the indie movies, and that's definitely one I remember liking a lot, and I don't think I've seen it in decades. I might have seen it once.
Is it out on Blu-ray at all yet?
It might be out on out of print Blu-ray. I think it's streaming places, but I don't know that there's like an in-print Blu-ray. DVDs are cheap for it, but I would probably get it on Blu-ray if I'm gonna buy it. But that's definitely one I'd like to see again. And when you're describing it initially, I thought you were going to say 9 to 5. I'm like, well, there's only 3 women in 9 to 5. But
that's another movie. Yeah, similar. Yeah, for
yeah,
sure. Like in the same spirit, for sure.
For sure. No, that's a great pick. I'd like to see that again. My next one, I think you mentioned Midnight last time we did this, which is Mitchell Leeson. And
oh, yeah.
So I have a different Mitchell Leeson comedy on my list, which I was just on an episode that's about to, I don't know when it's dropping on Pure Cinema, and I talk about Preston Sturges a little bit on that. And this is one of my favorite things Preston Sturges ever did, even though he's only the writer on this one. But it's Easy Living from 1937, which is
I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's so good. It's a great vehicle for Jean Arthur. And it's got Edward Arnold and Ray Milland. It's Ray Milland at the beginning of his career when he's like kind of the young male ingenue type. But it's one of those rags to riches screwball comedies that, rich penthouse apartment couple are having a fight, and he throws the expensive fur coat out the window. It lands on a struggling working girl and it just changes her life to have this kind of riches literally thrown at her. And I won't spoil any of the gags, but it's just, if you're into 1930s rapid patter screwball comedy and pratfalls and Preston Sturges, I mean, he's one of the giants in that style. So if you're into Lady Eve and Sullivan's Travels and Palm Beach Story and the things he made as a director, this is, I think, my favorite thing that feels like Preston Sturges directed it, but it's Mitchell Leeson but it's Sturges' voice. And it's just one of my favorite screwball comedies. And Jean Arthur is one of my favorite old Hollywood actress stars that I think I don't think that she's had quite the same longevity in the larger public eye as Katharine Hepburn or people like that. That I think my favorite film of hers is Only Angels Have Wings, the Howard Hawks movie. But she's also done, we talk about Capra. I mean, she's star of some major Capra films. But this is a vehicle for her. She's hilarious, and so if you like screwball comedy and you haven't already seen this, Easy Living, it's great.
I know I'm going to see this soon for sure. Another cool reason to be in charge of programming at the library is I can maybe choose a couple of things that I've been meaning to see that hopefully would appeal to a large demographic. Because there was a great turnout for Arsenic and Old Lace and some of the older films, and I kind of went, well, maybe this is the direction to go to, and not necessarily focus on new releases. Because I'm eager to see this one. It sounds great. Thank you for bringing it to my attention and reminding me of it. Okay, the next one on my list, I'm not going to say too much about. It was recently released on 4K from Arrow. The first R-rated movie I had ever seen. And I will not go on record to say that it is a great movie by any stretch of the imagination. It was a right time, right place kind of experience for me. Maybe one of the earliest examples of me going, well, this movie's just kind of cool. And that is Cobra.
I got a bomb here. I'll kill her. I'll blow this whole place up.
Go ahead. I don't shop here. Hey, just relax, amigo. You want to talk? We'll talk. I'm a sucker for good conversation.
I don't want to talk to you. Now you bring in the television cameras in here now. Come on, bring it in.
Can't do that.
Why?
I don't deal with psychos. I put them away.
I ain't no psycho, man. I'm a hero. You're looking at a fucking hunter. I'm a hero of the new world.
You're a disease, and I'm the cure.
A movie I don't know if I have a lot to say in terms of well, thematically it means this, or it's a deep movie, or it's not at all. It's just kind of like an exploitation action cop drama. And it's just about him pursuing this crazy gang / cult of killers that are running amok. And starts with like a confrontation at a grocery store and all this. And yeah, and there's a witness to one of the murders, played by his then wife. And I talk about like how, these movies got me into movies. And sometimes I'm always remiss in forgetting to some degree that, yes, 1985, Back to the Future came out. It changed my life. I loved movies from that point on. But there was something about this crazy trifecta of Stallone movies that like turned him into my favorite star besides Michael J. Fox, where it was, Rocky IV, Rambo First Blood Part 2, and then Cobra, all in a row. And I just was like, I can't say like even today that those movies are necessarily high art or good. Even I just find them entertaining. And that's all I can really say. Like, I just find these movies entertaining, even if a lot of people can just say, well, they're dumb. And I can acknowledge that, but there's just maybe a little nostalgia attached, maybe just a feeling of like, oh, Stallone in that period of time was just, he was a movie star in the same way Schwarzenegger became. And it was just the right time, right place for me at that age. So, and I'm grateful that Arrow put out what they put out for this movie. It just made me happy when that happened. And I have yet to dive into it completely, but it's got a cult following and people know it. So if you're listening to the show, you've probably seen Cobra and maybe you like it just as much as me to put it on a list. Maybe not. I get it either way.
Well, it's funny. Cobra was one. I was definitely aware of Cobra as a kid. It was like every kid knew about Cobra because of the heavy marketing that like he was getting from Rocky IV and Rambo. Like he was a gigantic star. So like every Stallone film was, you'd see posters and commercials and things at the supermarket and Cobra. So I remember being aware of Cobra, but I didn't actually see it until like maybe 8 years ago. Like I think it was actually Sam Deacon who turned me on to Cobra. It's one I kind of put alongside Commando in my head. For
sure.
Schwarzenegger, not just because they were on the same shelf in every video store I went to as a kid because of the alphabet, but like I think as far as non-franchise like major favorites for their fan bases, that it seems like they've held on with respectable reputations over multiple generations. Where I think I haven't seen Commando in a long time to speak to any comparisons, but Cobra, people disparaged it at the time for being almost like a neo-fascistic kind of, portrait of might makes right kind of thing, which a lot of action movies do that. It's not just Cobra. I think when watching it like with fresh eyes, like in the 2020s, I just found it like a great stylistic maximalist kind of 80s action entertainment. Like I thought it was a lot of fun. I have that Arrow release as well. I forget if Kim Newman's commentary is on that release. It might be, but Abby Bender, who's been on supporting characters, does a video essay on it. So it's like fun to hear people I associate with other types of cinema weighing in on Cobra.
Yeah.
No, it's. I mean, I've got only positive things to say about that movie. So, and doesn't he cut pizza with like scissors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. And I think Brian Thompson is the main bad guy, and yeah, I think he was in things like Miracle Mile and The Terminator and Fright Night Part 2. He just has one of those faces, that you know very well. And I don't know, it's a creepy movie too.
Wasn't he going into battling a cult, so it has a folk horror kind of feeling to it?
Yeah, it kind of does. It's a little bit of everything. It is like a mishmash. It's the same director as Rambo First Blood Part 2.
That was Cosmatos. Cosmatos.
Yeah. Again, like one of those directors where I'd be like, you know what? If I get Mike Flynn back on the show, we won't shut up. We won't shut up about, two of his most well-known movies, at least. But then, you can talk a little bit about Leviathan and certainly about Tombstone. So I will say that I like him more than his son in terms of his movies.
and I was going to say that Panos Cosmatos is the son. Yeah, it is George Cosmatos. Okay. Yeah. I will definitely echo your endorsement of Cobra.
Thank you.
It's almost as classy as my next pick, which is Fat Girl. Catherine Breillat, 2001. And so I was thinking about this film this week because Adam McGoyan brought it up in his closet video for Criterion because his wife is in it, and it's a disturbing film. It's funny. I wrote to Catherine Breillat on Facebook one time after showing her. I showed Fat Girl to a bunch of my friends, and one of them left like with a sore stomach from being tense for that long. And I told this to Catherine Breillat in a Facebook message, and I think I wrote her like I never write fan mail on Facebook. I did that time, and I told her like I don't know if you get these like every day, but I just wanted to let you know that a lot of people that I just showed their first film of yours to are going to go check out your other films. They loved it, and she said there are messages like that, but I deeply appreciate it when I receive it.
Okay.
So
That's nice.
that was my little interaction with Catherine Breillat on Facebook. But so it's not all bad, but. But if you haven't seen it, it's about two sisters played by Anaïs Ribaud and Roxanne Mesquida on a family holiday. And so the one girl is 12, the older sister is 15, and the 12-year-old is overweight and still kind of, she's smart, but she's still inexperienced and immature in some ways. But the flirtatious older sister is starting to receive sexual attention of men. And so it's about their dynamic, and things progress from there in kind of very harrowing directions. And I won't spoil the plot. It's not a whole lot of plot to it. It's more of a character study film, but it's memorably powerful. And I tend to like a lot of Catherine Breillat's films. There's actually a pretty interesting meta film after this one called Sex is Comedy that is about a Breillat-like surrogate character directing a film that essentially is Fat Girl with Roxanne Mesquida as the actress in it. So she does kind of like a riff on that. And she has a very interesting career of provocative films. I think A Real Young Girl was banned in France, and I think she got a lot of attention for incorporating hardcore elements in the film Romance, which created this whole like mini wave of art films incorporating hardcore elements. I remember. This is a name drop. I'll leave out the names. I remember being at a party with some Dawson's Creek people where they were discussing whether or not they would make films with hardcore elements after Catherine Breillat and films like Intimacy that have no longer. Whether or not they would go that far for film, but because it was like a real conversation people were having again, like as far as like, is that gonna be something you see in American films? And it never really. Brown Bunny, I think, killed that, but
yeah,
but Breillat, I think, even when her films like Abuse of Weakness or The Last Mistress aren't quite as explicit as maybe her earlier things, I think she's and actually that last one, because she did Last Summer, and I think Last Summer I expected to get more attention than it did. I mean, there were walkouts when I saw it at the New York Film Festival because people were really offended by where it went. Whereas I think the Todd Haynes movie,
I thought it was good.
I loved it. Good. I think the Todd Haynes movie got more attention as far as like the age gap kind of stuff from that same year. But I think she's challenging, and I think still kind of underrated because I think people are afraid of those movies, because I think it's, Fat Girl, I think, is the one that gets the most attention in terms of like it's got the Criterion release, and it's kind of more of a dark coming of age story. So it's a little bit less maybe confrontational as like Anatomy of Hell, or some of the things that she does, which can be kind of graphic in a way that maybe people are uncomfortable knowing how to talk about them. But I think overall, she's an interesting director that I think more people should pay attention to more. I mean, certain films get respect, but I think that the whole body of work deserves to be more, in the conversation than maybe it is. But this is my favorite one, and one that I was trying to get shown in North Carolina when I lived there, and there wasn't enough awareness of her at the time. But I think now you can see this one maybe the most easily. So if you've never seen a Catherine Breillat film, this is probably the safest entryway point. But I think all of her films are worth investigating, even the ones that don't have the greatest critical reputation. I think she's never made a film that I wasn't happy to have seen. So yeah, that's my number. I don't even know what number that would be.
She's a filmmaker that I would love to hear a Directors Club episode on. I again, like I've said this before in the past, like sometimes I feel intimidated by certain filmmakers, or at least I'm like, how am I going to communicate my thoughts in an articulate way, or in a way that I guess you could say that about any episode, but still, it's just a matter of like, I'd be nervous, and maybe for reasons that you're describing this one too. It's challenging in subject matter, and again, like sometimes I don't feel qualified either. Like it's more of like a feeling of I want to hear two women. I want to hear two women talk about this filmmaker and hear their perspective more than my own. But still,
well, she's big on unjudgingly depicting taboo subject matter, and in a way that makes people uneasy because there's no condemnation, and or at least no overt condemnation, and maybe that people have the worst. What's the word I'm looking for? Like people expect the worst from viewers other than themselves. Sometimes I think that they worry about the messaging of a filmmaker like Breillat. Sometimes I think that's what some of those films could suffer from critically, but I think they're strong, interesting, challenging works. And I think, Fat Girl is my favorite, and it's probably less challenging than some, but it still left one of my friends with a sore stomach from being clenched up for a good hour of screen time. So,
and I want to say, and I could be wrong, but my next, one of my guests coming up for the Capra episode is Trip Burton, who is a friend of mine, was on the Frank Oz episode. I want to say, because on their podcast, A Trip Through Comedy, he cited Fat Girl as in the same way that I do with Doom Generation. Just kind of like being really angry about it and finding it offensive, or finding it like almost like how some people felt about Todd Solondz, just like discomfort for discomfort's sake, I guess.
Yeah, well, and Todd Solondz. That's interesting. Yeah, Todd Solondz was a director. I struggled to think who. Like, I didn't have him on my list, but I like all of his movies, and
sure.
But people that hate Todd Solondz hate him for the same reason that they hate Fat Girl. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and I get that. I completely get that reaction.
Yeah.
This next movie on my list is one that, again, I wish it's not that long. I could have easily made time to sit down and revisit it. I wrote about it like 3 years ago when I was starting to basically like number, like the whole thing was like 5 years and this number of films I'm going to write about each one, and songs and all that. And of course that project kind of diminished, or at least changed or evolved. And it was like in the mid-20s, I wrote about this movie that I sort of discovered. And I don't remember how specifically I discovered it, but it's called Confessions of a Sociopath. Again, similar to like Ross McElwee, but also way darker, and like the formats change, and it's more of like a video diary. It's like a lost tape. But it's also this guy named Joe Gibbons playing a fictionalized version of himself, and discovering like, I believe it was like Super 8 footage and kind of like talking about certain specific events and experiments that he made early on as like trying to be a filmmaker, but then how like his own mental health and destructive behavior and addiction all kind of played a role in why he wasn't really able to fulfill that initial promise or even think he was good enough. And so it's just mixed medium, like maybe 50 minutes long, I want to say. But it was just something that, again, like as I'm trying to figure out what kind of story I want to tell about my own life, and like watching something like another title coming up in terms of an experimental documentary that really hit me hard at that time. And it might be something that you can just like find on Vimeo or YouTube out there. But I don't have like as clear of a memory about specifics other than it's an experimental documentary that's part autobiographical film, that kind of plays with self-perception versus reality, and, you know, talks a little bit about mental instability and a lot of things that I'm interested in learning more about from people. So yeah, it was just very vulnerable and unexpected. And I know for sure it's a favorite of mine because I wrote about it and I had interesting things to say. And some people on Letterboxd certainly cite it as being kind of a interesting experiment, and that mostly works. So I'm putting it on here with the caveat that like, oh yeah, I definitely need to watch it again to sort of like solidify my thoughts more recently, because like, you know, you would even think like, oh, 3 years, that's not too long. But when you watch as many movies as I do, it's easy to like forget certain elements and details. Like sometimes you can watch a movie and then like a few days later forget things. But I just know that the overall feeling I got from this movie was pretty strong. So that's why it's on here.
Yeah, no, my memory is definitely like that as well. So I get that. Yeah, I remember you writing about it. I still have not seen this one, so I need to remedy that.
Yes, please do. It's hard. I wish it was like one of those things you can find on physical media at some point. Maybe, I don't know if this is a director I can easily contact at all or not, but yeah, I'm just curious to know more about him too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I think, I mean, maybe they'll hear this and insist that you do the commentary now that you've been on two in the last year. So my next one is a film that I actually wrote about this for Rupert Pupkin Speaks years ago, when talking about underrated films of 1977. But it's a film called First Love, directed by Joan Darling. It stars William Catt and Susan Day. William Catt coming off of Carrie as the male love interest in Carrie, and then Susan Day, I think, at the time probably would have been most famous for The Partridge Family on television. But when I saw it, I thought this must be a belated attempt to cash in on Love Story, which was like one of the giant, you know, blockbusters of that era. And it is a bittersweet campus romance that I saw it because it used to be on Netflix back when they had like, I think an MGM library, and they promoted it with an image of John Hurd like 2 years before Chili's Into Winter. And I think one thing that I find kind of fascinating about First Love is that it has two likable, charismatic leads, but it has even more charismatic supporting male and female leads because the friends are John Hurd and Beverly D'Angelo. And so it's all four actors that people might know, but it's in that Love Story vein of like, you know, two unlikely lovers from different social classes having this kind of torrid relationship. And I always really liked it. I think it has a Blu-ray with Lee Gambin interviewing William Catt on the commentary that I haven't checked out yet, that I'm excited to hear. But yeah, this is just one I've always really liked, that critics were not kind to it, and Joan Darling never really got the chance to have a big career as a film director. A lot of women that made feature films in the 70s. But I like Love Story as well. I know that's kind of an unfashionable movie, but I think this is even more of a buried gem that, I enjoy returning to it. Obviously, John Hurd went on to make a whole series of films that I really treasure, and he's just as charming in this, in that same kind of smart alecky way that John Hurd could be. If you like 70s romantic melodrama on campus, it's what you imagine it would be, but I think it's a really good one, and one of the few directed by a woman, if that holds any sway for you.
I was going to say that the two people I expected to see on Letterboxd to have seen this movie, and I was right. Brian Sauer and Mariah Gates.
Yeah.
Like this movie just screamed both of them to me.
Sure.
And that's so cool. Like that. Yeah. They're so thorough. They see everything, like you too. But
well, I don't see everything. I haven't seen the last one you picked.
Oh, that's true. But still, I like doing that too. Like when you bring up a title, it's just like going to Letterboxd, and it's just fun to see like, oh, of course, these two saw it. Or yeah, just like other people's reactions too is kind of fun. And also I honestly had not heard of this. And when you say this cast and you're describing it, of course I'm going to see it. It sounds delightful. I'm very excited. I really only associate Beverly D'Angelo with, being in the vacation movies, to be honest,
Yeah.
I know she was in The Sentinel, but I'd be just curious to see more of her in other work. So,
yeah,
cool.
she's great in it. I mean, if anything, if the film has a flaw, it's that you want to hang out with the supporting actors as much as the lead actors.
Excellent. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
This next one I want to say is either referred to as Children of the Damned or The Damned, and it's by Joseph Losey. Another one of those that I think I discovered maybe during lockdown or COVID 5 years ago that, really got under my skin. I believe it's a Hammer film, and I do like, again, looking at Letterboxd too, like Ian West describes this as, this film starts off as a teens gone wild movie where the sister of the lead goon, Oliver Reed, shacks up with an older man. They head off on his boat. Then they stumble into a secret government facility with radioactive children. And then this thing takes a bleak, big turn into something really dark. And that's a really good summation of it. Again, like one of those, like the one I just talked about, that I know when I first saw it, it really unnerved me, and it's more science fiction, Twilight Zone kind of horror-ish adjacent, like maybe, again, like a Village of the Damned. Maybe that's why that title stuck with this, with telling the story, is just, it's kind of an offshoot of that. Village of the Damned and Children of the Damned and The Damned. I don't know. There's a whole lot of titles, I guess, that are similar to that. I knew it as
These Are the Damned, I think was the title.
Oh, okay. Maybe you're right.
But The Damned is one of the many titles it has. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, like I know Oliver Reed really stood out, as he usually does in this. But again, like not as fresh in my mind outside of like, oh yeah, this was just creepy and weird and unexpected, and something that at the time I saw it, I just went, well, this has to go on my list of favorites. And one of those I wanted to rewatch in time for this. But at the same time, I know it's great, and I know Joseph Losey has come up on this show a couple of times, especially with The Servant. So yeah, but it was just a surprise, and I think that's what I love about going back to older films, is when they maybe start out one way, or they have an interesting tone that you don't expect, and certainly a standout performance or two, and this definitely has that. So that's why it's here as well. Yeah, The Damned, or These Are the Damned.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I mean, that's one of your earliest episodes of Directors Club, was the Joseph Losey episode where you talk about The Prowler and The Servant, I think. But
yes,
but there's so many.
There's a lot.
I've seen a lot of Joseph Losey films, but I feel like I have only seen less than half. even though I've liked a lot of his films. I visited one of the locations from Eva, one of his film with Jean Moreau last year in Venice. But yeah, I mean, Secret Ceremony, I think you even gave me for my birthday one year. But
yeah, there's a lot of others that I've been meaning to catch. Accident is another
Accident's
one I want
great.
to see.
Yeah, The Go-Between. There's a lot of his films, and actually, The Go-Between, they use the music from it in May, December, since I mentioned the Todd Haynes movie.
Right.
But yeah, and I've seen These Are the Damned, but it's been a long time. I think Sam and Kat did the commentary for the Blu-ray of that.
Ooh.
So,
well, then I'm just going to pick that up then.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I haven't already. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's a.
Ooh.
I remember it was.
Oh, Indicator put this out?
Yeah, it was part of a Hammer box set. But that commentary is, I'm sure. Great. I can't remember if I've heard it now, but I might have. I mean, I know that they're both big Oliver Reed fans, and this is like Oliver Reed pre the Ken Russell movies, because I think I know him from. At that when I was young, I knew him from like Curse of the Werewolf and things like that. But I mean, now I associate him mostly with the Ken Russell films. But yeah, I should see that again, because it's definitely been too long. And yeah, Losi in general, I need to be better educated on, because I see a new, to me, film from him every couple of years, but it's a lot to process with him. But
yeah, let's do a couple more, and then we'll take a quick little break for more coffee.
Okay. So my next one is much less classy than your Joseph Losey pick. Is Fleshpot on 42nd Street, written and directed by Andy Milligan, 1972. So Andy Milligan, I knew of growing up as the director of The Rats Are Coming, The Werewolves Are Here, and like these like really cheap, strange horror movies. And I think I started getting more familiar with him as an artist through the Jimmy McDonough book, The Ghastly One, and some of his films coming out in restored versions on Blu-ray. I think Nicholas Winding Refn was making it a big point of using his riches from making big movies to helping Andy Milligan movies get out into the world. I remember that earning kind of major cred with some of my friends at the time, that like they were like unsure about what to think of Refn. Like, oh, at least he's saving these Andy Milligan movies. But I saw Fleshpot on 42nd Street because Fred Lincoln and Gaylord St. James is the name he uses in Last House on the Left. But two of the cast members from Last House on the Left at the same time also did this sexploitation movie in New York called Fleshpot on 42nd Street. And it stars Laura Cannon, Neil Flanagan, and Harry Reams from Deep Throat. And shot in the heart of 42nd Street area, like the title suggests. And it's dealing with a woman who can't get it together in New York, and kind of keeps being kind of pushed into sex work to survive. So it's a film dealing with sex workers, and it's sexploitation dealing with sex workers. So it is eroticizing it a little bit, but it's also quite a bleak, hard-edged, cynical film. Very dirty old New York, very much like a slice of decadent life in the city in the early 70s. And it has a great sense of time and place. And it just really kind of, I mean, it is a sexploitation movie through and through, but it's also quite memorable as a character study, and just as a kind of a snapshot of an era that I find fascinating. And there was a Blu-ray that had, since we mentioned Sam Cat and Heather Drain did a commentary for the initial Vinegar Syndrome release of Fleshpot on 42nd Street, which only kind of further solidified it in my mind as a film to treasure. But Milligan has a lot of, it's a very acquired taste. Like there's a lot of ranting. I guess I think of him not a million miles from John Waters, in that it's like a lot of like extreme ranting, like no budget independent films, like dealing with some drag elements, and there's a drag character in this film, but yeah, it's if you're into seedy sexploitation, it's a little bit on the downbeat side. That's the territory. It's not quite a hardcore film, although there's hardcore-ish kind of elements to this, and I think that a few people in the cast, like Harry Reams and Laura Cannon, worked in hardcore as well as softcore. So it's definitely on the sleazier end of sexploitation, but it's just a film that I think about every so often as kind of a dark variant of that, and a dark, dirty old New York movie. And I love films kind of set in that milieu. So that's my pick, my 166th.
I'm really interested in that. I certainly will say that I'm curious, especially after seeing something like Cafe Flesh, for more artistic erotic films. I don't know how to state it without being like, hey guys, can you recommend some good porn? No, not like
Heather,
that.
Heather Drain will tell you.
Okay. No, but just like, yeah, where I can go, oh, that's shot really cool, or that looks like, look at the production design, and yeah, if there happens to be hardcore sex, all right, that's fine, and like this doesn't necessarily fall under that category per se, but it's sexploitation or films that revolve around that subject matter and are done in an interesting way that's not necessarily like I talked about earlier, nasty for nasty's sake, or like let's just shock the audience with something gross or whatever. Right. I'm down for that. This sounds really interesting.
Well, the thing that would connect Cafe Flesh, which is a visionary delight, and Fleshpot on 42nd Street, which is down in the dumps sleaze, is that they're both very dark visions of the world aimed at an audience there to get off. And whether or not that's offering a challenge to that imaginary, mostly straight male audience of guys looking to see, naked women having sex, and instead presented with some challenging ideas or content. So that would kind of link them. And I think those are maybe easier films to talk about critically, because they are not just simply trading in eroticism, but in other things.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think those are things that Sharon is fascinated by more than like I don't know if I've talked to you about this, but like I showed her Michael Clayton and she's like, yeah, that was fine. I was just like, that's one of the best scripts I've ever seen. I was like kind of going crazy about it. And, I get that too. Like I get somebody watching a movie like Michael Clayton going, yeah, that was fine. But I think she just prefers, like something you would find in The House of Psychotic Women, or your Jess Franco, or European erotic films that are tastefully done, I guess you might say. And so this is something I'm putting on the watch list to watch in the near future for sure. This next movie is a short film, and I don't want to say hardly anything. Because I sort of just uncovered it. I was just like curious, like, what are the highest ranked short films? And I just looked on Letterboxd for some lists and kind of checked a few out. Like as I was getting ready for bed yesterday, I was just like, I just want to watch some short films before I go to bed. And one of them that really stood out is something called Emily Mueller from 1993 by Yvonne Marciano. And it's a French film, 20 minutes long, with one central actress, Veronica Varga, who passed away pretty young, so didn't have the kind of career that you would hope, especially after watching something like this. And I have to say, I can't really go into the plot too much, because I think the joy of watching this is not knowing anything, and certainly how things play out is really what makes or breaks it too, because there's just a reveal, I'll say. And it's really a one woman talking into a camera for 20 minutes, more or less, during an audition. for a film. And I was like bowled over by it. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was like, okay, I'm going to be thinking about this one for a while. And certainly I could see why it's so highly rated, yet hardly anybody is kind of, at least among my friends, have logged it or seen it. But it is definitely something that I knew I was going to love and certainly did. And by the end, I was like, well, this is just a last minute addition to the list, but I also can't say too much about it because I want people to be as surprised as I was. So I'm definitely linking to it because it's easy to find on YouTube just to watch for 20 minutes and just watch it. That's all I'm going to say. Just watch this and let me know what you think. And especially with what happens, you'll be just as surprised as I am, I'm sure.
I will definitely be watching this, so I'm looking forward to it.
Please do.
My next one is my first sequel on any of these, I think, unless you count Shock, which I don't think of as a sequel to Beyond the Door, but some might. It's but because I'm not because I this is not the same director as the original Friday the 13th. I am allowing Steve Miner's Friday the 13th Part 2, 1981, a place on my list, which I love nearly as much as the original film. Some days I like it more, but this is the one.
I think I said this before that like I have the most obvious cliche picks of 4 and 6 as being my favorites. Like I think that's the consensus, but still, I do like 2 a lot. It would be in the top 5.
I think 1, 2, 4, and 6 are the ones that I hear the most championed. But they, I mean, I know people that love Part 5 the best. I know people that like Part 3 the best. Somebody out there probably likes Part 8 the best, but I've never met them. But
ooh,
the thing with this one is that it's set at a camp in Connecticut. Actually, it's the camp where John Waters does his Camp John Waters in Kent, Connecticut, the same town where I Spit on Your Grave is actually that same town. But it's the only other one that feels like the East Coast summer camps of my youth, because the first one was shot in Jersey, an hour from where I grew up, at Camp Novi Bosco, and this one was shot in Connecticut, so a little bit further north. But after this one, Paramount kind of is a bigger presence in the making of them, and they become, they shoot in California, they shoot in Canada, like they move all over the place. Jason Lives is shot in Georgia, but like this one still feels kind of connected to the milieu that I grew up in some way. It's also the last one that feels like, to me, like an extension of that Last House on the Left kind of thing, because it is Sean Cunningham. It's his project, and people like Steve Miner worked on Last House, and so I have a fascination with that film in particular, as you know, and so the things that connect those universes I find fascinating, because this one it's interesting because it's the only one that feels like, all right, I'm going to make my first movie as director, and I'm going to outdo my mentor. I'm going to make basically Friday 13th, but I'm going to make it scarier. And it's like, basically, I think the only thing that hurts it is that it has to lean on flashback footage for like that opening to like remind everybody what happened. But like, once they're up and running, it has this great kind of campfire, old ghost story kind of opening at the camp. And then it's a really likable ensemble of actors, same as the first one, and it's just more effectively scary than the first one in terms of, but it's very similar. It has a lot that it pulls from Mario Bava in ways that are controversial, as far as like the number of things it lifts from Bay of Blood in particular, but which I think comes from, I don't know if this is a part of the official narrative now or not. I think where that comes from is Phil Scuderi, like the guys that ran Hallmark Releasing, the company that distributed Last House, were also the distributors for Twitch of the Death Nerve, Bay of Blood, which was sold as Last House Part 2. So I think they were whispering ideas to the writers on these early films. And I think they were whispering ideas that they maybe consciously or not, we're taking from the Bava film, as far as like lovers impaled on a spear, or the look of the like the hatchet of the face kind of through the door. Like there's certain bits that come straight up from Bava, and certain Euro cult fans will like kind of use that to like put this film down. It's like, oh, it's just ripping off a much better Mario Bava movie. But I just really like the atmosphere of this film. I find it it's a comfort watch to me. I can watch it anytime, and it makes people tense when I show it to them that are like seasoned horror movie buffs, because it is really effectively directed. I like the hockey mask Friday 13th movies, but the first two just mean something else to me, and so because I could follow my director rule, I threw it on the list. So Friday 13th Part 2.
Nothing wrong with that. Again, like I'm a fan of the franchise. I mean, so it's funny to think of it like, those even-numbered Star Trek movies are pretty great. And, again, like I would say that's fairly true of the Friday the 13th series. I mean, the first one's great. No, I do like the first one too, but
yeah, no, I know what you mean. 2, 4, and 6 are definitely more beloved than 3, 5, and 7 in many corners.
Yeah. And well, then that kind of goes out the window with 8, but
yeah.
What's funny is I've never seen Jason X, and that's one of those movies that has this like weird following that people like say, oh, it's actually really good. And I'm like, I don't know if I will watch it outside of the froze. Like I know one of the major kills is worth seeing.
Yeah.
So
well, Jason X, and not to go into much of a sidetrack, it's self-aware and kidding itself in a way that people like. Like it has meta component to it at times, and it's got Cronenberg playing a villain in it. It's got fun. It's got fun elements. It's more knowingly campy, I think, than something like the first couple.
So, and I'm looking at my list and going, this was one that I'm surprised that I just for whatever reason didn't write a whole lot about, or a whole lot of notes or anything outside of like, you know what? When I was working at a video store, I just came across this random movie, and I remember like recommending it to a lot of people. I remember going, this is a very low-key drama that I don't know if people are going to respond to as strongly as I did. But then there was like a few people that were just like, oh, yeah. And, I don't know if it came out at Sundance. I don't know what kind of release it's gotten since. But it is Tim Blake Nelson's directorial debut, Eye of God, from 1997.
Yeah.
And again, not specifics other than like I really liked Martha Plimpton in this movie, Nick Stahl, Richard Jenkins, Margot Martindale, Mary Kay Place, Hal Holbrook. What a cast! And again, like an unexpected career for someone we mostly know as an actor. And it was as a result of Eye of God that like I decided, well, I'm going to just see whatever he directs, and the hits and misses, but mostly I thought, he had some good films. But like there was just something about his debut, made on a low budget, just almost like kind of like in the bedroom domestic drama that's told in flashbacks. But there's this TV show called Rectify that I absolutely loved, and I think the main reason why I did was that it reminded me a lot of this movie. Told over like 3 seasons or something, but this was just really out of nowhere, kind of like buried on DVD. It's like part police procedural, part love story, part domestic drama, really intense, just the wrong people falling in love kind of a story, but it's very quiet and atmospheric. But I just remember going, man, Martha Plimpton, she's incredible. Like I know, like I've seen her. I believe it was the year before, and I shot Andy Warhol, but that was a really small part. Here, it's a lot bigger, and she's given a lot more to do. But yeah, I became even more of a fan of hers. I was really for a time kind of a Nick Stahl fan, and But again, like I don't remember the specific plot of this movie unless I like just looked it up and said, okay, this is what this movie's about. But it stuck with me. And it's one that I don't think has gotten the kind of attention it deserves. And I wish people would seek it out, or it would get one of those nice fancy re-releases at some point in the future. Like you could even release go ahead, release 3 Tim Bill Blake Nelson directed movies together as a little box set, because I do really like The Gray Zone, and I like his O adaptation, his Othello adaptation too. So this was his first movie, and I'm putting it on my list in hopes that I want to revisit it soon and see why it stuck with me all these years.
Yeah. Well, and that the Othello, it was the Columbine aftermath is why they fucked up the distribution of it, because of that happened to a bunch of films, but I think that was, his real shot at a huge movie, and it got undercut by that tragedy. I saw Eye of God on cable at a friend's house, like in the early 2000s. And I remember finding it like, what I came in before, like I saw before the credits, or after the credits had, so I didn't know what I was watching. I found out later it was Eye of God, but I remember really liking what I saw of it. And I remember it got good critical notices, and then it's just one of those films that kind of has fallen off the radar since. But I'd like to see that again and see it properly, because I think I missed the beginning when I saw it.
Strangely enough, it might be on the Criterion channel right now, because I just looked it up on Letterboxd and it says it's on the Criterion channel.
Oh, that's encouraging. I'm going to add it to my queue.
I
after
am
we're done.
too. All right, very cool.
Yeah. Well, and as far as like American independent films, I mean, my next one is Funny Ha Ha.
I was born.
What is that?
The cow. I was out of place. 90% of the guys that you know are totally head over heels in love with you.
I am not afraid of getting hurt.
Listen, I was talking to my sister. She was trying to encourage you to make a move on me.
I mean, she brought it up. I just,
Oh, this is the best night of the summer, man.
There's your girlfriend right up there. There she is.
True.
Directed and written by Andrew Bujalski, 2000.
We are so close to having a match. That's on my list too.
But this seems like a definite Jim Nip movie, so I'm not totally not shocked to hear that. But yeah, no, I mean, this was my introduction, like a lot of people, to what the media branded as mumblecore, and I think that and the puffy chair were the first things I was aware of that were getting that tag, and Hannah Takes the Stairs, I think. But I haven't seen a lot of those films in a long time. This one, it feels like, because it comes in the wake, so many things come after it, like Frances Ha or Hannah Ha Ha, that seem to be acknowledging the title. Like, it feels like that has helped it stay just seemingly influential. But I also think that Andrew Bujalski's subsequent career as a director, I have liked every one of his movies, and they don't all occupy this improvisatory kind of grainy kind of apartment set kind of vein, the way this and Mutual Appreciation and Beeswax kind of feels like that too. But then it's like, in a way, it reminds me of David Gordon Green, in the early films all feel like one kind of voice, and then by nature of survival, he kind of mixes it up with interesting results for the most part. Because I think that I remember Computer Chess being a big favorite on Directors Club years ago, and there's a few that I've liked of his since then. But this one I found just immediately so charming, and it has resonance with so many films we've talked about over the years on the show. I mean, everything from Mary Jane's Not a Virgin to there's a film I liked from last year, shot in Philly, called Alice Hart, that has a bit of a debt to Funny Ha Ha. Obviously, Frances Ha. all these stories of like, I mean, even I'm reminded of that film that I saw through you. What's that Canadian film you turned me on to about the teenage girl?
Two Doors Nicole.
Two Doors Nicole. Like these kind of studies in like directionless young women kind of trying to either kill time or find their place in the world. But this one I just find so endearing as, I mean, comedy of awkward situations, sure. But I also, looking at it again recently, I was reminded of just how much it captures the cadence of how people spoke that I remember that were, we can use the term hipster. Like I remember this world and this pre-cell phone version of hipsters in New York. And so it feels a little bit quaint now to see them all using their cordless phones. But yeah, I don't think Kate Dollenmeyer really acted before or since that movie. She's the lead and she's real compelling. I mean, I think Andrew Bujalski himself almost seems like he's setting himself up for like a Woody Allen-ish kind of writer, director, actor, kind of nerd, kind of screen persona that I don't know that he shows up in a lot of them after the first couple movies, but like, yeah, I mean, it was, mumblecore, I think, from the name on down gets a bad rap, but I like a lot of those movies still.
Me too.
And this was such a charming introduction to that style that I didn't have a chance to revisit a few of the others that I had thought about putting on the list, like Nights and Weekends. But I threw this one on here, and I'm glad we have a match finally.
Yes, and it's strange too. Like I definitely saw this after Computer Chess and just kind of went, well, I don't know. I kind of love both of these movies pretty equally to consider them all-time favorites. And I really want Bujalski to keep working and making great films like Support the Girls.
Oh, yeah.
I know he had a COVID movie that, I can't remember if I saw it, though. Like, I think it was one of those, I don't know, I don't want to say it was like a Zoom thing where it was just like people, like Schwartzman was in it or something. A fairly recent one, but I don't know, like there was just something about this, and again, like Kate Dollenmeyer is definitely one of like I don't want to say like a gym type, but still like just one of like someone I just gravitate towards, and relatable and quirky without being like, precious and Zooey Deschanel like in The New Girl or something, but just like a really compelling lead that's relatable and smart and insightful and struggles to in the right ways that I think most people can relate to. It's just really an honest movie about what it's like to be in your 20s and, not sure who you should date and what you should be doing with your time. And I know that she actually went on to be an archivist, I think.
Oh, wow.
Kate Dollenmeyer. And I believe works a lot with film and film. Like it's funny because I really wanted to interview her at the time I was getting my master's in library science, because she was doing a lot of film archival work. And also I just was like, well, I'd just be curious to know about, what it's like to just basically be in one of the greatest mumblecore movies as the lead, and then suddenly go, acting's not for me. And I know that's happened to a lot of people, but still, it was just something I was curious about. And because I knew that she got her own degree in library science, it was just kind of like an interesting coincidence at that time and place when I was, interviewing for Voices and Visions and stuff, and also going to library school. It just felt like, that would be an interesting talk. And we exchanged one email, and that was about it. It was just like no follow up or follow through, and that's fine too, because I don't think she seems like the type that wants to keep to herself in general, right?
Yeah,
and
I don't think she's on the Blu-ray that came out recently.
Yeah. Like, and that makes sense. And you move on from that world, that but she really made a strong impression, and so did Bujalski. I'm glad, his debut film certainly feels like a debut film, but it's also an indication of his strengths right at the top. And it's got a little kicking and screaming quality, even if it's not shot the same way or the characters are talking exactly like in Baumbach's would, but still.
Well, the difference is that Baumbach is a great writer of dialogue. And what I love about Funny Ha Ha is that it feels like unscripted. Whether or not, I don't know how much of it is scripted. Like, the cadence of it and the way that they fumble over words and kind of, it feels like real life being captured verite style. Whereas Baumbach, when he dabbles in a mumblecore-ish milieu with Francis Ha, it still feels like him and Greta Gerwig as writers. You can hear their writing.
Yeah. They have very distinctive voices for sure.
Yeah.
In how they approach their dialogue. But no, this is a great film, and one that I just love going back to, and it really, really, really holds up. So since we have a match, I think it's a good reason to take a little quick break so I can refill my coffee and use the restroom, and then we can reconvene. F for Fake. From Orson Welles, of course. Ooh. A real surprise upon first viewing, and subsequent viewings certainly adds layers to just the documentary art form and what it means to lie, what it means to tell a story, what it means to edit, and kind of anticipating everything from the work of Chris Marker to YouTube video essays, essentially. It's kind of, he broke ground, obviously, in so many ways with filmmaking, but there was just something about this one that, when Patrick and I saw it at the Music Box, that might have been only my second viewing, but then the kind of conversations we had about it, and just how he integrated the War of the Worlds broadcast and this art forger, and tells this story in the last half hour or so that may or may not be true. And he warned us that he was only going to be honest for a certain segment or a certain amount of time. It was just I don't know. He's kind of unleashed in this movie. He's just kind of there's no compromise, no studio interference, just kind of a madman with his editing bay, and kind of constructing his own idea of the essay film before that form really had a name. It was just a remix, a mashup, a lot of things that I have grown to appreciate as separate art forms, and yet he's still telling about himself and what it means to tell a story and what it can do to an audience. So it's just a lot, again, going on in this movie, and I do love F for Fake. It's a lot to take in. It's very dense, but it's Orson Welles, and certainly along with Touch of Evil and obviously Citizen Kane, definitely up there in terms of favorites for me.
Yeah, I've seen it, but it's been so long that I can't really remember too much. And I just read Joseph McBride's book on Orson Welles, a biography of him, a few months ago. So I've been kind of dying to revisit a lot of them that I've seen either once or have never seen, The Immortal Story. There's a few of like his later films I've never seen, and then a few like Othello or F for Fake or Mr. Arkadin that I saw like once, maybe years ago. So I remember liking it, but I can't really. And what you're saying certainly resonates with my memory of it, but I would need to see it again. And but yeah, no, Orson Welles is a fascinating figure, and he's not on my list because I'm too busy putting Fleshpot on 42nd Street on instead. But
sure.
What can I do? So my next one is one that I talked about on Genre Grinder more at length. So it's probably a better place to hear me talk at length about it with Gabe Powers. But Ganja and Hess, directed by Bill Gunn, 1973. Kind of an interesting, idiosyncratic take on vampire kind of story. It's funny. I felt guilty because I haven't seen it in too long a time. I didn't feel like I could really speak on Losing Ground, the Kathleen Collins film that Bill Gunn is in as an actor. And so this was kind of like partly like a way to forgive myself for leaving poor Kathleen Collins off the list with another film I love by Bill Gunn. But Bill Gunn, had I had more time, I really wanted to revisit Personal Problems, which I remember really loving. This kind of like epic shot on video film that he made at the beginning of the 80s. And he made a really fascinating film that finally leaked out into the gray market a few years ago called Stop, that Warner Brothers produced and then never did anything with. And it escaped into the gray market channels a few years ago. That's pretty fascinating in its own right. Stop. You can find it pirated places. I don't know that Warner Brothers will ever put it out, but I think there's like a legal reason for that. Like they can't clear some stuff in it, and so they don't put any effort into doing anything with it. But Ganja and Hess, it's such a dense film to talk about because on the one hand, it's a guy who is a kind of like a black intellectual, kind of with more Eurocentric kind of tastes that kind of lives off in, I don't know if they establish where he lives, but it's like shot in like Croton-on-Hudson, like upstate New York, like Nyack area. So it's kind of like, it's a different view of Black America than other films we're dealing with, because this comes in the wake of things like Blackula and, the blaxploitation boom. And I think that he got the money because they were trying to capitalize on that. But he makes something that is a character played by Dwayne Jones, who everyone knows from Night of the Living Dead. But he's a character that when he becomes afflicted with a kind of a vampire like affliction, having to feed on the blood of others, it's dealing with that kind of horror story, but it's also talking about religion in its place in Black culture. It's talking about drugs. I mean, there's a lot of vampire movies that use vampirism as a drug metaphor. I mean, we've talked about Abel Ferrara's The Addiction. I mean, obviously George Romero's Martin and Bob Clark with Death Dream. There's a bunch of films that do this. You could actually say that even The Lost Boys and Near Dark do that too. I mean, a lot of films that deal with the drug thing with young people do it coded through vampirism. But this is Dwayne Jones and Marlene Clark are the leads in it, and it's kind of I'd be hesitant to call it a love story per se. I mean, it has a romantic element, but it's experimental. Like, it is a film that Bill Gunn is kind of like John Cassavetes, and that like he made the film and then his director's cut was like ways to make it more obscure and less accessible, was to like, and so like, it used to exist as Blood Couple. Like, it had a lot of retitling, but now you can only really find it easily as Ganjan has an assembled version of his director's cut. But it is technically, I guess, a horror film, but it's very dreamy and unorthodox, is the best way I could describe it. Like, I mean, I used to group it alongside The Sigh of Evil and Let's Get Jessica to Death and Lamora and a few other films that I think of as like Which Who Came from the Sea, like films that like deal like in horror exploitation terrain, but like have much more idiosyncratic or melancholy kind of undercurrents. And Ganjan Hess, has kind of been, vaulted towards canonized classic status, and it might be a little bit strange and rough around the edges to approach it like expecting certain things from it. I think the first time I saw it, I was a little bit kind of perplexed by it. But it's one that I've grown to really love over the years. And it seems like, I know with last year with Sinners kind of being the latest example of like a mainstreaming black horror kind of experience. And, vampirism in particular with that, I think that, it brought Ganjan Hess back into the conversation once more. And, they're wildly different films in every other respect, but, it's one that horror fans, I think, tend to know now, but, I feel like it's I don't know. It's a lot to unpack. Gabe and I talk about it more at length on the Genre Grinder episode about it. But yeah, that's what I felt like I should include because he's an interesting director and writer, and I'm probably not doing justice to his full filmography because this is the one that is most well known, and everything I've seen of his that is less well known is also quite fascinating. But for the curious, I'd start here if you haven't already seen it.
Yeah, it's strange, because this movie has come up so many times over the years that I have yet to see it. But it took me also a very long time to catch up with a movie that almost made my list, which was Martin. And I don't know if they're in conversation with each other in any way, but certainly like moody, melancholic vampire movies would be more my speed, and certainly the titles that you brought up I already love, like the ones you compared it to. So yeah. I can't imagine me not responding to this one.
There's a lot that would link it to Martin. Yeah, no, that's a good point of comparison. Martin is a little bit closer to a traditional vampire movie, but they're definitely cousins. Actually, Spike Lee remade Ganjan Hess as the Sweet Blood.
That's right,
as the Sweet Blood of Jesus, which remaking Old Boy and Ganjan Hess seems like a losing game to me. But there's no.
Well, he managed to do okay with High and Low. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, no, he definitely has courageous things to remake. But yeah, no, I think you'd like it. I think you would like it.
A filmmaker I've been meaning to explore more of is a guy named Richard Rush. And this is another, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's been a while since I've seen this one. But I just remember going, I think I like this more than your Lethal Weapons in 48 Hours. I'm talking about Freebie and the Bean. I mentioned Alan Arkin earlier, and this has James Caan and Alan Arkin, and it's a nasty little cop action movie that really surprised me with how politically incorrect we can say that it is, and the way they talk to each other, the insults.
It's so funny that you say that. Keep going. I will.
It's so abrasive, and in a way that I again, like, I don't know if you can just randomly show this movie like at the music box now without, like, I don't know, I don't want to say trigger warnings, but certainly just
content warning.
Content warning. Thank you. Just letting people know ahead of time. Yeah, you're going to hear some things and see some things in this movie that will offend people. Yeah, and you can see like why it has its champions, someone like Quentin Tarantino. But talk about. Oh yeah, for sure. And so this is just one of those movies, again, really took me by surprise, really made me laugh, really made me cringe, and also just a damn good action movie, which, not normally a genre that sticks with me in that way, or that makes lists of favorites, unless you're talking about like, Die Hard or something like that. But this is just, crazy movie, a really crazy movie with two great actors that I just love seeing interact with each other. So that's why it's on my list. But again, specifics, couldn't tell you like, some of the most memorable lines or anything right off the top of my head. But it's great. It's Freebie and the Bean, and it's here.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, I think one of these I talked about Getting Straight, which Richard Rush made right before that with Elliot Gould. And Elliot Gould is the star of the movie that I almost had on my list until I swapped it out with something else this morning, but it's him called Busting, which is
I've been meaning to see that.
It's Peter Hyams. It's him and it's Elliot Gould and Robert Blake as cops. And I was going to say, because putting notes together on it, that Freebie and the Bean I did also think of because in the wake of the French Connection, it felt like it really kind of helped establish a kind of renegade cops that are playing by their own rules. And, these films would be politically incorrect regardless. But I think in the time we're living in now, like even films with like cops that are clearly not heroes sometimes get dismissed as propaganda. And, yeah, I think of Freebie and the Bean and Busting as films that, like, they tread into some waters that would, potentially raise an eyebrow, in terms of things that are said, or like, but I think hold up as entertainments if you view them in context. Freebie and the Bean is a lot of fun, and Busting I'll just give a shout out to because I would have included it. I think that one actually is a Tarantino fan also, film he's a fan of also. But so my next one is a lot less masculine than those. Is a film that I think was one of the first of those kind of Sundance era American independent films that I remember seeing, because I sought it out on cable because I was a fan of Ione Skye from River's Edge and Say Anything. And so when she did a film called Gas Food Lodging, which I caught on cable, it's
wow, I'm surprised it hasn't come up already.
Yeah.
For some reason, I just thought like, this was already, because I do think of you as being a huge fan of this. So yeah,
I don't think I did. And
I don't think so either, but yeah, it's one of those titles of like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that should be on your list.
Yeah. Well, I actually met Allison Anders at a screening of this a couple of years ago, and I was able to tell her to her face how much I like this movie. But yeah, I mean, in her career, she's got a few films I really have enjoyed. My Vida Loca and Grace of My Heart, I think you and I were texting about recently, and a few others.
Yeah.
But this one is about a mother and two teenage daughters living in New Mexico, living in trailer park, and the mother is played by Brooke Adams, and the daughters Ione Skye and Fairuza Balk. And there's some men that come in and out of their lives. It's about their kind of like family dynamic and about relationships. And I'm not going to tell the whole story, but it has all these kind of like little idiosyncratic touches in terms of their interests. Like the daughter, the youngest daughter's kind of got a fascination with like a Mexican film star. Like there's all these kind of like quirky touches that are not, I like John Hughes movies, but it's not John Hughes territory, as far as like that kind of coming of age story. And it's got a great original score by Jay Mascis of Dinosaur Jr., which is one of my favorite scores of any kind of American independent film from that period.
I completely forgot about that. Huh.
Yeah. In a way that kind of sets the stage for what I like in certainly Hal Hartley's scores from that period, as far as like the more Neil Youngish side of Hartley's kind of writing, guitar-based stuff. And this is, if you like Dinosaur Jr., this is already going to be right up your alley, because it's plenty of Mascis doing that kind of guitar kind of soloing that he does, but not like in a ostentatious way. Like it's a film that I think, Arrow put it out on Blu-ray. I know that it has its supporters, but it feels like she's still kind of undervalued in a way that she deserves to be better known and better spoken about. Allison Anders. And I assume that Mariah Gates has logged this one multiple times on Letterboxd if you're looking it up, but I'm pretty sure they do screenings together of that. But or of some Allison Anders. I thought that was the one. But yeah, it's a slice of life kind of relationship drama. It's probably not for every taste, but I think this was maybe. It's funny to see like Ione Skye do like a slightly harder kind of character, because I think I associated her so much with her more innocent kind of characters, suburban characters in the 80s films, and so this was. She, not someone that has been in a lot of great movies. I think Zodiac. There's a couple things that she's done that are great, but she's, I don't know, for some reason, like did not have the great film career that I think she probably could have had, for one reason or another. But and Fairuza Balk, I think, it's kind of the same way. I think Fairuza Balk was in a lot of stuff, and I don't know, child stars, what her life is like, I think I saw her in Return to Oz in an empty theater. My first time seeing a movie in an empty theater was Return to Oz. But she's great in this. And Brooke Adams, I think I saw this before I even knew that she was like kind of a sex symbol in the 70s. Like I saw this before Invasion of the Body Snatchers and things that maybe she's more known for. But I don't know. I mean, if it's something that has not already crossed your path, or something you haven't seen in a long time, I think it holds up as a great little indie film from that period. But Gas Food Lodging.
I echo everything that you say about it. It's a very, very good movie, and it's I'm very curious to read that Ione Skye book.
I read it in a night.
Oh well. That I can understand why. I'm sure it's compelling to read.
Yeah.
I've heard her guest on a couple podcasts, and even just some of the stories that she's touched on, just in interview form, were like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, brace yourself if you're a Red Hot Chili Peppers fan.
I kind of already knew. I had a feeling, but this is a really good movie. I mean, I think even when I first saw it, I was taken with it, and that it came out at the right time for me to be really into independent film. But yeah, I mean, this has got an Arrow Blu-ray. Did you say?
She's interviewed by Josh Olson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I should be picking that up momentarily. I do have a couple of movies on my list that I really feel like I can't. Again, and it's probably good for length purposes, go on and on and on about, because all I can say is I just find this movie to be hysterically funny pretty much the whole time. Mm-hmm. And it's Game Night.
That was almost on my list too.
Isn't that weird? Like, this was not a movie that I expect. Like, I see that. Okay, yeah, Jason Bateman. Yeah, he's going to play Jason Bateman. Okay. Yeah, I love Rachel McAdams. But that was, to me, like, that was one of the reasons why I loved this movie so much, was because of her performance.
Yeah.
But also, I don't know what it was. It was just kind of, I don't want to say it's like, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Anchorman, I just said, well, that's a comedy for me, and it made me laugh, and it had absurdist elements to it. It would get weird, it would get random, it would have slapstick, but it just, I don't know, something about that formula at that place and time worked for me. And this is another one of those cases where it was just like, I just find this movie to be consistently funny. And, as somebody who enjoyed playing board games with people, I like the competitiveness of this, and even just like the relationship between the two brothers, or, just every single person is kind of a distinctive flavor of comedy without like sounding the same like you would in a Kevin Smith movie. Everybody's kind of really well written, even if they're just like there to make you laugh. And that surprises me. And every time I've gone back to it, I'm like, well, I know this still holds up. It's just a really good comfort watch for me. And again, a lot of that has to do with Rachel McAdams kind of firing on all cylinders with a great comedic performance in a way that, recalls. I don't want to put her up like this high on a pedestal, but certainly, I think of someone like Goldie Hawn or Gilda Radner. I don't know. Like, there was just something about that performance, that just really worked. Like, just her delivery of even like, oh man, he died. I don't know. It's just like, and obviously Jesse Plemons here is hilarious, to where I'm like, I want to see him do more comedy again. Yeah, Game Night, just hilarious, and I will say that about another movie coming up too. And I'm glad to see that you feel the same way, because again, like I know how subjective comedy can be, and this one I think is mostly beloved from people that I've shown it to. So I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of comedies that I almost put on the list, and for whatever reason I didn't, but like Game Night was one of them for sure, and it's one I've been wanting to rewatch again recently. I think that is actually the first thing I think I noticed Jesse Plemons in. So whenever he's in these kind of things like Begonia or that Charlie Kaufman thing, I was first immediately like send her back to that him like as the cop in Game Night. But yeah, no, it's a great pick. And, yeah, probably a better film than my next one. I can't argue this is a film that anyone listening would enjoy but me. So I throw that out. There's a caveat. It's just one that, like, if I'm real, like, with myself, it's like a film that I'm fascinated with. It's a film that I know it as Ghetto Freaks from 1970, directed by Robert J. Emery, but it was made as Sign of Aquarius, I think, but also known as Love Commune. But they added 2 minutes of like this blood ritual to a later cut called Ghetto Freaks, and that's the only version I have, which came out through Something Weird on DVD. And I sought it out because Robert J. Emery had made a film called My Brother Has Bad Dreams that I really like. That's kind of this kind of odd, low budget horror movie shot in Florida. Very idiosyncratic, and that's actually one that Gabe and I talk about on that same genre grinder as Ganja and Hess. So, I mean, it's the very weird movie, very crazy ending. But he had made this film that I'm going to just call it Ghetto Freaks, but I don't think they shot it as that. But it's dealing with hippies, counterculture characters, but not in California, like in the kind of chilly, snowy Ohio kind of setting. And it's, I don't know what to say about it. Like it's kind of like this plot-free kind of melodrama dealing with these kind of hippie characters, very improv kind of dialogue, but like them getting like into altercations with the police and dealing with the complicated sexual dynamics of a commune kind of lifestyle, but even, but jealousies forming. Like I don't know. It's one that I've just found really fascinating when I saw it just because the director had made this horror film. And then I wind up going back to this one more often than My Brother Has Bad Dreams. So weird bit of trivia is that I interviewed Michael J. Weldon, who was the creator of Psychotronic magazine, Psychotronic video, and Psychotronic Encyclopedia, and he auditioned for a part in this movie when it was casting in his area, and didn't get put in the movie. But he told me that I should interview Robert J. Emery, and I probably should take him up on it. But I found that director online, and I have never written to him, but maybe I should. But yeah, it was shot in Cleveland, Ohio in the winter. And like, again, like what, I said earlier, like I love films that like capture like a cold environment. I like films that like are like kind of cold, urban, dirty old city kind of stories. Like I think I mentioned like with London and Deep End and New York with Fleshpot on 42nd Street. So this is like a dark Cleveland movie. But I don't know. I think I grew up at a time when like the Wonder Years kind of thing was like really turning the whole hippie counterculture thing into like a cartoon Love Beads version of itself. And so my initial exposure to the more kind of legitimately countercultural, edgier, bohemian sides of that period, I find when I got a little older, I found kind of fascinating because I don't know. And so this is a film that attempts to tap into that, whether or not, so I guess you'd call it like hippie exploitation. But it feels, I don't know, it captures something of that era. I mean, it's definitely not a film that I know. All the reviews on Letterboxd I saw were bad. Like don't seek this out and think you're going to get a masterpiece. But, I just find it really fascinating. And, I would love to know more about how it came to be, but yeah, That's my 171 is Ghetto Freaks.
Yeah, this episode is not, 50 more masterpieces, right? It's just 50 favorites.
Yeah.
And, people should know that at this point, but it's just, it's one of those things where you do have to have like this caveat because you're afraid like somebody's going to watch this and think, oh, this made a list of favorite movies. Well, then it's going to be perfect or it's going to be like immaculate. No, like we're just, these are just movies we really respond to for whatever reason.
There's no one else on the planet that likes all 50 films on my list today. I'm willing to bet money.
A movie that, part of me is just like, you know what? All you need to do is get the Second Sight 4K. That was probably my pick of favorite release of last year. It came up earlier, and that is
Maxine. What?
No. Actually, no. 2 years ago. I'm sorry. It's Robert Harmon. Is that the director? I believe.
Oh yeah, The Guest, right?
And I can't help but notice that those ladies over there are drinking cheap beer. That seems like a shame to me. I'd like to buy each one of them a blowjob shot.
So close. I went with The Hitcher.
Oh yeah.
And man, if I said The Guest, I don't know if Patrick's listening, he probably would have thrown something against the wall. But I would assume that he would love this one, and it's one of those again that snuck up over time, and it certainly helped to have a restoration of it as be pristine as it is, and that package is insane. The amount of extras and people talking about, like, how many people you've had on your show are part of that one, right?
I don't know. I mean, Alex wrote the whole book on that movie.
Yeah, it's insane, and I don't know why, but it was like one of those movies that, I certainly saw the VHS cover. It played on cable. I know Nick DiGilio was a fan and reviewed it when it came out, and certainly was one of those movies that was just like, hey, everybody, I know this isn't for everybody's taste, but man, this movie rules, and it's got Rutger Hauer, and it was. I guess I initially just like went, all right, I'm mostly going to embrace this as a genre exercise and, a creepy stalker thriller of sorts. But then, like there's an interesting subtext that, as a kid I didn't pick up on or read too heavily about that you can certainly think about when you're watching it now. But yeah, it's got C. Thomas Howell basically being stalked by Rutger Hauer as a hitchhiker, and it's almost like nightmare logic in some regards. It's like a chase picture, mixed with a horror movie and a noir, and like I don't know. There's a lot of things going on in terms of a mashup of sorts, but really, Rutger Hauer kind of just appearing sometimes, like out of nowhere, makes you question like, is he really real? Like again, like you could read into this movie in different ways, I guess, but it's so uncomfortable and unrelenting, and just so I felt so bad for C. Thomas Howell, and I do have an affinity for movies where people are being chased and stalked, or like they can't escape a predicament, whether you're talking about Duel or Joyride or I'm sure there's more. Breakdown. I think Breakdown's come up in the past.
Yeah, that was the last one we did.
Yeah, so revisiting this on 4K just bumped it up into my list of favorites. It's stunningly shot, and it's the empty desert, and obviously I haven't even brought up who appears in this movie. That's a favorite of ours as well, and that. Her death in this movie is
spoiler alert.
Mm-hmm. Wow. You won't forget that anytime soon. But it's a deliberate film. It's kind of like it takes its time, but yet it's really involving, and you really want to see how things are going to play out. And yes, it might play out in the way you'd expect, but still, it's just one of those unexpected masterpieces to me. Like I can't describe it, because like at first I just kind of thought of like, yeah, this is one of those types of movies I'd rent with my friends and we'd enjoy it. But I think over time I've elevated it more as just like, oh, this is not just another horror movie. It's something else.
Yeah,
So.
I really need to see this again. I saw it like in high school, I think, on VHS, and I liked it okay. I was a big, Jennifer Jason Leigh, I mean, is probably why I rented it. And but it's one that I picked up that 4K as well, and I picked up the Alexander Nicholas book on it, and I just need to set aside time to to dive into the Hitcher, because everyone that was kind of rewatching it when that restoration came out, like I was only hearing raves from everybody, like, oh my gosh, I remember liking it, but it seems like it's aged really well for yeah. So I'm definitely excited to see it again. I know Roger Ebert was not a fan of that one, and I think that
he gave it 0 stars.
Yeah, I think Ebert also gave 1 star to Fast Times at Ridgemont High for how it treated Jennifer Jason Leigh. So I think that's partly coloring that Hitcher review as well.
Yeah, I wonder about that, because I think my dad had similar reactions sometimes when, I don't know, it's hard to separate. Like you think of, even like his reaction to Blue Velvet or whatever. If women are being assaulted or abused in some capacity, it did seem to, I don't want to use, just this as a blanket term, but like trigger something in Ebert in some cases, and in my dad, where it was just like, I don't need to see that. Why is that in this movie? And so I guess I get that reaction to some degree, but I also thought it was a little dismissive too.
Well, I think we'll return to that topic later on my list because I think you'll have some thoughts. But my next one is Go, directed by Doug Liman, 1999.
Wow.
And it's nothing like Ghetto Freaks, but it's kind of a fun Tarantino-ish kind of series of stories. It starts off on at a grocery store on Christmas night, and then it's a crime comedy. I don't know what to really say about it without spoiling plot and jokes, but it's a great ensemble cast. It's got Sarah Polley, like during those years when they were really pitching her as a movie star, and she's carries it well. It's got Katie Holmes, William Fichtner, Jay Moore, Breckin Meyer, a lot of people you'd know. But I just find this a lot of I think it's funny. And, of all those films that kind of come in the wake of Pulp Fiction, I don't think I even really thought about Pulp Fiction while I was watching it. But I know that because of the non-chronological series of stories that kind of intersect and move back and forth in time, that got a lot of comparisons to that. And, Doug Liman was coming off of Swingers, which was a fairly big post-Pulp Fiction kind of indie success. But I think maybe he's better known now for Bourne Identity and like Hollywood kind of action kind of things. But, this one, I'll never understand how this wasn't a big success at the time, because it seemed like, one of the perfect kind of commercial entertainments for the late 90s. And it, I think it opened up against Never Been Kissed, which kind of siphoned off a lot of the teen audience for a film like this. But, I know it has its cult following, but and certain people like Taye Diggs I've never, certain people are just like, this is kind of what I associate them most with, even though they have lots of other roles. But I don't know. I think this is one that people might know, but it's one I find it to be a fun comfort watch kind of movie. And so that's my 172nd.
It's funny. Excuse me. Didn't mean to yawn. But anyway, this was my first appearance on, I just mentioned him not too long ago, but Trip Burton has the podcast, A Trip Through Comedy, where he's kind of going back to the late 90s and early 2000s now with his co-host and friend Ross. And they basically like just go through movie, because like Trip is kind of, I only watch art films. And then so he's going back and watching comedies, and I was very curious to revisit Go, so that was the first time I appeared on their show and revisited it fairly recently. And again, like I I certainly, when it first came out, everybody, like most critics I know, loved it. And I was one of those people that just went like, well, that was Tarantino. That was like Tarantino light. I feel like I'd seen that movie before, despite really liking the cast. And, certainly it might, I don't know if it was my first introduction to Sarah Polley, but it might have been.
You didn't see The Sweet Hereafter first?
No.
Okay.
I think it took me like another year or two to catch up with that one, but still, I really, really loved it now. Like, I thought I unfairly dismissed it back in the day. So it's a lot of fun. It's if everybody's having a good time. It's a great cast. It's a great ensemble. It's so 90s. No, it's just 90s, it is. It really is. And I can see why people might roll their eyes or why I might have back then, but now I do concur. It is a lot of fun. It is really good. It is it's better than Swingers, like in terms of Doug Liman movies that because I revisited Swingers and that one it's similar to High Fidelity. Like the lead character now drives me crazy.
Yeah, I don't know that the director I think of that reminds me most of this kind of tone since then in his more kind of kinetic films is Edgar Wright, but I can see that because I think of him more than Tarantino, but the chronology jumping thing is definitely like something that people would connect to the Tarantino, and I guess also that it's like a violent crime comedy that's like very dialogue, kind of quippy dialogue in that way. That I guess a lot of people kind of associate that tone in the 90s with Tarantino, but I can't remember if there's like a whole lot of there's some pop culture stuff in that with like Breakfast Club references and stuff in the dialogue, but I'm glad that you came around to that one. I remember just being a lot of fun in the theaters, and every time I come back to it, it's like, oh yeah, this is that side of like certain films that like I just never understood. Like I get why certain kind of esoteric films are not big commercial films, but films like that I just don't understand when they don't really kind of connect to a large audience, because it seems like they're funny and unpredictable.
Yeah, but and that was the time of things like Dawson's Creek, and you would have thought that would have been a big hit. A movie that I saw for the first time within the past few months since moving in with Sharon, that again, like, I don't know what to say. And I also have to kind of sit down and do research and watch more of this filmmaker's work, talk with people like Mike White and Heather Drain in the near future. Mm-hmm. People who are very smart. I'm not saying I'm not smart, but I'm just saying like I'm excited to talk to other smart people about the work of Jodorowsky. I was not prepared. Like Sharon just said, okay, I'm sitting you down and you're going to watch this movie. And I it's funny. Like I was even kind of a little hesitant because I was like, well, I got to watch his movies later for a podcast, so maybe I'll just wait if that's okay. And she's like, no, you should watch this now. And, obviously you're going to want to watch it again. And she was right. The Holy Mountain, I've never seen anything like this movie. I don't know what to say about I don't know what it all means. I don't, like, okay, it's a head trip. It's psychedelic. It's saying so much about, again, totalitarianism and many different subjects and things going on both now and then, and representing various religions. And I kind of watched this, let it wash over me. I didn't really say a word because I was kind of just in awe of it and soaking it all in. I just kind of went, well, this is why I love watching movies, because a movie like this can actually exist. And I don't know what to say about it. I don't know if I entirely understand it all, but good God, is it a work of art? Like, I just watched this going, this is art. That's all I could say. Like, it is pure art. And I don't know if I'm going to watch it again soon, and I'll probably be able to be more articulate at least have done some research or have taken notes or kind of like sat with it more. Mm-hmm. But man, I kind of went, well, this, you can break all the rules. You could do whatever you want. You can make this kind of movie, and then it can connect with a lot of people. And clearly it has. And clearly this is a filmmaker I've slept on for far too long. And I'm excited to watch more. And this is now an all-time favorite, thanks to Sharon. But I would have seen it anyway eventually. But still, I'm just grateful that I have The Holy Mountain.
Yeah, The Holy Mountain is a hard one to know where to begin. I mean, to talk about it like in a concise way. I mean, it's full of such crazy imagery. Even that ending is. I'm sure you'll break it down in great detail, especially with Heather and I were going to do a Jodorowsky episode years ago, but I got kind of in a Jean-Luc Godardian swamp, and I never went back to making that episode happen. But and the first time I saw The Holy Mountain was a dub of a dub of a dub of a Japanese Laserdisc. So it was like Japanese subtitles along the bottom, genital fogging when there's full frontal nudity, and a tape that was on the verge of like losing its color. But even with all of that, it was still like mind blowing. It was definitely like I like El Topo and I like Santa Sangre, and I think Santa Sangre might be the most perfectly well realized Jodorowsky film that I've seen. But they're all interesting, and The Holy Mountain is kind of just like the epic, the one where he's got the resources and the like the budget and the inspiration to just go all the way with it. And I think in a way it's almost kind of like impossible to top. I know that like he famously flirted with an adaptation of Dune after that. That inspired a whole documentary, but that is kind of like his kind of magnum opus, I think, for many fans, and I get it. I mean, I think it's certainly singular, even compared to other Jodorowsky films. My next film is quite different from Go, but is Goodbye Dragon Inn, Simon Liang, 2003. And this is one that Patrick and I talk about on another episode of Directors Club. So I mean, it's a hard one to really talk about because there's not too much plot to it. It's kind of set in a like an old movie palace that's kind of seen better days, and they're showing the Dragon Inn, the King Hu film, and it's a mixture of people in the audience kind of watching the film. It's kind of a theater that's become like a cruising spot for gay hookup culture, as well as a place for people that were in the movie to go see themselves on the big screen, and people that kind of have a nostalgic relationship with that kind of old school martial arts kind of cinema. And it reminded me when I first saw it of like a slow cinema kind of art installation version of that scene where they watch Red River in Last Picture Show. Like just like the idea of like seeing a film from the past that kind of reflects a completely different reality from the present day reality of the movie palace that is showing it. And I think that's my favorite of the Simon Liang films I've seen. But it's an interesting body of work that, again, I think that's probably one that if you haven't seen any of his films, I would say to start with Rebels of the Neon God, the film he made prior to that, which is a little bit more accessible. But this is
still my favorite, but I haven't seen everything yet.
Yeah, I think, but this one I think is maybe the most perfect kind of mood piece. But with a plot and with a purpose. It's not just slow for slow's sake, but not for all taste, probably not for the same taste as Ghetto Freaks, but Goodbye Dragon Inn is my 173rd.
Excellent pick. My next film is simply called Hot Coffee from 2011. It's a documentary that really touches upon the judicial system and people's tendency to sue, but obviously she was the woman here in question that initially focuses on justifiably sued McDonald's because wow, did she burn like serious third degree burns that required like skin grafts and surgery because she spilled hot coffee on herself. And yeah, the insane, I forgot how hot that coffee was, but God, the burn she received from it, I understand completely why, but it also is an interesting film that just touches upon how people, sort of after hearing about this, decided, yeah, I'm going to go after these big corporations and sue them for other things too. So there's a lot going on. It's not just about this one case. It's, there's a reason now why when you get coffee pretty much anywhere, it'll warn you and say, guess what? This coffee is hot. So be careful with it. And she won like millions of dollars. And some people, do have issues with like, all right, well, she should have known. And I don't know, like it's the law is really complicated in general in this country. And certainly Sharon and I have conversations about it, and we'll get to another film, another documentary that we just watched that for good reason. And the fact that it came out in 96 is another reason why I watched it, where we have other conversations just about how justice is served. But this one really, I don't know. It's part of it is kind of just entertaining and fun and engaging. But also it's just really relevant about like just the act of arbitration and, hiring a lawyer for various reasons. And what does that ultimately bring to a person who's gone through something or, is going, and it's about a lot of things that I find interesting, even though it's like, again, like I said earlier about another documentary, the form isn't like anything groundbreaking. It's just a really interesting story told well that I happen to think promotes or provokes a lot of conversation in people. And this is really well done. Hot coffee.
This one I do not know. I will have to check it out. I don't think I even heard of this one.
Yeah, I might have just heard about this through the Film Junk podcast back in the day, because obviously Jay Cheel he is a documentary filmmaker and has made documentaries, and certainly anytime, like they were all about hot docs. I don't know if that still goes on in Canada or not, but they would make an effort to see a lot of documentaries and would just like cover a bunch in one sitting sometimes. And this one came up. I sought it out. It might be available on HBO. I think it's still, at least HBO released it at some point. So yeah, check it out.
Okay.
It's really interesting.
All right. I will check that out. So my next one is The Human Comedy, directed by Clarence Brown, 1943. Now, you were talking about Capra earlier, and I think that this was the one I was talking about. Is like it makes Capra look edgy and confrontational. Like this is an adaptation of William Saroyan's novel, and it's set in, I think it's set in Ithaca, but it's set in small town America. Mickey Rooney is maybe the biggest name in the main cast, although I think Robert Mitchum has a tiny part in it before he was kind of a name. And actually, Carl Schweitzer, the kid who played Alfalfa in the Our Gang shorts, is also in it. But it's set during World War II, and it's kind of just a small town dealing with the impact of that war, and but also just life in small town America. It's kind of very episodic. It's dealing with coming of age themes. It's dealing with Frank Morgan. You probably would know him from like Wizard of Oz, and Shop Around the Corner and things like that. As an older guy working at a news outlet, like a newspaper, kind of getting to the end of his life and like trying to maintain a career, but alcohol kind of overtaking him at times, and so, but like all these like little vignettes. It's kind of like hard film to really summarize. I think Donna Reed. There's a couple of other people that kind of went onto fame in the cast, but it's a portrait of America. In that moment, at the heart of World War II, soldiers on leave, kind of getting finding local girls to go on dates with, and just it's kind of a like portrait of childhood, kind of. It's a film that I got my dad towards the end of his life, and I don't know if he ever actually watched it. It felt like he would have enjoyed it, but it's one that I found with the Guide for the Film Fanatic book that Danny Perry wrote. It was something he wrote about, and I never heard of it, and I sought it out because of the piece he wrote on it, and he was kinder to it than I think a lot of Letterboxd reviews I saw were pretty kind of attacking it for being kind of sentimental or cheesy or whatever. But and so it might not be for all tastes. For me, I found it kind of sweet and affecting. So it's one I thought about a lot in recent years, and so I threw it on the list as the human comedy.
I will catch up with that one. I'm not familiar, but I'm adding it to the list for sure.
Yeah.
And this next one, I don't know if we need to go on and on about as well, because most people know it, and you actually, I believe, had it on your list in the past, and that is Ang Lee's The Ice Storm. A remarkable family drama of sorts, but also coming-of-age story, and based on the Rick Moody novel. Still my favorite Ang Lee movie, and when it first came out in 97, I was really overwhelmed by it, and identified with the Tobey Maguire character to some degree, and it just seemed to, I don't know, like just touch upon things that I understood, even though it was taking place in a different time period. And I wasn't aware of things like key parties and other things that go on in this film that, I certainly, I mean, obviously, like, just the cast alone certainly got me excited to see it, and everybody was raving about it, and it made a lot of top 10 lists that year. And it was probably my first experience with an Ang Lee movie, and I don't know. I want to go back to it, but I know I'm going to get very emotional watching it, and the final moment, it's heartbreaking, and I don't know what else to say about it other than it's a really special film that I think is also a favorite of yours for a good reason.
Yeah,
so.
The I mean, it's interesting kind of contrast, in terms of Americana films. The human comedy and The Ice Storm. I actually recommended The Ice Storm to my good friend Danielle, who does my movie day kind of marathons with me every couple of weeks, and so she saw it for the first time only a couple of weeks ago, and so was writing me about it. And I mean, I think it holds up as it's really hilarious, but also really heartbreaking, which is there's not a lot of films that I think can kind of tap into both emotions pretty well. And that cast went on to conquer the world, because I mean, you have Tobey Maguire pre-Spider-Man, you have Elijah Wood pre-Lord of the Rings, you have Christina Ricci like at the beginning of her transition from child star to like indie darling for a minute. I mean, I think she's still super famous from television work nowadays, but I think that was like right before she started doing Opposite of Sex and Buffalo 66 and things like that. Maybe one of the best uses of Sigourney Weaver outside of the Alien franchise. Mm-hmm. Kevin Kline, like so many amazing performances in that. I think
Joan Allen, right?
Joan Allen, sure. Well, that was that moment with that in Pleasantville and things where she was also starting to really kind of get a lot of great kind of interesting character parts. A lot of dissatisfied housewives, but still interesting characters. And that might have been my first exposure to Ang Lee as well. I can't remember when I saw The Wedding Banquet in relation to that. I might have seen The Wedding Banquet first, because I remember it playing at the cinema that I worked at. Cornell Cinema I worked at as an usher, but so I can't remember. But I mean, I liked the Ice Storm in '97, and it's like one of those ones that got better and better every time I would go back to it, to the point where I mean, I'm really tempted to say there's not a better American film of the '90s. I could probably throw that kind of hyperbole at it and not take it back. I mean, it's all kind of silly to rank that kind of stuff, but it's as good as anything I can think of. And yeah, I mean, I would compare it to Last Picture Show as far as like a film that kind of captures a 20 years in the rearview mirror kind of setting and kind of recontextualizes it for a contemporary audience. But yeah, I think people that were a little older than us were even more affected by the Ice Storm because of, what they remember about that era. I was a little too young to really kind of have that connection with it, but
yeah, it's one of those movies I don't know what my parents thought of. I know I'm pretty sure they saw it, but I just don't have a clear memory if maybe it was too uncomfortable. I don't know, but still, I'm pretty sure they liked it, and because I almost feel like they both were huge Kevin Kline fans, so I can't imagine they didn't like it. But still, it's really special.
Well, that plus Go, it's one of the many great ensembles that Katie Holmes shows up in her Dawson's Creek era. This is before Dawson's Creek, but I mean, she was in a few things that I think, hold up. Wonder Boy is another one, but she was picking some interesting projects to be like a small part of back in the beginning of her stardom. I Just Wasn't Made for These Times. Dawn Was 1995. It's the documentary on Brian Wilson. Speaking of people we lost in...
I am surprised I have not seen this.
Oh my God. It is amazing. And when I saw that Love and Mercy film version of his life, I felt like they were probably watching this documentary with a notepad, because there's so much that comes like, verbatim from these stories, but it's black and white. It's got John Cale and Crosby and Nash. It's got Carney and Wendy Wilson, his daughters, but it's just Brian Wilson recounting that story. And it's a mixture of friends and family and fans kind of commenting on what it was like to live with him, but also, the impact of his music, towering over a generation of people that were trying to, create kind of sophisticated pop music. It's a sad movie. And what's great about it, I mean, there's a few great Beach Boys documentaries, but this one, by focusing it strictly on Brian Wilson, he does a lot of his best songs kind of just at a piano, so they're like these kind of stripped down arrangements of things that, like, sometimes like Love and Mercy, the song, kind of get overwhelmed in like schlocky 80s production that are like kind of stripped down and just given like him and a piano and a voice. And it's like, okay, there's where your great song is. And, it's, I mean, we've talked about this before, like music docs and art docs. I mean, I'm an easy mark, but this is one that, is definitely one I'm surprised I haven't brought up before, but, one of my favorites. And I mean, definitely you're going to love it, because I know that you.
Oh, I know.
You've met Brian Wilson.
That's why I'm like, obviously I know the title, and when I looked it up on Letterboxd, I'm like, oh wow, I'm shocked. Nobody else has seen this. This is crazy. I don't know how accessible it is.
I don't know,
but yeah. I'm gonna make this a priority.
Yeah, I feel like pretty safe in saying you're gonna enjoy it.
I'm pretty sure I will as well, and I mostly enjoyed Love and Mercy. I don't know about the casting of Cusack, but hey.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm dealing with my Tarantino attacked doppelgangers filmography, this is one of the performances I like best. Is the young Brian Wilson performance from Paul Dano.
A new addition, thanks to Patrick, because when I was describing It Ends, he was like, "You know what? I think you would like this movie called The Iron Rose." And I was like, "Okay, I'll go watch it." And guess what? I loved it. He was right. And it's a filmmaker I know is very prolific and beloved in certain circles, and not one that I have too much experience with. But I would mostly describe this as like a poetic gothic horror movie where a young man and a woman meet at a wedding and sort of flirt with each other, go on a date, but their date happens to be like hanging out at a cemetery for the whole night. They have sex in an open grave, and when they try to leave, they can't. They can't find the exit. They can't. It's like the cemetery becomes a labyrinth of sorts. It's like the maze in The Shining or something. It's just something that doesn't have an end. And, they go through different emotional responses to what's happening. The guy more or less is obviously, kind of an asshole and like curdling into madness and yelling at her. And she's slowly but surely kind of like accepting of what's happening. And that frustrates him even more. So it becomes this like, kind of like downward spiral, but also beautiful and gorgeously shot at night. I was just kind of like enthralled by everything about this, even if it more or less operates on kind of like dream logic. It became, like a really profound movie to me. I don't know. There's something, minimal and abstract, and there's hardly any dialogue, and yet I was kind of like enjoying it and enraptured by it and curious to see more from this filmmaker.
Jean Roland, yeah.
Yeah. And Francois Pascal as the woman is stunning and really like a really good performance, and like going from playful to feral to like at certain points unsure of how to handle everything, but then ultimately does. So yeah, I'm guessing it's more or less like, about accepting the inevitable death that we're all going to experience, but I'm sure there's more to it than that, especially when it comes to the gender dynamics at play here with the both of them. But I just, again, this was a brand new experience for me that, sometimes Patrick can be right.
Yeah, I mean, I would not have thought about that in relation to It Ends, but he's right. I mean, I think that's one. I mean, I come in a totally different direction with Jean Roland, because I think I started with Zombie Lake and The Living Dead Girl and these kind of horror movies. And he's somebody that means a lot to some of my friends. I mean, Kat Ellinger directed a documentary on him. Sam Deegan edited a book of like critical writing on him. Kayla Janice was friends with him, I think, and helped to devise a Jean Roland board game, which I forget. I don't think I have the board game, unfortunately. But,
Wow.
He did a lot of, erotic vampire stories. That's kind of what I mostly associate with him, is the vampire films. But, I think Iron Rose is maybe the closest they get to being more like Buñuelian art house than horror, but it has a lot of the gothic trappings of his horror movies, so it feels kind of like horror movie. I mean, the cemetery setting and such, but great film. I think Indicator's been doing a whole series of Jean Roland on 4K and Blu-ray that have the red carpet treatment with all sorts of great extras. So I've been meaning to do another round of Genre-Line. I remember when they used to all be on Netflix many years ago, and so I watched a lot of his films on Netflix. And then I bought them more than once, but I haven't gone back to the Iron Rose in a bit. But I remember it having kind of been built up for me by people like Jeremy Ritchie, I know, that had like whole blogs devoted to Genre-Line, and it lived up to the hype for me. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, especially going into it after a recommendation based on It Ends, which is a very different kind of exploration of that kind of that labyrinth idea. But no,
yeah, I love that.
Yeah, my next film is got a much less classy air about it. It's I Married a Monster from Outer Space, directed by Gene Fowler Jr., 1958. And I guess all I'll say about this is that it comes in the wake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and it's the same era as Invaders from Mars. And so I don't know, all these films that begin with letter I that deal with like this body snatching.
Okay, I've definitely seen this. This is really great.
Kind of theme. And it has that silly title, and it has like kind of this kind of crazy looking alien monster that you see right in the beginning of it. Like, it's not like they conceal this aspect from you, but then it becomes this interesting, kind of austere domestic melodrama starring...
I know. I think I thought of Douglas Sirk for some reason.
You should, because Gloria Talbot is the daughter from All That Heaven Allows. And she's the lead of the story. So it becomes like this quasi-Sirkian take on the Invasion of the Body Snatchers theme. And so even though I revisit the original Don Siegel Invasion of the Body Snatchers almost as much, and I mean, that's not on my list, but it could be. This one is still kind of more like the fans know it. But I mean, if you are put off by that title, it's a richer film than the title would suggest. And so, yeah, that's my 176th is I Married a Monster from Outer Space.
Excellent. I'm going to have to revisit that one too, but I do remember liking it, and I want to say that I talked about it on Genre Grinder. That's because we did the Body Snatchers adjacent episode.
Oh, yeah. And I'll be talking about it at length on a podcast later this year also. But
excellent.
Yeah.
My next pick is a date in the title, June 17th, 1994. Another documentary, this one from Brett Morgan, in which there is no narration, no talking heads. It is only archival footage from one single day. I believe it was a part of the 30 for 30 documentary series, and a lot happened on that particular day involving American sports and just things happening in the news that all collided. And it just kind of goes to show how much is going on in this country and in different parts of the country, and how everybody gets like so consumed by, sports fanaticism, but just also just, similar to like what we talked about with mass media, is just, we love to see crazy shit happening on the news. I don't have no other way to put it. Just like, again, the O.J. Simpson, that the Bronco chase happened on the Los Angeles freeway there. And, in the midst of like major sporting events and other things going on, sort of cutting between it all with screens dividing, and, just like it's entirely shot. It's footage shot from that one day, and no contextualizing anything. It's just like you're experiencing this as it happened from beginning to end, the split screens, the cutaways, broadcasters trying to make sense of everything. It just kind of blew my mind. I know there's a lot of those films in that series, and maybe I'd never sought them out necessarily because, well, I mean, I'm not huge into sports, but, if there's a compelling sports documentary, I will seek it out if people are talking about it. And, certainly there's editions that are Chicago adjacent involving the Cubs or the Bears. But this one in particular, along with something like OJ Made in America, obviously a very different movie, but still kind of just touches upon like just our obsession with, what was going on with that whole debacle, and just what it ultimately became. Certainly just that chase. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody was watching it. Everybody stopped what they were doing and just like tuned into that. And it sort of captures the moment, that specific moment in time through just the footage that he put together in a very immersive way. So this is why, again, like I've been talking about most documentaries, it's like, well, I just find the story or the characters compelling, but this one is just formally interesting because, again, all archival footage just edited beautifully. So that's June 17th, 1994 from Brett Morgan on my list.
Okay. Yeah, that's one I don't know at all, but it sounds like something I would really like. I'm going to have to seek that one out.
Please do. I know you will like it.
Yeah. So my next one, there's a few films with this title, but Innocence from 2000, directed and written by Paul Cox. I don't know if you know this one. It's an Australian film.
Is it about old people falling in love?
It is.
Okay, that's right. Yes. Okay. I haven't seen it, but I vaguely remember.
Okay, but that's a good memory. It's about two lovers that reconnect in their 70s after 40 years apart. And
right.
One of them is married, and one of them is a widower, and complications ensue from their renewed courtship. And it's just a sweet, smart, kind of low-key little romantic film. It's not, I don't think, overly sappy or sentimental. Like, it's kind of heartfelt without being kind of like too schmaltzy. But it's sexual and realistic about the sexual romantic dynamics of a couple that age. But I've just always kind of been haunted by this movie. I saw it back when it opened theatrically when I lived in North Carolina. And I know Roger Ebert was a fan of it. I feel like Paul Cox has made some other films that I've enjoyed, but he's kind of not like a well-known auteur director in the U.S. And I think films like this have kind of fallen into the, I think Sony or whoever put this out back in the day on DVD, but I don't know that people really bring up his films a whole lot anymore, and it's a shame because this is a sweet little movie. And so that's my 177th is Innocence.
Excellent. I'm pretty sure that's how I heard about it. It's like Ebert maybe put on his list of favorites. I just never caught up with it for whatever reason, but now I'm going to. My next pick is, again, similar to Game Night. I'm not going to have to go on and on and on about it. And plus, it's going to come up on the next retrospective episode with Erik and Collin. I don't want to say it's a guilty pleasure, but it's certainly just one of those movies that even I can acknowledge might be a little bit long, but I don't care because I find it consistently hilarious, and that is Kingpin. The Farrelly brothers, they started out really strong, like in terms of just like ridiculous, over-the-top, slapsticky, politically incorrect, vulgar comedies that, like me and my friends were quoting, enjoyed, and, like even There's Something About Mary, diminishing returns upon rewatches, but for whatever reason, Kingpin, maybe it's because you do have like, someone like Woody Harrelson who had a great year that year, and oddly enough, Randy Quaid as a team, and Bill Murray showing up throughout. It is a ridiculously silly movie that I just happen to find hilarious from beginning to end, and in the same way that something like Kids in the Hall Brain Candy, which almost made my list here too, came out that same year. Just my sense of humor, pretty much throughout. There's a couple of detours or things you could have cut out of this movie that might have made it a little tighter and stronger, but still, in terms of a movie that just makes me laugh, and I've considered a favorite maybe since the first time I saw it in the theater and laughed with my good friend Matt Denny, and we had the same sense of humor, and some people didn't laugh in the theater, which was really awkward. Like, we were laughing our heads off throughout, and most people were like, okay, you find that funny? I guess it's weird, but hey, I love it. I don't care. Kingpin is on here, and if people don't think it's funny, I understand that too.
I would like to see that again. I remember liking it. I haven't seen it in a long. Does Jonathan Richman show up in a bowling alley?
Yes, very good.
Yeah, I think I saw that one after There's Something About Mary. Like, I saw Dumb and Dumber in the theater, and then I didn't see Kingpin until VHS until after Something About Mary, and I haven't gone back to any of those films in a long time. I did like them at the time. I remember,
you know, that Siskel put it in his top 10. Isn't that crazy?
Well, you know, Kent Jones, who's been on supporting characters, was a more highbrow film person, defender of those early Farrelly Brothers movies as well. Like, they had their champions back in the day, and Kingpin. Yeah, no, I should see it again. I think that was part of the renaissance of Bill Murray in the 90s too, if I remember correctly, before Rushmore.
He is
and
hilarious in this movie. Like, really, like golden era Bill Murray throughout this entire, and Woody Harrelson, really funny too.
Yeah, I mean,
like it's just a really great cast. You know, I can't really say, you know, Vanessa Angel is a great comedic actress, and she didn't really stick around after this as much. Like, she might have been in some things here and there, but you know, I wouldn't say like she's the weak link of the movie, but she's, you know, she's there. and you know, easy on the eyes, but yeah, it's I don't know. I went back to this and I was expecting to be like, this is dated, and I'm not laughing like I used to at it, but no, I did. So it's probably always going to be one of those personal favorite comedies of mine.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that one again. I mean, all of those Farrelly Brothers films I haven't seen in so long now. So my next one, it's another film that Sarah Polley was in the same year as Go, but it's a film that I remember getting a fair amount of attention at the time that I never hear people talk about anymore. I've heard Criterion rumors. I have no idea if there's any truth to them, but it's Last Night, directed by Don McKellar.
Coming up on the last night on the planet, and you're listening to CKRT.
Good evening. I'm calling from the gas company. Rest assured that we will do our utmost to keep the gas flowing right until the end.
So you're going to a party?
You have to take life in your own hands.
I'm surprised you could come. I thought,
Patrick?
what?
You're being obnoxious.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Look what Santa brought you last night.
It's not really Christmas today, is it, Mom? Would it hurt you to play along just once?
Get out of the way! My car got attacked.
But what I do find pathetic is people saying as soon as they hear that the world is ending, they rush out and try and hook up with someone like it was closing time at Studio 54.
I just wanted to have an orgasm today.
I'll do my best.
We have the place to ourselves.
I want to die having a mutual orgasm.
Oh, well, I better be going then. I want us to be together. It's not like I wanted sex with you, but I do feel like I like you.
I rewatched all of the End of the World movies when I was prepping for the 444 Last Day on Earth commentary to see if I could kind of trace some kind of common themes. And this was one I hadn't seen I loved it at the time. I hadn't seen it in a long time, and it's held up so well. I mean, as far as this kind of comes in that same trend as was it 2000 is Seen By, which was like a French production project. It was like films like at the end of the millennium, and actually the Hal Hartley Last Day, and I forget if it's really End of the World, but Book of Life is also part of that series. It's dealing with kind of an apocalyptic theme, but this is set on the last day before everyone knows the world is ending, and so it's like how different characters, respond to that. circumstances. Like some just want to get laid, some just want to be alone, some want to hang out with friends, some want to commit suicide before it happens. And I won't spoil the plot if people haven't seen it, but it's got Sandra Oh, John McKellar, again, like Sarah Polley's in it. David Cronenberg is an actor in it, and so it's like different vignettes that interconnect. And it's. I mean, I feel like you kind of know roughly what you're gonna get with like those kind of apocalyptic scenarios, but it's like it's very thoughtful, very funny, very Canadian kind of take on that apocalypse kind of scenario. And so it's one I've always really liked, and so I'm throwing it on the list. Is Last Night, directed by Don McKellar.
Wow, I need to see that again. I mean, Don McKellar really didn't do a whole lot, right, in terms of directing?
I don't think so. He was just in Kayla Janice's short film from last year.
Oh, okay.
But as a director, I don't know. He he got into some trouble recently for writing that during the writing strike. What is it? That Park Chan-wook film that came out last year.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's a writer on that.
Wow, interesting. Okay.
But yeah, this is like that time that he was in Exotica, he was in Existenz, he was in like a bunch of things that were like kind of high profile Canadian productions. And so he was, and The Adjuster. I mean, he was in a bunch of things that people might remember from that 90s period. But as a director, I don't know that he really did a whole lot of films. I mean, none that I know, but yeah, this is my favorite use of him as an actor, I think. And no, it's a good one if you haven't seen it or haven't seen it in a while. Great end of the world story.
Probably my favorite 4K release of the year is a movie that I forgot what the original DVD release of this was, but it was kind of one of those generic, After Dark horror movie series. And, you kind of like saw the cover and went, I don't know about this. And Patrick and I have talked about it in the past. And every time I watch it, I find myself crying. And, again, like, I don't even know specifically why. It just works some sort of spell on me. And I'm talking about Lake Mungo, which over the years I've heard a lot of podcasters praise, and rightfully so. And this new release that came out, it first of all, the transfer is stunning, but it is loaded with extras, including, like, I want to say maybe close to a 4-hour retrospective or documentary on the making of the film and everything that went into it. So it kind of gets like that, like the Rob Zombie treatment or something. I mean, maybe not from like beginning to end, from pre-production to post, but still it's something I can't wait to watch because of my love of this particular movie. It gets better with every rewatch, and, certainly Sharon had a strong response to it. And, I had a hard time like classifying it because it's not really a mockumentary.
No,
it's fake documentary. I mean, I don't know. It's just unlike anything I'd seen. I know there's examples of these types of movies, and
well, sure,
but still, it's, to me, at the time when I first saw it, I was just kind of impressed by how effective it was in terms of maybe not necessarily like being outright genuinely scary, just creepy and uncertain about how it was going to play out. And I don't know, once you sort of discover what happened and how it happened, there's no clear answer necessarily, but it's just, about this family in rural Australia who just lost their daughter, and they invite a psychic to help. They, tried their best to go through a lot of footage of them shooting, because it's possible that her ghost is there haunting the house, and for good reason, I guess you might say, but also it's not your typical horror haunting. There's no jump scares or music bursts, or it's presented as a documentary. And I have to wonder to some degree too, as if deciding on the last name Palmer might have, I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Oh, with the Twin Peaks? I don't know.
Yeah. But that's to me, like, again, like I'm watching this as, it's almost like if Lynch decided to do this kind of story told this way, maybe it would have been something like this, but still, it's just, I don't know, it's a really haunting movie, no pun intended. I just really feel a lot watching it for reasons I can't even describe. It just kind of works in its own way, and I really become involved with the family and her as a person, and yet it's not real, and it's presented as something real, but it's, I don't know, it's really melancholy. That's like what I walk away from it when I'm kind of like tearing up towards the end. I just feel it has a lot to say about grief, and again, like, I know that's kind of a go-to for a lot of horror, but still, it's done in a very original way that I just love, and I'm glad this has the kind of release it does, because it deserves it.
Yeah, I haven't seen Lake Mungo in a long time, but my memory of it was that it was, like you're saying, kind of melancholy and haunting, and I guess it was maybe bracketed alongside what like the found footage vein of horror that was kind of coming in the wake of Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity and things like that. But it wasn't really using those tropes quite the same way. Like it was doing, like you're saying, like a fake documentary versus like, I mean, I guess that's the kind of the premise of something like Blair Witch Project also, but the tone was different. Like it was a little bit more, like more kind of like a sad drama story than like a scary movie per se. But it kind of marketed towards horror crowd, and I think that its biggest fans are kind of the more adventurous horror audience. So I guess it's kind of loosely in the horror camp, but it is kind of unique that way. And no, I haven't seen it since the one time I saw it, but it's kind of always stuck with me. So yeah, no, that's a great film. And yeah, there's a couple of great releases of that on home video now too. I think Second Sight also did it, but you're talking about probably the Australian release, I think.
Oh yeah. I'm so glad it exists. But there's a lot. Of course, it has like a giant book and everything too.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
Whew. But I'm glad I got it.
Yeah. My next one was the film I was referring to when you mentioned Bringing Out the Dead, because I feel like this is kind of a cousin to that, but is Light Sleeper, 1992, directed by Paul Schrader. And trying to think about what to include on the list for Paul Schrader, because we've talked about his whole filmography. Funnily enough, we talked about him before his kind of big comeback trio of films with First Reformed and all that. Like we caught him right when he was maybe rock bottom in a way with the Dying of the Light. But Light Sleeper today is my favorite. I mean, he's got so many films I love. I mean, I certainly could say Blue Collar or Hardcore, American Gigolo, Affliction. Lots of films, come to mind among some of my favorites of his. But this one, maybe because it has this kind of its own kind of melancholy, different way than than your last pick, but it deals with like a drug dealer trying to kind of maybe make some life changes, kind of at a turning point in his life. Willem Dafoe. It's probably when non-villainous lead performances were kind of a rarity for Dafoe. Like, I mean, he's kind of, I mean, it's post Last Temptation of Christ, but I mean, for the most part, I think he was still kind of in danger of being typecast as villains in a lot of stuff. And this is kind of like a great lead character drama for him. Susan Sarandon and Dana Delaney, who actually, this is, I think, the only thing that Mary Beth Hurt might be in, that she was married to Schrader by this point, but it's I guess when you think about Paul Schrader, he's identified with certain with Taxi Driver, but also hardcore and like what he talks about as the man in the room stories, but like characters defined by an occupation. I think that First Reformed, the priest in that, is also kind of tapped into that, like these kind of austere character studies that have a genre film element to them, usually like a crime thriller element to them, but are mostly kind of stories of self-reflection. And this one, I think of the music by The Call, that, you know, that kind of song score that kind of gives it almost like a Michael Mannish feel to it. Yeah. It feels like one of the more personal Paul Schrader movies, and one that I think fans of his films know it, and critics certainly responded to it, but it still feels like slightly undiscovered, you know, for him compared to things like Blue Collar that have had a chance to be rediscovered a little bit more, or even things like American Gigolo that were big hits. This feels like better than American Gigolo, but in the same kind of Bressonian. I mean, they both have the ending to Pickpocket, but you know, this one, so much of the melancholy romantic element of Bringing Out the Dead to me felt like the melancholy romantic element of this film with Dana Delaney and Willem Dafoe. And you know, I think so push comes to shove when I think about Paul Schrader films, like this is the one that wins out for me today. But I mean, a lot of films that I appreciate on his list, and we talked about all of them, most of them, you know, at length years ago. But this is my 179th light sleeper.
Well, I covered Blue Collar before, so it completely makes sense for you to cover Light Sleeper, and it's a film that I definitely want to go back to again, and certainly see why it's, you know, in the upper tier of his work. And I certainly understand, like, it's one of those movies too where it's like any portrayal of, I don't want to say like self-destruction, but it's just, yeah, like losing your sense of self or experiencing an addiction. I mean, I will say, like, his most recent work didn't connect with me for whatever reason. I don't know why. Like, The Master Gardener was like, I don't know, it just didn't work. And I wanted it to. And, you know, The Card Counter, okay. But I'm still on board with him as a storyteller.
I forget, where did you land on the last one with Richard Gere, the O Canada?
I did like it. I was surprised. Maybe, again, because it's about, you know, death and grief and losing, you know, he's on his deathbed, essentially. But yeah. No, that one was really good. I dug that quite a bit.
Yeah, me too.
Something very different that I'm shocked hasn't come up before. I actually went back and I was like, you know, I made sure to hopefully not have any repeats. And I was kind of like, I never brought this movie up yet as a favorite? That's weird. Nick Castle's The Last Starfighter.
That is shocking.
Isn't it? That's what I'm thinking too. I was like, I mean, again, maybe it's possible that because, you know, sometimes when you're listening to things, you could just, you know, tune out or maybe overhear something or overlook something as you're listening, like you're doing the dishes, so you're focused on something else, and maybe this came up and I just forgot. But it is a favorite. It's one of those father-son bonding movies that I adore and would have loved to have done a commentary for, and kind of have with Eric Childress as a bonus episode. But it was my Star Wars. It was that, you know, I don't need to go on and on about it because I have before in other forms, and certainly, you know, again, grateful that it's gotten a 4K release, and, you know, a lot of extras, and a lot of people to this day kind of go, well, where's the sequel? We're waiting for the sequel. I don't know if I like that at this point, waiting, again, like a legacy sequel, or I don't know, a reboot or remake. Just leave it as is. It's fine. You know, I don't need to know what happened to Lance Guest and Catherine Mary Stewart once they go up to that planet together. I don't need to know. I love this movie as it is. It taps into a lot of childhood nostalgia. And it's just, I mean, Robert Preston is a delight in this movie, and Dan O'Harely as the alien Grig is tremendous. It's a really joyful movie that also had some cutting edge special effects for its era, and It's just a fun movie. It's just a really fun, enjoyable, rewatchable, entertaining movie that probably got unfairly dismissed as just like a Star Wars clone, but I am a weirdo. I think it's better.
Yeah, my best friend in grade school ran screaming from the theater of that movie when the like a body under the sheets was revealed to be something less than human. But I haven't seen it long. Our pal Mike White actually does the commentary for that.
An excellent commentary track for sure.
Yeah. So my next one, again, this is another one that I can't really recommend it casually to others because I feel like I've only ever read negative things about it. But I wouldn't be honest to myself if I didn't include it on a list because it's a film I really, I think about a lot still. And it's a film called Little Noises, directed by Jane Spencer, 1991. And I sought this out because I was in the midst of a really heavy Crispin Glover phase. This was a film that he made kind of at the peak of his initial cult weirdo actor kind of heyday, post River's Edge and Wild at Heart and The Doors, and Gilbert Grape is right after this. And so like he was showing up in all of these post Back to the Future quirky character parts. Like that's pretty much what he specialized in. And what Little Noises does is it is kind of a quirky character, but it's maybe the most straight kind of performance he gives in that initial wave of cult oddball kind of character parts. It's a lead role, but it's like it's him paired off against Rick Mayall, the English actor that has its own kind of cult following. He had that show, The Young Ones, and Americans might know him from Drop Dead Fred.
Okay. Yes.
And I think it comes out on DVD overseas only because the audience for him is so devoted that I think he's the bigger selling point for the DVD. Crispin Glover fans don't have a U.S. alternative for Little Noises that I know of. But it's Crispin Glover. Tatum O'Neal is also in it as the love interest. But it's about a guy that wants to be thought of as a great writer, but he's got no talent. And he does something to solve that problem. And I won't give it away because I'm assuming most people don't know it. But it's got a melancholy to it that I respond to. Jane Spencer, I don't know that she did a lot of other movies. Weird bit of trivia, when they were fundraising for this, and I asked him about this, the trailer starred Keith Gordon as the character, not Crispin Glover. And, they went with the bigger name when they ultimately made the film. But I always wonder what that would have been like. Because that was like static era Keith Gordon, so still kind of he had his own attraction to offbeat parts that as an actor. But it's just one. I only met Crispin Glover once briefly at one of his like little events, and I did tell him how much I really appreciated his work in Little Noises. It's like less flamboyant than River's Edge or Back to the Future, some of his most famous works. There's no big crazy dance like in Friday the 13th Part 4. He's just kind of a loser, in this, and a little bit more grounded than a lot of what he was doing. But I mean, I remember Jonathan Rosenbaum's reviews especially mean, and most other reviews I've seen of this are equally disparaging. So again, this is my list. Don't seek it out and say I didn't warn you. But I've always
don't at him, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Don't at him.
But I've always really liked Little Noises, and so that is my 180th favorite.
I never even heard of it. It's pretty wild. I prefer little noises in life. I don't want it to get too loud. I mean, that's just that. And again, like, you could go little noises off and maybe make this a really wacky, over the top slapstick behind the scenes of a theater company. But let's go with little noises. I'll seek that out.
I thought you were getting towards a It Might Get Loud, Jack White guitar movie, Jimmy Page.
Yeah, we can go there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what happens when you podcast for 5 hours, right?
I guess so.
Marty is next on my list.
It's a good one.
Let's just do it. Like, Marty, right? I mean, come on. It's a Paddy Chayefsky film that I related to quite a bit. Especially when I was in my mid-30s and I moved back in with my mom after Michigan not working out. And it was around that time I first saw this. And certainly a movie that's adjacent to this that, I wrote about recently. I think it's pretty flawed, and that's why it didn't make my list. But I do have a special place in my heart for John Candy in Only the Lonely. And that is they probably could have cut a check to Paddy Chayefsky and Delbert Mann with that movie, because it's very similar. It's just about like, oh yeah, this guy has a codependent relationship with his mom and still lives with his mom and doesn't really grow up, and is having a hard time connecting with women, and just lonely and shy and awkward, and yet still wants to connect and still wants to have a quote unquote normal adult life, but is struggling to do that. And this movie captures that brilliantly through Ernest Borgnine's wonderful performance. It's small rooms, long conversations, and a lot of tenderness, a lot of pathos. But it just it's kind of like a nice bridge between like naturalism and golden age era Hollywood. It's got a little bit of everything, but when you have a writer like Paddy Chayefsky, the dialogue is going to be sharp and smart, and that's exactly what this is. It's a movie that most people probably know by now, but it's a personal pick for me, and like most of the movies on my list, so that's why it's here.
Yeah. It's funny. I think that's a great film. I was reminded of it when I saw Heavy, which I know was on your list also. And I always wondered if that was an influence on Heavy. I can't remember if James Mangold has ever commented on that. But yeah, no, it's a great film.
Triple feature, everybody. Marty, Only the Lonely, and Heavy.
Yeah. It's no, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add. I haven't seen Marty in a little bit, but it's when I saw it like knowing that it was, because I did a commentary for The People Next Door, and The People Next Door comes from that kind of golden age of television drama sort of storytelling, which I guess Paddy Chayefsky is the most successful writer from that TV drama world and making it into a pretty successful theatrical film kind of career. And Marty being the first one, but I mean, things like Network and even Altered States, like as a film writer. But Marty is a great film, and one I'd like to see again, like a lot of things that we're talking about. The next one on my list, since we have a bunch of comedies on this list today, but is Living in Oblivion, Tom DiCillo, 1995. And this stars Steve Buscemi as a indie filmmaker trying to make a film and all the sorts of things that go wrong. It's kind of famously probably inspired by DiCillo's experience making Johnny Suede with Brad Pitt. And I think it's easy to forget, even though DiCillo has always denied this, and I think that's probably wise for him to deny it. I think everyone always, at the time, found it extra hilarious that the James LeGros character, Chad Palomino, is clearly like referencing Brad Pitt as the kind of Hollywood pretty boy that is the biggest pain in the ass on this film shoot. And So I Brad Pitt has kind of redeemed himself as a kind of a hip actor, but I think at the time my friends and I all laughed extra hard at all the digs at Brad Pitt in this movie. Also, I mean, as a Lynch person, I also found it funny with the digs at Lynch by having Peter Dinklage as a little person who resents being used as a surreal image. But Catherine Keener, Dermot Mulroney, I mean, it's got a lot of great character actors that, some of which have gone on to pretty big careers. Others are still kind of, I think, undervalued. Catherine Keener is still, I think, even with 40-Year-Old Virgin and Get Out, like they still kind of don't really give her like big Hollywood films to top line. But this is like right around the time that she was doing things like Being John Malkovich, and she's great in this as well. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're of a certain age, this is probably a film that people know, but if you haven't seen it in a while, it's still really funny. And world could always use more films where Steve Buscemi is the lead actor. I think people still kind of underrate him, even though everyone knows and loves him.
I agree. That's a great movie. I love it. It's one of those instantly. It is like a comfort watch. That whole cast. Oh, that's like indie darlings central, right? Like everybody in that movie at the time was just like firing on all cylinders in all these independent films, and it's just great to see them all in one movie together.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
I mean, this list in particular, I think I really kind of am seeing myself kind of with looking back with a real kind of fondness for the American independent films of the 90s that I grew up with. And this is definitely one of them. But I mean, a lot of them have held on for a reason, I think. And that's definitely one that, was exciting at the time and still one of my favorite films about filmmaking, that
sure
anyone's done in terms of the realities of it, but also one that's poking gentle fun at people that I do love, but I can also laugh at the jokes.
So I'm going off script because you mentioned a movie just now that I'm like, why the hell isn't this on my list? And I hate to do like two Patty Chayefsky movies in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Altered States. Why is this not on my list already? I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? You mentioned it. I was like, wait a minute. Let me go back and make sure. No. So again, going off of the alphabetical order, but I love Altered States. I've seen The Devils and a couple of other Ken Russell movies, but this one maybe just because of the subject matter or just, I read the source material. I've written about this movie and have a fascination with just the idea of sensory deprivation and people experiencing like a hallucinatory state to try and understand the cosmos and their place in it. And some of the imagery in this is just really disturbing and some of the crucifixion stuff and him having like seeing a goat with 9 eyes or I don't know, there's a lot of stuff happening in this movie that when you see it, you just kind of go, wow, that is like nightmare fuel, but also really compelling and creepy. But it's, I could see people thinking of this movie as being, overlong and messy, but I love everything. I love William Hurt. I love Blair Brown. I love the script. It's a little body horror, a little sci-fi, a little psychology, and just put it all together, and you kind of have a movie that I would consider to be one of the more interesting explorations of just a man trying to understand himself and break ground. And thinking oh, this is the answer to everything. And then kind of getting a huge ego in a way that starts to destroy him and his relationships and his friendships. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. Most people know what this movie is, but it recently just came out on Criterion 4K. And God, I can't wait to watch it again because it's just one of those movies that really gets under my skin.
Yeah, and the producer of that Criterion disc heard Sam on Directors Club, on the Ken Russell episode of Directors Club with me before he hired her to do the commentary. So that's the only Directors Club episode that I know of that has a Criterion connection.
Well, then it should be on my list. It has to be then.
Yeah.
No, it's a surreal, cerebral fever dream about consciousness and man and our place and everything. So yeah, I love it.
I mean, I'm not a big true crime person, but I did have a certain kind of fascination with death of the 60s kind of things, which I will talk about probably in the case of another film beyond this one I'm about to introduce. But Charles Manson and Helter Skelter I found especially fascinating at one point. I still kind of find that case interesting. And the documentary Manson, directed by Robert Hendrickson and Lawrence Merrick, is a film from 1973 that I rented, and it's one that's kind of had like a patchy distribution history through legit releases. It did have a release, but there's been kind of different things that have kind of kept it from being more widely available. But it's shot, I mean, when all this was still relatively new news. There's interviews with Manson family members at Spahn Ranch. It's got these eerie folk songs by Brooks Poston and Paul Watkins, who are former members of the Charles Manson family. And it has Vincent Bugliosi and Squeaky Fromme and all people that, if you follow that story at all, you might know of. And I mean, certainly that story looms large in popular culture still. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of revelations that people with even a passing interest in that story don't know, but it's so close to the time that it comes from. It stares down those Manson girls as interview subjects when they're still brainwashed with the shaved heads and the rifles, like staring down that camera. Like it feels scary in a different way than films that try to dramatize the Tate LaBianca murders. And it has these kind of eerie folk songs that just make it feel like that much more sinister in a real kind of folk horror kind of way, even though it's a fairly straightforward documentary. I think it was up for an Academy Award, and when it came out, it had like a fair amount of attention. I mean, it was obviously an enormously talked about crime at the time, and never has gone away really. But I'm sure there's bootlegs out there. I got a bootleg of it. But yeah, I understand that people are sick to death of that story, but and it feels like that story is constantly being rethought of as far as like that book Chaos, and I didn't see the Errol Morris documentary that builds off of Chaos, so I don't know how much that, like all the different theories as to what really happened with that whole situation. The government's involvement and all that. Like, I don't know. But if you want a story about the old legend of Manson and all of that, I mean, that's still a real haunting little documentary. But Manson, 1973.
Well, I'm going to send that my way.
Yes.
The next one on my list is one I brought up earlier as Sharon kind of shrugging off, and I was like, "Aw," and that's Michael Clayton. What do you think of Michael? I'm just curious. Do you think Michael Clayton's a great movie?
Yeah.
Or do you just think it's okay?
No, I really like Michael Clayton. I know that Mark Maron and I will back you up on this.
Yes.
I think when I saw it, even though he's not the director, I was reminded of Sidney Pollack, like the kind of like classy adult dramas that someone like a Sidney Pollack would do, or someone like a Steven Soderbergh would attempt to do. I don't know that Steven Soderbergh has ever made a film that tries to do what Michael Clayton does as successfully as Michael Clayton does it. But yeah, no, I think it's, yeah, no, I cut you off. Continue.
Oh no, I just was curious because again, like I guess I could see, someone who's seen, a lot of movies about fixers or law or, just trying to mend a very complicated, layered situation. Like, it does feel like a 70s paranoid thriller. And yet it's one of those that came out in 2007, an incredible year for movies. And really, I don't know, again, one of those where, yes, the first time I saw it, thought it was a great film. And as time has gone on, the more I watch it, the more I go, this is just one of those great screenplays that I kind of am amazed by. And every performance in this is just, oof. I mean, I don't know, like, Clooney has had great moments. I think this is one of his best performances. I think Wilkinson is unbelievable. Tilda Swinton, who won an Oscar for it, is great. It's a hard movie for me to just like say, okay, this is why I love it so much. It just works. It has a great pace. The dialogue is fantastic. And, the tension is derived not from like, your typical like action beats or chasing or anything. It's just from people making decisions in rooms or with each other or just, dealing with lots of paperwork. And I don't know, it's just one of those films that when I see it, I kind of go, damn, that's just, it's perfect. It really, I have no other like strong defense of it. Even when I was trying to explain it to Sharon why I think it is so perfect, I just kind of go, I don't know. I just feel that way when it's over. So
yeah.
I don't have a strong justification other than like, it's Michael Clayton. And if you don't think it's great, fine. But I don't know. I think it's one of those best movies of that year for sure.
No, I really like Michael Clayton a lot. And it's one I kind of keep meaning to go back to. I haven't seen it in a few years now, but I saw it in the theater and I've seen it subsequently on home video. And yeah, no, I think it's a solid throwback to, like you're saying, like that kind of paranoia thriller, like the kind of Pakula kind of thing that, was more prevalent in the 70s. And yeah, I mean, Hollywood changed, and I feel like people always try to kind of make that film resonate with a contemporary mass audience, and it never really connects for whatever reason. But I don't know, maybe even things like Parallax View weren't not really that popular in the 70s either, so it's not always all the
immediate.
Yeah, it's not always immediate, but yeah, some films kind of just last kind of through word of mouth. And Michael Clayton got some attention at the time, but I feel like it's kind of held on as a film that people just continue, like the way like Heat, from Michael Mann, like it was not like the biggest movie of all time, but like the kind of people that like that kind of movie keep it alive. Michael Clayton is that kind of movie. It's a better movie than my next film, which I had to be honest with myself and the kind of things I love, and it's a film called Night School from 1981, directed by Ken Hughes. And it's a slasher movie shot in Boston. And it has a lot of great Boston theater talent populating the cast. I think the lead actor, Leonard Mann, is kind of more known for spaghetti westerns, but Rachel Ward, the female lead, I know her from Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, but other people might know her from, I think, The Thornberrys and
Against All Odds, which is one of those movies that my mom loved.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She had a couple of big movies. And then I think she kind of left the business. But this is a film that has this kind of like beautiful melancholy music by Brad Fiedel. It was the production, and I really will always regret not asking him about this because I didn't know at the time when I interviewed Alfred Soul about Alice Sweet Alice that he was the original director on Night School, but he quit the project and was replaced by Ken Hughes, who is the director of the horror classic Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. But the this is kind of like been retroactively compared a lot to the Giallo films from Italy in that it's kind of dealing with kind of an urban setting and adult characters, and it is a whodunit of sorts, although it's a really easy to spot who the killer is, kind of whodunit. But I just find it atmospheric, and I love the use of that city as a location for Boston as a place to set a murder mystery. And I mean, I guess it gets grouped alongside the other slashers of 1981. I mean, I just mentioned Friday the 13th Part 2. It's the same year as that, and The Burning, and Halloween 2, and a lot of Funhouse. I mean, it's a great year for slasher movies. Maybe probably never be a better year for slasher movies than 1981. And so this one kind of gets overshadowed by, a lot of the things, people getting attacked at summer camps and such. But this one is one of my personal favorites. I did a Patreon episode of Hysteria Continues, where I did a commentary with him, and I also interviewed the DP for this film, Mark Irwin, who's the person that shot all the early Cronenberg films from like The Brood up through The Fly, and I mean, if you're into early '80s slasher movies, it's I think one of the great lesser heralded films. I never really read great reviews of it back when I was growing up. It was just kind of dismissed as another hack 'em up slasher movie, but I think this one has a lot of style, a lot of mood to it, and so again, it's just when I could fill my whole list with slasher movies. I kind of sparingly threw them on the list, but at this point in the alphabet, I'm like, what can I really say about Tarkovsky's Mirror? Let me just throw on Night School. So, I went that direction. But Tarkovsky's great too.
Speaking of Tarkovsky, the next pick on my list is the Muppet movie. And I mean, they could see how they get mixed up, but listen. The Muppet movie is just pure joy. It's one of those first movies I loved as a kid. I mean, it's like it's like a Willy Wonka or a Wizard of Oz or something. It was just like everything I love about the Muppets is in this movie. The cameos, the sense of humor. And again, like I don't always respond super strongly as an adult to family films, but this one still holds up. It's got Paul Williams incredible songs. So, similar to like me championing something like Phantom of the Paradise, I don't know. I could see myself loving this movie, till I'm 6 feet under or whatever. I just love the Muppet movie, and I always will. So I don't need to go on and on about it. You all know it. And I'd still say the origin of my sense of humor very well might be the scene with Steve Martin as the waiter. Because that was like my earliest memory of laughing hysterically at something and just going, all right, I want to follow whoever this guy is. And I'm so glad I did.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be a hard film for me to rewatch if I ever do, because I think Lee Gambin was especially fond of that movie. I can't remember if that Rainbow Connection song was played at his service. Or just something I remember people sharing when he passed away. But yeah, no, that is a great movie. I mean, that's the only one that we had in our house growing up for sure. I mean, the Muppets were very big in the our household growing up. So yeah, no, I haven't seen it in a long time, but yeah, I still think of that movie every time I get wine with a cap rather than a cork.
Yep. Do you want to smell the bottle cap?
Yeah, which I didn't understand that joke when I was a kid. It just seemed even more perverse. I didn't understand the whole notion of corks as a little kid. So it just seemed like, okay, the entire dialogue is surreal. But yeah, no, it's a great pick. I would not. I feel like a few Muppet movies seem to muscle in for people that are not only big family movie kind of people that I know. I think Muppets Take Manhattan is also got its fans, and yeah, no, I back you up on that one. Paul Williams is great, of course.
Yeah.
My next film is Nothing But a Man, 1964, directed by Michael Romer. Do you know this one?
I don't know.
So this is a kind of a stark, kind of poetic account of African Americans in the dealing with the racist South. It's a blue collar worker and a school teacher developed this kind of gentle romance, but the guy is Ivan Dixon is the lead actor. Abby Lincoln plays the school teacher, and but it's about a guy that refuses to be talked down to by the racist whites in that society, and how everything in the system is kind of stacked against him getting ahead because of his refusal to put up with their bullshit. And it's shot actually in the same part of New Jersey as Don't Go in the House, but it's set in the South. But I think it was Malcolm X's favorite movie. And Michael Romer has done other films that I think a lot of, like The Plot Against Harry and Vengeance Is Mine. Like I've seen some other films of his that are equally staggering. So I just picked this one today, but if you don't know that name, I think a lot of his films have been restored by the Film Desk in the last few years. I think this one is out through Criterion. But it's poetic and haunting. I mean, it feels like it should be, homework for like historical significance, about racism in the 60s. And it is that, but it's a great, entertaining, engaging story and great character study. And it anticipates things that I love about the LA Rebellion kind of films that, Killer of Sheep and the Charles Burnett kind of thing that comes later. Like this is made by white guys. It's not an expression of black filmmakers, but it deals with black American reality in a way that I think is still quite striking. And Cinema 5 distributed it, the company that handled One Potato, Two Potato, and Putney Swope, and a lot of other interesting films that dealt with like race in kind of provocative ways in the 60s and 70s. And it's historically important film, but it's also quite moving, engaging film that I loved it when I first caught it. I think I first caught it there was a restored DVD. I think I caught it like in 2009 or 10. And then the Criterion looks even more beautiful than that. And Nothing But a Man. Really good movie.
Wow. I'm going to seek that out as well. Crazy thing when you do a list like this, when you go from one extreme to the other. And here I went from the Muppet movie to a movie called Night Mother. Do you know this one?
Is it Sissy Spacek?
Yeah.
I know of it. I don't think I've ever seen it.
I don't know if people put this in high regard because it is really like the definition of a filmed play. It's just mother and daughter, one house, one night. The mother declares to her... I'm sorry. The daughter, played by Sissy Spacek, declares to her mother that she is going to take her own life. And it is mostly the mother trying to prevent this or, talk with her. And, Sissy Spacek as the daughter is trying to justify this decision because of her epilepsy, being divorced, being estranged from her son, and simply doesn't want to live with the pain that she feels and experiences, and kind of determined that, my life is not going to get any better, and I'm just going to be living with you, and I'm not going to be happy, and so this is why I want to do this. And it's based on a play, and it feels that way, but wow, a powerhouse of acting from Anne Bancroft and Sissy Spacek. I don't know what the critical consensus was. I don't think it's readily available or easily accessible, but it's one of those I saw on cable, oddly enough, with my mom, and was kind of a wreck. Mm-hmm. So it's not something I can just put on again very easily because of how devastating it is. But as somebody who's really drawn towards stories about mental health and people who struggle or, just in general don't feel like they can have a happy life for whatever reason, or in some cases justifiable reasons, I guess. And I don't know, it's a hard movie to talk about. It's a hard movie to watch. But it's just one of those that has always stuck with me, and just the implications of depicting suicide and how I feel about that subject matter in general, going back to things like Pump Up the Volume or Permanent Record, and this is a very humane example of it. So that's why it's here. Night Mother, directed by Tom Moore from 1986.
I need to see that. Sounds like I'm making a joke. I used to mix it up with Mother Night.
Sure.
But no, I mean, it sounds like I would probably really.
Oh, I guess that you can find it now. All right, great. It's on Amazon and
good.
Some streaming services. Good. I didn't know that it was.
Well, I'm definitely going to check this out. I mean, I remember the title. I mean, I've just never seen it, and no, that does sound like maybe not the most fun watch, but a great.
No, you got to be prepared. You got to be
watch.
prepared for it. Yeah. Cece Spacek, wow, a remarkable talent in every way, and that's one of her best performances.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. It's not on my list today because I didn't have time to rewatch it. But Permanent Record was one I was thinking about for today. But but instead, I went with so my 185th is directed by Hong Sang-soo, and Hong Sang-soo, like what you mentioned Ozu earlier, and for me. Hong Sang-soo, South Korean director who I guess is identified with a certain kind of film he does. And when I saw, I came to him with the film Woman is the Future of Man, and I loved that. And in doing the deep dive into his work, Power of the Gangwon Province, Virgin Stripped Bare by Her Bachelors, Woman on the Beach, Right Now, Wrong Then, Yourself and Yours, Hotel by the River. So many of them are great films that it was like, okay, I should talk about a Hong Sang-soo film, but I will be honest. Sometimes a director makes a film that throws me off balance a little bit, and he made a film that I I'm still kind of mixed on, called In Water. Then I'm like, is he having a laugh at us with this? Because the entire thing is out of focus, and it's kind of talking about like how he kind of half-asses how the films are made, very self-deprecating. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm a little bit burnt out on Hong Sang-soo at this point. But the film I chose to put on the list, which I still think about the most, is On the Beach at Night Alone from 2017, starring Kim Min-hee. And I think what I found refreshing about it was that, I mean, a few of his films are like nakedly self-referential, dealing with like film director protagonists going around drinking too much sake and getting into relationship issues and romantic kind of foibles. And this is dealing with an actress who has left Korea in the wake of scandal following her publicized kind of a romantic relationship with a married film director. And she's the real life partner of Hong Sang-soo, and he's a film director. I don't know how much their own relationship created a scandal, and this is all real self-reflexive. It might be. But so it begins with her in Germany trying to figure out her life, kind of just wandering around and having these kind of little vignettes with people. It's not really like a plot kind of movie, so I can't really talk about it without spoiling things. But then she returns back to Korea, and there's kind of a climax that involves her confrontation with that director, is all I'll say. I don't really want to spoil stuff, but it's just a real kind of haunting, kind of moody little movie. I mean, a lot of his films can be quite funny, and it's hard to really describe because they feel like if Eric Romer was made with even less, his movies were made with even less money and more improvised. Like they feel like, I think they're a lot of times written up the night before, like they're real spontaneous kind of productions. And I think he works in a very unusual method. A very prolific director. If people don't know him, I mean, he was somebody that would often have 2 films at the New York Film Festival the last few years. Like he was that, prolific a filmmaker. And I think a lot of them do kind of fit together as one giant film in the heads of not just myself. Other people I've talked to about his work kind of see them that way. So it's almost tricky to talk about individual films as not part of some larger whole that he's assembling. But this one, maybe because it's centered on this female character who seems kind of like you want to know her more, and her interactions with the people that she encounters both in Germany and in Korea. I think this one rises to the top for me, but so many of his films have really kind of blown me away. And so, I'd recommend any of the ones I just said. In Water is the one that kind of threw me out. And I've struggled a little bit to like connect with the later ones in the same way because of that film in a way, even though I didn't dislike the film, but it kind of made me feel like maybe he's having us on some level. But that still doesn't take away from what I appreciated about the earlier films. And so On the Beach at Night Alone. I know you've seen, what did you see, Right Now, Wrong Then?
Oh, yeah. That would be my pick. I haven't seen this one yet. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah.
I've seen Hotel by the River, Claire's Camera, In Another Country. Yeah. And there's still plenty more to go, and that'll be a high priority.
Yeah. I think you'll like it.
This next one, I'm not going to say too much about because I'm going to be talking about it a lot soon enough on the 1996 retrospective episode. It is definitely the documentary that first got me huge into documentaries. Not necessarily like a true crime junkie in the way some people are, but certainly this one had a profound effect on me when I was a teenager, and that is Paradise Lost: The Child Murders at Robin Hood Hills. Joe Berlinger
and Bruce Sinofsky.
Yes, and they did something remarkable with this movie. Because like as I was watching it, with Sharon, and we're like, kind of experiencing this movie again after many years of not having revisited it, like we're watching it now in a different mindset in terms of her having gone through law school, and like so many questions about how this case was handled, and just seeing injustice play out before our very eyes, but also just having a lot more questions as adults, and coming at it from a different angle, or at least just kind of in awe of some of the footage they were able to get involving the parents. Because what's crazy is that the police never questioned the parents when they were originally, when the three men here were, I say men, they were teenagers essentially, but they, were arrested. It's crazy to think that the parents weren't even questioned. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of things that I don't understand how they were convicted with such little evidence, and mainly just went off of one of the boys' confession, you might want to say, but it's I guess an alleged confession. But anyway, most people know what this movie is, and if you follow the case of the West Memphis 3 and the many iterations it's had, including a more recent documentary, and just the fact that this case is still going on and they might be doing DNA testing after all these years, it's something. There's a reason why this like hit home, and a lot of people were talking about it, or musicians were really getting on board and advocating for it, or at least just like making people aware of it in a way that I'd never experienced before, at least in my age and among my peers. So, I'll talk about it more soon enough. But yeah, Paradise Lost.
Yeah, I saw this in a theater in college, and it was a profoundly moving film to me at the time. And I remember just the anticipation of the sequels to this also, because of just how everybody was so kind of caught up in like, will they ever get out? And there's all this high profile attention on them. I was at the New York premiere of the third one where the West Memphis 3 were there. I remember Damien Eccles looking down at us from the second floor, overlooking the balcony on us. And I'm just thinking like, oh my God, there he fucking is, Damien Eccles. But yeah, I talked about the Manson documentary, and I think that this is he's up there among the great true crime documentaries that I've seen, just as like far as like, I mean, this is just a heartbreaker of a movie. It is, I don't know why they would make other documentaries on this. I don't know why Adam McGowan would dramatize this story in his worst movie, The Devil's Not. But yeah, no, I think it's funny enough, we'll be talking about these directors again on my list, but Paradise Lost is still a great film. My brother's best friend, Matt, believes they're guilty after learning some things that are not covered in this film. So I feel like there's still the more I can learn. I have no idea. They're probably not, but who knows? I mean,
again, like, it's weird to watch this now as an adult. I don't know why. And I don't want to say either way because honestly, I don't know.
And honestly, I don't know either. But either way, it's. I mean, as someone that grew up as a metal kid, I definitely could relate to the plight of the targeted kids. I mean, I was grateful not to grow up as a metal kid post Columbine, let alone post any of this stuff. But I agree with you. It's a really powerful film. No, it's not one I return to a lot, but it's one I probably know very much by heart from the times that I did see it growing up. And it's a great film. And speaking of Charles Manson, I finally have a Quentin Tarantino movie on my list.
Wow.
And it's not the one I thought I would put on there because I think I, like you, was a Jackie Brown for life kind of person. And it's only in the last few years that I've kind of come around to returning to this more. I mean, it's not to diminish Jackie Brown, and I like a lot of his movies besides those two. But I mean, this one I find more heartbreaking in a way because I forget if we talked about this on the first one of these we did, but like my feeling at this point is that Jackie Brown feels like a midlife crisis movie made by a young guy to prove that he could make a great elegiac crime film now. Like he could make The Shootist now. He could make that one last score kind of movie as a guy coming off his second movie. And I think that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood feels like an actual midlife crisis movie. And it feels like it taps into that same degree of melancholy that he doesn't seem to be a filmmaker that really knows. Like it feels like so buried down inside, if it's at all in him, to feel those kind of feelings, that so many of his films don't have any of that tone at all. So this one, if anything, it reminds me of Greenberg from Baumbach in that it seems like it'd be a film that like fears and resents young people. In the way that the Manson family is kind of meant to stand in for Gen Z, talking about, dismissing the kind of old guys and their value system. And I think that it actually got a fair amount of heat at the time for being like a politically reactionary kind of film in the minds of some critics. I don't know if I really see it that way, but I can see that reading. I think as a story of kind of friendship and, I find it kind of sweet the way the DiCaprio Rick Dalton character kind of sorts his life out and kind of reconnects with his abilities as an actor in a changing landscape. And I think, and I know people that have strong opinions about the way Gary Kent and who's the other name? I'm drawing a blank. The director of The Dark, the stuntman, John Bud Cardos. So John Bud Cardos and Gary Kent were actors and stuntmen that did a lot of the Al Adamson films and other great, B movies. And I think that a lot of the Brad Pitt Spawn Ranch stuff is taken wholesale from the anecdotes that they told Quentin Tarantino. So there's a little bit of surliness in some corners of people I know about that, like, not putting them in the movie too. Be that as it may, it's still a film that I think has a lot of great suspenseful scenes, but also has like, it also has like just a patience to have them just be in a way that I think that a lot of the feel-good revenge stuff that he makes in the wake of Jackie Brown doesn't really seem to have that same degree of patience. I mean, I think there are parts of all of those films, like Inglourious Basterds and Kill Bill, that do take their time. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't allow scenes to breathe in the other films, but I think that, just having the characters drive around to music and feel some feelings while listening to the music, I think, I don't know, he uses music in a more, I say this with love, more emotionally manipulative way as opposed to a
sure,
like check out like the needle drops to cool movies I like kind of way, which is the thing that makes me insane in some cases. Like, you're not like using the music from Last House on the Left and The Hateful Eight just feels like a weird overstep to me somehow. But like the way he uses the Rolling Stones At a Time is so chilling and sad in this that I think it really does tap into feelings that I think a lot of his great flashy crime comedies don't attempt to access. And I love Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction and a lot of his other movies, but I think that this one, I mean, it does not have some of the same sweetness as Jackie Brown, but I also think that it builds to some satisfying climaxes that Jackie Brown's not trying for that feeling. Like, I'm not saying that Jackie Brown fails to do what this, like, they're just different, but they tap into that same bittersweet quality that I don't think you really see in any other films of his. Even other takes on the whole battered stuntman idea and like Death Proof don't really attempt any kind of emotional, deeper thing. And so, yeah, I mean, it's kind of neck and neck for me with them. I think they both kind of open with their weakest scenes. I never really cared about the chicks with guns video stuff in Jackie Brown. I never really cared about the Rick Dalton interview with Pacino in this. But, they're both films I really like a lot. And I felt like, you know what, I'm going to throw one on the list finally, even though it's like a film that everyone already knows whether or not they like it or not.
I'm surprised to this day that I really do love this movie, but just not to the same extent that everybody else seems to. And it's gotten to the point where, yeah, most people will say this is their favorite Tarantino movie, and it's more or less in the middle for me. It's kind of like, again, like I even said this to Sharon too. It's one battle after another. Mm-hmm. Like the overwhelming love for it. I'm so happy. I'm happy about it. I love that movie too. It's my number one. But I just feel more strongly about Paul Thomas Anderson's other films, and the same holds true for Tarantino's filmography in this one. I recognize its brilliance. I recognize why people love it to the extent that they do. It's just that, like personally, something keeps me at a distance for when, it decides to go to the revenge angle the way they do, the way he does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what I was thinking about. There was something you were talking about with violence and violence against women in one of the other films we talked about earlier, maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. But because I know that that's an element that people I know that hate this movie. I mean, one of the things they hone in on is the sadistic glee he takes in killing the Manson girls. I mean, I think he kills off Tex Watson, not Tex Watson. Was it Tex Watson? Yeah, it is Tex Watson.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Just as viciously as the women, but I think, people are uneasy with the sadism of Tarantino. And I mean, I think that's something that I don't know if I struggled with it, because I do like a good revenge movie also, but I think what kind of threw me, and I thought about this a lot lately because Kill Bill came out again in theaters recently, and I saw Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, and I had the same internal wrestling match that I had back at the time with it, as far as like the drop-off in emotional resonance for me between Jackie Brown and Kill Bill, although Kill Bill has a lot of brilliance to it. I mean, I get the entertainment quality of it, but I think I I remember being quite disappointed with it at the time, especially the first half, which people prefer among my friends. But Jackie Brown to me felt like the big outlier, to the degree that I think Tarantino, I forget if I've ever actually seen him say this in an interview. I feel like I've only just heard this, that I think he feels that people that rate that as his best film don't like his stuff because it's such a difference from his other movies. And maybe he's saying that because it's an adaptation of Elmore Leonard, so it's less personal. But I don't know. Like, it's, to me, that's almost kind of like his Ed Wood, like the film that, like, people that don't normally like his stuff, they like that one because it's grounded in humanistic and such. And I like his kind of flamboyant genre mashup stuff too. I mean, I really love Death Proof, which is like his most shallow film on some level. But like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that I kind of get that reaction to the violence in Hollywood as well. I mean, it's definitely like it moves the tone to a different place than the bittersweet story of friendship at the heart of it. I also think that was the most controversial when it's like not giving Sharon Tate the same kind of level of dialogue as the men in the story. But I'm like, I don't know that that's really what his film is trying to say. But I don't know. I mean, again, this is not a film that people need any further kind of endorsement of. It's like people, I'm assuming most listeners of this either know if they like or dislike it.
Well, we do have to speed along, and as hard as that is for us, my next pick is the original, of course, Pulse.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a big J-horror person.
Oh, that
I
Pulse.
often think, yes. Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's another one with like Joey Lawrence that I actually kind of like too. But this one... This one is, it's Kurosawa, Kiyoshi Kurosawa, that is. And I know Patrick and I have talked about it, like, movies that don't necessarily scream out, this is about depression, but it makes me like he's talked about with Carnival of Souls, and I believe this film as well. It just, I don't know, there's something about the mood, the feeling of dread, the like detachment that takes place in this film, the technological loneliness that really, to like, instead of Pulse as being the title, you can just call this depression, because it just feels like you're seeping into depression as you're watching this movie, or like experiencing what the characters are going through and feeling a sense of disassociation and isolation. And where this film goes is still surprising even when I go back to it, and like, it's, people just give up, people just vanish, people just turn into ghosts, people just like turn into ash or something, like against the wall in this. That, I don't know, that image alone really haunts me. I've had nightmares about this movie, and he's certainly made a lot of great films, including Cure, and more recent ones too that people actually put on their list for last year. And I don't know, like, there's just something about this particular movie, like the plane falling from the sky, like there's images that have stayed with me, and just what the internet has done, that like it, the hope that it was going to be this network that connects people, and it has, but it's also left a lot of others isolated. And this captures that like existential dread that I've felt in my lifetime. And yeah, it's just again, I've used this word to describe a lot of horror movies, but this is a very haunting movie for good reason. But I also understand it's slow, it's bleak, it's prophetic, but hey, I love Pulse. It's one of those movies that I would go back to and just like say, all right, well, I'm going to be depressed for 2 hours, but it's just, so beautifully realized with this film.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember liking Pulse. I haven't seen it in a long time. Kiyoshi Kurosawa. I finally just recently caught up with Cure for the first time, which was another one that's really, like, I was long overdue to see it, and I thought that was quite good. Yeah, no, don't have a whole lot to add. I remember finding it effective, but it's been a little while since I've seen Pulse. My next film is a little bit less classy than that. Is one of my favorite animal attack movies. It's The Pack. Directed by Robert Klaus, 1977. Robert Klaus being the director of Enter the Dragon, I think is the big one, but he did Golden Needles, Game of Death. He did a film called Deadly Eyes, where little dachshunds in rat costumes play giant rats. But The Pack stars Jodan Baker, and it's based on it's a story with family going to an island, and what's happened on the island is that families that have abandoned their pets on the island, like specifically their dogs, those dogs have joined feral roving packs of wild dogs. And so there's this pack of wild dogs on the island, and problems ensue. It's probably the film you're picturing, but I think it's really strong. And, people I know have some strong negative feelings about using real life animals in movies this way, but I'll bring him up again. Lee Gambon, who does the commentary on The Pack and who was a very big champion of this film in particular, and all kind of animal pictures, was real kind of articulate about the just how skilled the animal trainers were on films like this and the safety of animals and such. So it was not an inhumane set for the dogs that were the monstrous dogs of The Pack. But it's, I think, still a really effective movie that, people are being menaced by real live animals. And it's not like one of those films like Roar, where there's horror stories about people being bitten for real. But if you like animal attack movies, it's well before CGI. I think, it's not as good as Jaws, but if I had to make a top 5 animal attack movies of that eco horror period, it's definitely in that 5. So, Jodan Baker coming off like his Walking Tall kind of heyday, and it's just a fun B movie. It's my number 187 in The Pack.
I will have to see that one too. It would have been cool if the movie 187 was at 187.
I don't know if I've ever seen 187. It was Samuel L. Jackson, right?
Yeah.
No, I should see it.
A movie that's not a whole lot of fun, but my first attempt at doing a solo commentary track, just like randomly on Patreon, was for a film called The Rapture by Michael Tolkien, the screenwriter of The Player. And in this, we have Mimi Rogers and David Duchovny. And, well, guess what, folks? The end of the world is imminent. It's happening. And, well, it doesn't necessarily start out that way, but obviously with the title like The Rapture, you kind of anticipate something along those lines. And it more or less starts out as like two people having an open relationship and trying to connect as swingers, and going to clubs and cruising for anonymous encounters with people. And, that stuff is, when you have like this, the people involved with like Mimi Rogers and David Duchovny, that's tantalizing. But then, wow, an hour into this movie completely change tone. And that a lot of that has to do with their lives completely change. And this is one of those movies that I just, it really affects me deeply, really. And I went up to Mimi Rogers at a horror convention, and she gave me a hug because I told her how much I responded to this film, and she felt like, well, not enough people saw it and it didn't get the audience it deserved. And that's very true. So, but it's, again, not an easy watch. It's uncompromising, and it's quite challenging. And there's things that happen that are literal in this movie that you sort of just have to go, all right, well, that happened, and I just have to accept it. And so does the lead character here. And also it has a very, very upsetting kind of final moment. But yeah, it's one that I want people to seek out and track down, and maybe one day it'll get the release it deserves. But yeah, Michael Tolkien, hell of a writer, incredible film, The Rapture from 1991.
Yeah. I'm surprised that's taken so long to show up on one of your lists, because I know that that's a big favorite of yours. And yeah, I think it's a great film. It had some big defenders like Roger Ebert, in the critical sphere, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it wasn't really a big commercial success, and I don't even know on physical media, even though David Duchovny is a much bigger star since The Rapture, obviously. And it's a challenging, unusual movie. I mean, it's very brave where it goes. I mean, my favorite Mimi Rogers movie is Full Body Massage, but that would be my second favorite. And it's probably a better movie than Full Body Massage. But what can I say? But yeah, no, I concur. That's and hopefully one day we'll get the red carpet treatment on home video. I mean, it had a special edition Laserdisc that I had a copy of. It has a commentary and such, so it had some home video presence back in the day, but deserves to be better known than it is. My 188th is Pretty Poison, a film that I sought out because, again, Danny Perry in cult movies. Stars Anthony Perkins and Tuesday Weld, based on the novel She Let Him Continue. And it's probably, I think it might be the first film that Anthony Perkins does that acknowledges how everyone sees him as Norman Bates from Psycho, because I don't know that he was so quick to fall into playing characters that resonated with Norman Bates right away. And I think he definitely resisted being typecast as that character. But this is a guy who's out of a mental institution, and he sees a teenage girl played by Tuesday Weld, and he tries to strike up an intrigue by pretending to be a secret agent and involve her in some kind of conspiratorial thing. And it's funny because the writer of it, who is it? Lorenzo Semple Jr. Later did political thrillers like Parallax View, as a screenwriter. So the paranoia theme, is something that he's good at for more traditional kind of political story. But he tries to involve her in this intrigue to seduce her, and problems ensue is all I'll say in case you haven't seen it, because it evolves in an interesting kind of way. And Tuesday Weld and Anthony Perkins also starred in one of my favorite films from the 70s, Played As It Lays, a much different film that's kind of built around Tuesday Weld as the lead. The novel, what's her name? Joan Didion.
Yes.
But Pretty Poison, I guess, is the primary film in the career of Noel Black. I mean, he did some other films besides this one, but this seems to be the most well-known. And it's probably one of the big cult films for Anthony Perkins fans that isn't Psycho. I mean, the Crimes of Passion, and there's other things that people like, but I think this is, it's. I mean, honestly, it's more of a stretch than Psycho is for him, as far as a variety of things he gets to play in it, and it's the thing that initially intrigued me about Tuesday Weld before I got to see things like Played As It Lays, or even things like Thief that come later, because Tuesday Weld comes from these Dobie Gillis TV show and rock kind of kiddie kind of exploitation kind of movies, and like rock and roll exploitation movies, like not that sounds bad, kiddie exploitation, not that like films that aimed at like kid audiences, in the rock and roll era, like the Arthur Freed kind of stuff. Anyway, like Pretty Poison is kind of like her kind of moving towards kind of darker stories and darker characters, and but yeah, it's one I've liked since high school, and it has had some Blu-rays. I think Twilight Time put it on Blu-ray. I don't know what the current situation with it is, because it's Fox, so it's probably in a Disney vault now. But interesting movie, and one I've just always really responded to. Have you ever seen Pretty Poison?
I haven't. No, and I've been meaning to. I feel like it's come up in conversation with us for sure.
Yeah, 1968. It's a good one. It's a good movie.
Do you know how close it would have been because I was toying between this next title. It would have been so close and so appropriate to where I'm like, I should just include this instead, because it would have been just like the perfect segue. I almost chose Remember My Name. And the only reason why is because I've only seen it the one time. I know I really, really liked it, but I wanted to watch it again just to confirm. Maybe it'll make the next round. But I went with Running on Empty instead. And because you had that on your list before, I don't necessarily have to go into it other than it makes me cry. It's an appropriate film in light of, Paul Thomas Anderson citing it as kind of a influence or a movie that he showed to the cast of One Battle After Another. And everybody knows my love of River Phoenix, and this is one of those stories of, again, Martha Plimpton is in this too. So yeah, I just love Running on Empty by Sidney Lumet. I talked about it when we did the Sidney Lumet podcast, and you talked about it eloquently before, to where I'm just like happy just to say, hey, guess what? Running on Empty is a masterpiece, and that's why it's on my list.
Yeah, I concur. I mean, we've talked about this one last time. I'll just say that we're going from running to racing, because my next one is Racing with the Moon, directed by Richard Benjamin, 1984. And this is one I talked about on a commentary with Mariah Gates, so I don't have to talk about it a lot. But it's one I've liked for a long time. I was really honored to get to work on a release of it. But it's a sweet coming of age movie. It's kind of set in the same era as the Human Comedy that was earlier on my list. It's like that World War II era. Stars Sean Penn, Nicolas Cage as friends in a small town. Actually shot in the same town as East of Eden, that James Dean movie. And
right,
it's it's a sweet coming of age romantic drama. There's some kind of mistaken identity kind of intrigue to the plot. I won't spoil it all because it's kind of still not a film that a lot of people have seen, but maybe the most likable character of the early Sean Penn performances when he was a pretty young face still. And Elizabeth McGovern is the female lead in it. She's fantastic. She's coming off of things like Once Upon a Time in America, and it's probably Richard Benjamin's best film for my taste. I mean, a lot of people like My Favorite Year, but I think for me, this is the best one. It has a little bit of that Last Picture Show kind of bittersweet nostalgia thing going on in it. It's Nicolas Cage, not at his full tilt weirdness, but he has some eccentric touches. But it's like again, it's him coming off of Valley Girl. It's a film that I am surprised wasn't a bigger movie in its time, and it's kind of like this little cult movie. But I think, it's just one that, I mean, it meant a lot to me even before I worked on a release of it. And you can, if you want to hear me talk about it a lot more, you can pick up the Fun City Editions Blu-ray. But have you seen this one?
Oh yeah, I definitely caught up with it because I was very excited for that release that you and Mariah contributed to, and I did like it quite a bit. Yeah, and it's one I'm surprised I hadn't seen a lot sooner in my life. But yeah, I know it's incredible. I really dug it a lot.
Yeah.
And it was good. It was good homework to do some more Sean Penn research. At the time.
Sure.
Okay. Whew. You had a couple of slashers on here that I guess I would say were surprising, but this one I guess is a little surprising because most people don't think of this as a profound work of art when it comes to a slasher, but there's something about Sorority House Massacre that I've seen it a few times now, and I think it was recently just got out on 4K. and it's it's short. It's directed by Carol Frank, and it just it felt different to me, and I can't even specifically say why. And I know that there's like, the lead woman in this has like these visions or weird dreams about things that are going on, and she can't, like, it's almost like, she's experiencing some sort of PTSD as a result of something that happened. And it's just, it gets really intense, and it does sort of, I wouldn't say succumb, but just, it does become, like a home invasion slasher film, but more subtle in a way, if memory serves. But like, it has like this psychic connection between siblings, and, it definitely owes a lot to Halloween and films of that ilk. And yet there's just something about it. I know that, Corman, Roger, right? He was involved with this, his production company, and maybe it's because it's coming from, the female perspective, that it's just going to feel different regardless. But it's modest. It's very condensed, and not a lot happens that you would, like everything you kind of expect to happen happens in this, but it's just really well done, and something I really enjoy for whatever reason. It's just one of those slashers that I have warmed up to more and more the more I watch it.
I am speechless. This is probably the biggest shock of anything on the list so far.
Writer-director Carol Frank was inspired by the original Halloween with a dash of Nightmare on Elm Street thrown in. Speaking of Carol Frank, she does a great job here. The movie is very well made on a technical level, and I love the musical score as well. Angela O'Neill does a great job as our lead, and the killer is suitably creepy. The rest of the cast is fine, for the most part.
Some guy just killed Tracy.
Honestly, it only adds to the charm. I actually thought this movie had some decent characterization as well. You actually cared for some of these people, which was nice.
It's not a bad shock. I've never heard you mention this movie, and it's not. It's funny because my friend Amanda Reyes has been on, like, I feel like she's been on 3 different releases of this movie now. And like every time they have her do more and more things on it. So like I have more than one copy of it. It is a fun movie. I always mix it up with the Slumber Party Massacre.
Sure.
Because I think they even, like, one of them, I can't remember if it's Sorority House Massacre, actually flashes back to a Slumber Party Massacre sequel or a Slumber Party Massacre movie instead of a Sorority House Massacre. So it's very confusing how they kind of intermix. I haven't quite untangled it entirely, but that's definitely what I'll be watching again this year. So that is an interesting pick, and not a bad one. I think all the slashers are creature comfort kind of movies. I can't really make great claims for Night School or some of the ones on my list, but
again, a lot of people are pretty mid on it, and I guess I understand why. But I don't know, this one, when a movie surprises me, it becomes a favorite sometimes, and this one did.
No, so. And now I'm even more excited to revisit this one now. It's been a long time. It's interesting. This one kind of resonates. My next one kind of resonates a little bit with Running on Empty, and it's funny because I have such a strong history now with Baby It's You that I really thought about that for my John Sayles pick, but I think just it edged out by Return of the Secaucus 7, 1980, and directed by John Sayles. I mean, they're both wonderful movies. I can't really say that this is better than Baby It's You, but it's one that I have a real fondness for. It's about 7 friends that come from a kind of radical political left background, reuniting, in a weekend getaway in New Hampshire, and kind of remembering old times. There's kind of some romantic kind of entanglements, people hooking up, people breaking up. A lot of people have compared this to The Big Chill, but this is always kind of been the David versus Goliath in that kind of argument. So it's kind of always been the hipper film, whether or not it's a slicker film. It's kind of probably a little bit more rough around the edges technically. David Strathairn is probably the most familiar face in the cast, but it's a kind of thing where John Sayles was coming off of writing exploitation movies for Roger Corman, speaking of Sorority House Massacre, writing things like Alligator and Piranha. He wrote he rewrote The Howling for Joe Dante. But this was his labor of love project. And I think he only sought to do it as having a sample film to get money to do other things. Like, I don't think he even really saw this as going to be a breakthrough film for American independent films in the 80s. Like, this is really, pre Stranger Than Paradise, pre Blood Simple, pre all that. Like, this is right at the beginning. And, I talked about this a little bit when we talk about Chilly Sense of Winter, like that fascination with people that come from that 60s counterculture era and how they navigate adulthood. I think I talk about, was that Swiss film that I love so much, the Elaine Tainer, Jonah, who will be 25 in the year 2000. Same kind of idea as far as like people that didn't sell out, but what do you do instead? When you're no longer on the front lines of the political protests, like how do you incorporate that into your life? And it's a similar kind of thing in that it's like people that go into teaching or people that go into other kinds of, acting, people that go into the arts, but people that are happy kind of holding those values into tentative adulthood. And so that's another reason why the Big Chill was not as fashionable, because the Big Chill involves them kind of like, oh, the 60s died and now we're yuppies, and isn't it sad how we're rich? And that's kind of the opposite kind of approach to Sayles, where Sayles is like, no, you don't have to. You like compromise, but there's other ways to age gracefully from that world. And so that's the theme, but it's kind of like a fun hangout kind of movie. Like, it's not a big serious chin stroking kind of movie. Like, it's a film about friends just reconnecting. And there's other films that are less political, like Indian Summer, that I like, that do this kind of thing as well. But this is, John Sayles, I did the deep dive in prepping for that commentary, and I think the list of great films is long with that guy. Like, I don't love everything he made, but there's a lot of great stuff that people should, not think of his films as homework or, good for you vegetables and earnest political kind of well-meaning kind of indie stuff. Like, it's a lot of entertaining, funny, sometimes sexy kind of work that, this is just the one that resonates with me the most. But Liana, Baby It's You, is really important to me. And Lone Star, I could list them all off. There's so many. Oh yeah, you could. And I would completely agree. Yeah, but that's my number 190 as Return to Chicago 7. And my next one is a film that I just watched within the past week or so with Sharon, because she had a vivid memory of it being potentially one of the saddest endings she'd ever seen to any movie. And I was like, I don't think I've ever seen it, but I love Barbara Stanwyck, and she should have won every award imaginable for her role in Stella Dallas from 1937, directed by King Vidor, and it was remade rather poorly, I would say, in the 90s with Bette Midler. Sorry, Bette Midler, Barbara Stanwyck. But, part of me was like bracing myself for a kind of like Mildred Pierce story, but it's not that necessarily. It's really about this woman who just wants a better life for her daughter, and is willing to do whatever it takes, including self-sacrifice or even lying and manipulation towards her daughter, which made me really uncomfortable. And again, like, just unexpected things in this movie happen that will break your heart, and it definitely has one of the most memorable final shots and scenes that you'll ever see, and with her standing outside in the rain watching her daughter get married while she's excluded pretty much from the entire family. And I can see why it wrecked
Sharon at a young age, and it certainly wrecked me now. And when it was over, I said, well, that's a perfect movie, and it's going on my list of favorites, and I just want to watch Barbara Stanwyck in everything. And I certainly, anytime I see her in anything, I'm just amazed. But this could very well be my favorite performance from her. So people should go back and revisit this one for sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time. I remember liking it too, and I do kind of put it alongside something like Mildred Pierce in my head, but it's more of a melodrama. There's not that thriller element that I think there's a bit in Mildred Pierce. That's a great pick. I haven't thought about Stella Dallas in a long time, but I do love Stanwyck. I think we talked about Barbara Stanwyck on our Laura Dern episode many years ago.
Yeah.
So another music documentary for me, and like I have said several times over the course of doing these, like, it's not always my favorite artists that inspire my favorite music docs and arts docs, and
but you love Master of Puppets.
I do love Master of Puppets. And you're right, it is some kind of monster from 2004, directed by the same duo that did Paradise Lost, Joe Berlinger and Bruce Sinofsky. And I was this close to actually picking Murder in the Front Row, a documentary about the Bay Area thrash metal scene, but I'm like, I can't have two thrash metal documentaries on my list. And I can't even really listen to thrash metal records the way I did when I was, 12. I was really big into this stuff when I was young. By the time Some Kind of Monster came out, I hadn't heard a Metallica album in a long time. I still haven't really listened to Metallica since 1990, really. I think like 1991's Black Album, I wasn't into that, and I never listened to Metallica after that record came out. But I love this documentary as a portrait of musicians in crisis. I mean, for people that don't know the film, that could even imagine watching it, I mean, it's about the band when they're very, very famous, and Jason Newsted, their bass player, leaves the band, and James Hetfield's alcoholism ultimately gets to the point where he needs to disappear for a while and kind of straighten himself out. And they are on the verge of breaking up, and they bring in a therapist to try to talk them and counsel them through this kind of odd point in their lives. And, but it's awkwardly funny in ways that I appreciate. They make themselves all look quite foolish at different points, and I just really respect that they allow themselves to be portrayed that unflatteringly. And I find it just really kind of compelling as somebody that, I mean, certainly had my feelings about Metallica when I was really young, and I like some records still, I guess, from them. But as just a fly on the wall portrait of a band, I find this to be just comfort watch kind of territory. Like, I can put it on and I will forget that I've already seen it like too many times. So it's I threw it on the list, but don't have a whole lot more to say about it. I think I joked that I might throw this on the list last time we did this. So here we go.
I'm glad you did, because it's great, and I'm disappointed, though, I didn't get to hear your James Hetfield impression, so I can do it for you. Some kind of monster! Some kind of monster!
Well, I couldn't really compare to that, so that's and I as someone that grew up with the love of Megadeth, I think that the Mustaine scene is my favorite part of that movie. And
sure,
yeah,
no, that's man. Complicated bunch of guys working together there.
Yep.
The next two I won't go into great detail about because they've come up a lot on this show, including you again last time. And it almost feels like, do I really need to include yet another David Lynch movie? Well, what the hell? I'm doing it because I love David Lynch and I love The Straight Story, and I just showed it at the library, and okay, only one person showed up for that screening. But that person said, well, that's now one of my favorite movies. I thank you for showing it. Yeah. So it's like, it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it to show it. Then if somebody's like, I never seen it, I loved it, I thank you for showing it. That's all it took for me to go, you know what? Of course I cry every time I see that movie. And it's just so beautiful and so special and such an outlier in his, filmography to where when people dismiss it, I almost get mad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's perfect. And you talked about it before, too.
I've talked about it plenty of times. I talked about it with Keith Gordon.
Yes.
But no, it's a great film. I've got no unkind things to say about it. I think when I'm watching it, you could tell me it's the best thing he ever made, and I would probably not argue with you, although I mean, it's really hard for me to rank them. And obviously, we talked about things like Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive at length on these before. And he's one of my favorites, of course. My next film is Some of My Best Friends Are, directed by Mervyn Nelson, 1971. Now this is
never heard of it.
This is it's a drama that I don't know if it was produced as a way to cash in on The Boys in the Band, but it's a film that is set in a gay bar on Christmas Eve, and I thought it could have been based on a play because it is so bound to this one central location, but it apparently is not. At least I can't find anything that would indicate that it was ever a play. But it is a set at a place called the Blue Jay Bar, where some straight people, but mostly gay men and women, kind of sit and flirt and bitch and cry and do all the things that you might associate with Boys in the Band and films of that ilk. And it's again like with in a different way than Flesh Spot on 42nd Street, but like the idea of like that period of New York and low budget filmmaking and actors that come from theater, come from not really from adult films in this one per se. I mean, actually, how I first heard of it, I think might have been because Rue McClanahan, who went on to celebrity as one of the Golden Girls, had done a bunch of smaller parts in films, including The People Next Door. And this is right around that same time she did The People Next Door. And so I think that's how I might have heard the title before that. Candy Darling is in it from the Warhol films, and Fanny Flagg. And you heard my recent episode with Willow Caitlin McClay. I know that Willow showed this on Turner Classic Movies recently, as part of the series of films they were doing to promote their book Corpses, Fools, and Monsters. And it does have a trans character in it. I don't think it's a cross section of gay identity kind of captured in the film. I love films that are set in a bar across one night. I think there's another one I considered putting on the list, and even things that are like was that Bloody Noses, Empty Pockets? That's like that fake documentary. I kind of like that too. And I like sad films set on Christmas. I love Carol and All That Heaven Allows and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, it was a confluence of qualities that made this kind of stand out to me. It came out through AIP, so I guess it's MGM owns it now. It's something you can I can stream it on the MGM channel on Amazon, so I know that it has a transfer, although I don't think it's widescreen. But this is one I keep hoping all the cool queer historian film types could maybe help spearhead some kind of Blu-ray release of this, so I could get some context as to where the fuck this comes from. Because it's funny, even reading reviews of it at the time when mainstream critics were a lot more comfortable being homophobic in the 70s. It's like, a film that was kind of shrugged off as, just an also ran next to The Boys in the Band, and that I think is a pretty interesting, compelling little time capsule of a movie that I really love it. And I'd recommend people seek this out if it sounds at all interesting. It's very much like a New York, Greenwich Village slice of life kind of film. But that's my number 192 is Some of My Best Friends Are.
I'm going to have to seek that one out as well. And it's interesting that, mentioning Candy Darling in the film, right?
Mm-hmm.
I recently watched I Shot Andy Warhol, and I was like, I think this might be my favorite Stephen Dorff performance. I mean, again, like, I don't know if he's the right person to have cast as Candy Darling in that film, but it just works for me. I don't know. But it was such a big shock to me, like watching I Shot Andy Warhol and kind of going, wow, Stephen Dorff, he's great. I don't know. I don't know if everybody agrees with that necessarily, but yeah, that was just something that came to mind because, yeah, I Shot Andy Warhol close to being on the list. But this next pick is one I did an entire episode with the late, great Sergio Mims, Frank Perry's The Swimmer. And I would just point people in that direction because, boy, does Sergio know how to talk about a movie, especially that one. And we had a great conversation about it. It's kind of an emotional episode for me to even go back to, knowing our connection and just the fact that he's no longer with us. But certainly this is one of those films that again speaks to me, and I get it and I love it. And I love swimming. I love Burt Lancaster in this. I mean, it's just one of those movies of its time and place that really, really works. And I love movies where people just like travel around and we get to meet other people they come across along the way. And yeah, this one's says a lot about toxic masculinity and a lot of different things, and that, class and culture and all that happening in that era. So it's an incredible work of art, The Swimmer.
Yeah, no, I love The Swimmer. I think the only reason it wasn't on one of my lists is because I keep one film per director, and I gave the edge to Play It As It Lays, but Last Summer and The Swimmer, he made some of my favorite movies, and that's certainly up there. I urge people to listen to the episode you did with Sergio Mims to hear more about that film. So my next film, like Quentin Tarantino, another director that I felt like, man, I love so many of his films. Why haven't I included anything on these lists yet? But is Jonathan Demme. And what to say, like, which Jonathan Demme? Because, I mean, I love Handle with Care. I mean, in that same kind of way that I love Return to Secaucus 7, I love Rachel getting married. I like everyone else. I love Silence of the Lambs, Stop Making Sense, Melvin and Howard, Married to the Mob. Like, so many films I really love. Even Caged Heat I kind of like, but I went with Something Wild, 1986, starring Jeff Daniels, Melanie Griffith, and Ray Liotta, and kind of a dark comedy that starts off kind of in this sexy screwball vein and then moves into a different tone when the Liotta character kind of makes his presence felt. And this might be one that a lot of people know, but I mean, if not, it's just one of the great energetic kind of, I guess I think of it like as indie wood. I can't remember if this actually came out through, it came out through Orion. So it's kind of like a major studio, but I mean, this was one of those films that, like, when you went to the cult section in my town, it was like always in the cult section alongside things like Blue Velvet. So I always thought of it as maybe more kinkier or perverse than maybe it is. But it's, I mean, I don't. It's probably the one I return to the most. I mean, I think of the David Byrne music and the opening credits, and I just feel like in a good place whenever I revisit it. And so it's, there's films I like that are maybe less celebrated of his that I could just as easily speak up for. And I do think that among films that swept the Oscars, few of them are more rewatchable for me than Silence of the Lambs, even though I know that there's a complicated thing to talk about with that. But, that's a filmmaker that I've enjoyed a lot of the films, and that Something Wild today is the one that I felt like talking about. So I assume that you know that one, and we've actually met your favorite director at some special screenings of Jonathan Demme's work in New York years ago. So I know that I think Melvin and Howard is your favorite.
Yes, that's still my favorite. I mean, again, it is really hard to choose. I do love a lot of his work. Stop Making Sense, for God's sake, right? Yeah. But I mean, it's just hard. I love everything about that director, to where it was like one of those, episodes that Brad and Al did that I kind of went, I should have been on that one too. But it's okay. He's an all-time favorite of mine, and for good reason. And everything you said is true. My next pick is one that I've only seen once, and the reason why I'm waiting to watch it again is because it was just announced as a Criterion film that I cannot wait to revisit. It did make a strong impression on me. I do like end of the world apocalyptic scenarios. You're The Day After or Threads, A Boy and His Dog, but there is something about Lynn Littman's Testament that really floored me. I can't go into specifics because it's been a while since I've seen it, but I just know that I didn't realize I just looked at Letterboxd. It said 2019. Wow, it has been a while. So I'm waiting for the Criterion release to come my way. Certainly was a surprise to see certain people in this film in the cast, but it's just basically about a nuclear attack that it's basically some warheads are headed their way, and all the people sort of coping with the devastation and the aftermath, and how they're processing everything, and it's heavy stuff, folks, but it's quite remarkable. I don't think this filmmaker made much of anything else of note, but it's horrific. There's radiation sickness. There's people clamoring to religion. There's hysteria. There's just the trauma that comes with all of this that you would expect, but it tapped into that Reagan era nuclear anxiety in a way that I thought was refreshing, and maybe some people could write it off as being TV movie-esque in a way, but I didn't think so. I thought it was powerful, so it's on my list, and I can't wait to watch it again soon.
Yeah, Testament is one I've still never seen. I have the imprint Blu-ray of it because my friend Amanda Reyes did the commentary for that version, and I wanted to hear her commentary, and so I haven't watched it yet. It was actually, there was years ago, Travis Crawford and I were going to be doing the commentary for The Day After, and so I probably would have watched it then, and then I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it ended up going to Lee. So it ended up going to a good, I wasn't bothered by it, but it went. Lee Gambit did the commentary for that one, but the Threads is, I think, the thing I think of most with the nuclear threat kind of movies. But there's a few of them that I've seen. Testament is one I still have yet to catch up with, but I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I guess with Criterion putting it out, that it'll have a greater profile, than it already has. So yeah.
And Jane Alexander is great in it, and so is William Devane. Oddly enough, nice transition there. Okay,
yeah. Well, I this year I will finally see Testament, so I'm looking forward to it. Although it sounds like it will be won't make me sleep easier at night to finally see it. Yeah, my next film is not as classy as that. It's a pure sexploitation trash. It's Teenage Hitchhikers, 1974, directed by Jerome S. Kaufman.
Who are you? I'm Sol Alcoa. What do you do? I'm a parasite. I suck on other people's energy. Yeah, I bet.
Two young, sexy gals hitchhiking across America and getting into hijinks, some sexual in nature. Spoiler alert. And but it's funny. It's a funny movie. I like the chemistry between the two lead actresses. It's Kathy Fitch as Mouse, who's very funny. And I have to say, one of the reasons I sought this out, again, me with my Last House on the Left interest, is it's the last film from Sandra Peabody, who plays Mary Collingwood in Last House on the Left. And it's so nice to see her happy and alive and not being menaced in the woods by loathsome criminals. So it kind of, as a kind of thing I sought out because of its connections to a much darker movie, this is actually quite a likable and fun movie in the skin flick kind of category. This is one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite movies. He showed it at the that QT Fest he used to do in Austin years ago. I think he might have actually helped really boost its profile because he's Quentin Tarantino. But this one, I think, a lot of sexploitation movies, I don't think are really like as funny as they think they are. This one actually is as funny as it intends to be, and it's likable, attractive lead actresses, but it's not like they're cast because they're just willing to get naked and like statuesque kind of figures. Like they're funny, likable actresses, and that's why that's why the film works. So again, it's like 70s exploitation is a very specific kind of audience that would tune in for it. But if you're into that kind of thing and you haven't seen Teenage Hitchhikers, not to be confused with Jean Rollin of Iron Rose fame, Schoolgirl Hitchhikers, which I saw that one thinking I was seeing Teenage Hitchhikers. I'm like, oh no, this is actually a totally different film. That's okay. But Teenage Hitchhikers is maybe one of the very best 70s sexploitation movies, kind of in that point where hardcore films existed. It's an interesting thing to me because like I'm fascinated by sexploitation, like the history of it, more than I really like rewatch a lot of it, because a lot of it I don't think really holds up as great cinema. Some of it's kind of is well made, like the Joe Sarno stuff, and like there's some stuff that's like quite good as movies, but a lot of it is kind of more kind of time capsule interest to me. But 70s sexploitation, like in the years between it's legal to show hardcore, like Deep Throat has already happened, but it's before you get to the teen sex comedies and erotic thrillers that we know from cable when we were growing up. That kind of middle period, I think, is kind of interesting. And so anyway, that's my 194, these Teenage Hitchhikers.
Cool. I'll have to check that one out. I did it again. I mixed up William Devane and Paul LeMat. I always do that. It's like I had to double check because I thought, we went from talking about Demi and Melvin and Howard to Testament, and I thought the same guy was in it, but I always mix those two up. It happens.
Oh, well.
Sorry, folks. Anyway, this next one, I don't know what to say at all, other than, I saw it at a Music Box of Horrors on the big screen, and you thought Sorority House Massacre was a surprise. How about putting Tetsu the Iron Man on my list of favorites? Because that is something else. That is an unforgettable movie in a way that I still don't know what to make of it all, other than it just being an assault and almost like the birth of Japanese cyberpunk and things that would go on even to influence like Nine Inch Nails videos. But it's body horror. It's just fast paced. It's insane. It's nightmarish. There are things in it that feels like a sustained panic attack and wires going into skin and just all about dehumanization and technology and just, I don't know. It's not something I'm going to ever like go back to on a regular basis because it makes me feel kind of gross. But in a way that's like visually stunning. And I'm not crazy about the follow-ups. And maybe it's like I just prefer this being in black and white for whatever reason. But no, I mean, it's, again, if you're epileptic, I don't recommend it. But it's again, when I think of movies that really challenge the medium, this is one of them. This is just like this, and this filmmaker Tsukamoto made it like, I guess, over 18 months using a lot of stop motion and just. He made like this was his own original vision that he did like DIY style practically. And that's even more of an achievement when you think about it. It's just like a vision of technological horror gone awry in a way that you'll never see anything like this if you decide to be daring and watch Tetsu the Iron Man.
Yeah, I haven't seen Tetsu the Iron Man in a long time. That was probably the first Japanese language film I ever saw in Japanese.
Wow,
yeah, because it actually made it to the small town video store that I don't know how, like, they didn't get a lot of new foreign language films, but they got that one. And I remember I had such limited knowledge of experimental cinema that I kind of placed it alongside Eraserhead in my memory of it. But I know it's
totally
got that more of that kind of I don't know if you call it like a cyberpunk aesthetic, but it definitely felt like what I imagine the anime come to life as far as like the radical dark sexuality of it. But no, I haven't seen it in a long time, but definitely memorable. So my 195th is I don't know if it's one I need to talk about a lot, but it's The Thin Man, 1934 mystery comedy directed by W.S. Van Dyke, starring William Powell and Myrna Loy, based on the Dashiell Hammett novel. And it's just a fun, wisecracking couple of detectives who drink a lot of martinis and kind of crack one-liners, and they solve a mystery. And they did a whole series of these films. They were big favorites in my family's household growing up. So I saw a few of the sequels as well. But I almost had My Man Godfrey on here. I like a lot of those William Powell, Myrna Loy comedies. But today I'm going with The Thin Man. It's a reliable comfort watch. If you're into old Hollywood screwball comedy or mystery, it's probably a film that you already know, but if not, it's really satisfying. The whole franchise is a lot of fun. But I think, again, Christmas setting, just like the very dissimilar some of my best friends are. I went with The Thin Man. And
my next pick is William Friedkin's To Live and Die in L.A. from 1985, a movie that my dad absolutely loved too. He was a sucker for a good car chase, a sucker for William Peterson, and a fan of Willem Dafoe. This had everything. And and there's something about just the procedural element of watching a counterfeiter do his job that I think even caused people, I don't want to say like the government watched this or whoever watched this, right? And panicked a little bit because it was so accurate, because Friedkin was just like such a stickler for detail and getting things right. And he did. And, it's basically just one of those movies where you kind of know who the good guy, well, I shouldn't even say the good guy, because this is not a good cop. He's fairly corrupt, played by William Peterson, and he's just pursuing Willem Dafoe, this counterfeiter. And, there's a sting operation, there's a car chase, there's a lot going on. I mean, his partner, I forget who plays his partner, but he's not nearly as strong as the other people in this film, which also includes Dean Stockwell in a small role. And it had the Wing Chung synth score and soundtrack. It's definitely very 80s, but it rules. It's one of those movies that just, I like, once in a while I go, yeah, Sharon, I'm sorry. I'm such a dude, there's some like pure masculine overdrive kind of sleek Los Angeles sheen, or like your Michael Mann, and there's stuff that just like, all right, I'm into it. I get it. And this was just one of those movies that like my dad loved it, and so I ended up loving it more and more over time. And big shocker, there's a big shocker in this, and if you haven't seen it, I won't say it, but if you have seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, no, I it's still shocking to me, even when I think about I can't think of another Hollywood movie in recent years that does what that does. No, it's a great film. I mean, William Friedkin, so many classics. I mean, I think I talked about Cruising on the first one we did of this, but I mean, I just rewatched The Exorcist recently, and boy, does that hold up, man. But To Live and Die in LA is a lot more fun. Might even watch it this weekend. I'm not sure, but it's a great film.
Damn good movie.
And funny that you mentioned Dean Stockwell, because he shows up in my next pick, which is Tracks from 1976, written and directed by Henry Jaglom, another person that we lost in 2025. And so I thought I'd throw that on the list. It stars Dennis Hopper as a Vietnam vet who's accompanying a coffin of a fallen soldier back home, and gets into situations on the train. But it's kind of an outlier in the career of Henry Jaglom, because I think Henry Jaglom starts off, since I mentioned Tuesday Weld with Pretty Poison, with an interesting, very dreamy film that was part of that BBS scene, same company that did Five Easy Pieces and King of Marvin Gardens and Head, did a film called A Safe Place. So this is his second feature. Tracks is the second feature, and it has this kind of melancholy tone. I feel like there's a recurring theme with our picks. I don't know what that says about us, but there's a it's a very haunted performance by Dennis Hopper. Again, this is like I mentioned First Love earlier, and that's another film that I wrote about for Rupert Pupkin Speaks, as far as like a film that catches Dennis Hopper during those years between Easy Rider and cleaning up in the 80s with Blue Velvet and River's Edge and things like that, where he's living a hard life, like he's, kind of in the throes of like his heavy drinking years, and films like this and Out of the Blue kind of capture a guy that is real hell-bent on self-destruction, that has got so much talent and charisma that he kind of keeps working through those years on interesting films. I mean, Apocalypse Now is probably the most widely seen film from that period, but I mean, this is my second favorite after Out of the Blue of his films from those kind of wild years.
Wow. Okay.
But Henry Jaglom did a lot of great, very improv-y kind of feeling kind of films in the wake of this that are much lighter in tone, like Sitting Ducks, or he gets compared to Woody Allen a little bit too. A lot of films like Eating, or that deal more like center more on female characters. Like there's a kind of a macho, violent kind of tone to Tracks that is kind of stands apart from a lot of what he's best known for. But for people into that new Hollywood 70s period, and people that are into Dennis Hopper films in particular, I think this one is kind of a buried gem. I mean, it has its fan base, but I feel like it still could deserve to be better known than it is. And so that is my 196 is Tracks.
All right, I'm putting that high on my list because I love, obviously, Dennis Hopper and Dean Stockwell. So yeah, geez, that's another I'm surprised I haven't seen.
It's an unusual movie. It's probably a little bit stranger than you're imagining, but I think you'll like it.
Okay. I like strange. I mean, I know the one, what was that Neil Young movie I didn't care for as much?
Human Highway?
Yeah. I was...
It's not as weird as Human Highway.
I tried with that. I like weird, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Yeah. What really worked for me was seeing this on the big screen fairly recently at the Music Box Theater, that cemented it as, again, another all-time favorite. I think it probably would have made this list anyway had I not watched it, because I'm just a sucker for movies where men get the shit kicked out of them, or basically, like, I don't know, get torn down, get taken down a peg when they think they're all that or something. And, I mentioned earlier, Stallone and, Rambo and everything. Well, obviously, Ted Kotcheff did the original Rambo film, First Blood, but he also did another fascinating film about just like the nightmare of being a man called Wake in Fright.
Yeah.
Oh, this movie just I like movies about, kind of people on this self-destructive path, and every single person he comes across is on that same path, more or less, especially Donald Pleasance, who is very memorable in this movie. Just like kind of living on impulse and and yet he's a doctor. But there's, again, like content warning with the kangaroo hunt sequence. Mm-hmm. It's really brutal. But it's, again, about a psychological breakdown. This kind of stuck-up teacher who's about to like go out of his comfort zone and almost gets punished for going out of his comfort zone, but does way too much. He gambles too much. He drinks too much. He eats too much. He ends up just like with the wrong crowd, I would say, that's like perpetuating all of this. And, it says a lot about class and the pressure to belong with men, even if they are incredibly toxic and difficult to be around, to say the least. But yeah, it's one of those that I feel like I have to take a shower when it's over, because it's a dirty, dirty movie and really sweaty and nasty. But again, like a movie like this would play pretty much in a different way, but I can see it going kind of hand in hand with, Nicholas Roeg's Walkabout. But I don't know. This one is just unflinching and a remarkable film in every way that I think most people probably listening to this know about it. So if you don't, see it.
Yeah, no, it's a great film. And I haven't gone back to it in a little while, but it's, somebody was talking about it with it recently. That's Kangaroo Scene is definitely not for the meek of heart, but it's it's a great film, and Walkabout is probably a good point of comparison as far as like that unforgiving landscape. There's something I'm trying to think of like that.
Yeah, I was too. I couldn't think of what else besides Walkabout. But I think there are other movies that are like this somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I saw a film called Shame. There's a lot of films called Shame, but there's one called Shame from that is also dealing with a kind of a dangerous blue collar kind of Australian town and an outsider and conflicts ensuing, and that had a whiff of Wake and Fright to it, but it's. I mean, I don't know. It's a great film. I mean, I think hopefully people know it already, but if not,
I just picked that up at some point from Vinegar Syndrome, I think.
Yeah. It's
on my list. It's on my to watch list.
It's great stuff. It's funny. So this is the last of those 90s indie films that I saw back when I was young, and I thought I ultimately didn't put it on the list today, but I do have a lot of affection for Buffalo 66, which I can intellectually make great arguments against it, but I do respond to it. But I thought about a film that I could compare to it that I still love a little bit less complicatedly, which is another film from a former New York no-wave actor that went on to big indie films, including Ferrara Films. That's Steve Buscemi with Trees Lounge, 1996, with Carol Kane and Mark Boone Jr., Chloe Sevigny, and
that came out in '96, didn't it? I think I got to watch that soon.
Well,
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's the directorial debut of Steve Buscemi, and some of my best friends are. It's largely set in a bar, but not quite as set in that one location. But it's just about blue collar characters, kind of in a small town in upstate New York, talking and getting involved in kind of romantic liaisons, and I mean, it's not a very plot heavy movie because I think I just loved the quality of it. It's a little bit Cassavetes-ish, I guess, is maybe the best point of comparison, but it's not quite as rough around the edges as his stuff. But Mimi Rogers from The Rapture is in it, and a bunch of famous actors: Samuel L. Jackson, Seymour Cassell, since you mentioned Cassavetes. But just a small town slice of life kind of drama. I think when it came out, Buscemi said it was kind of like the how he imagined his life had he not had the breaks going into acting that he had. So again, it's kind of like Buffalo 66 in that it's also this portrait of a New York actor's imagination of like, what if they never escaped that life in upstate New York? What if they never got out of that town where like all people did was like drink in a bar and work in a factory or some kind of job like that. So, that is a point of comparison, but this is it's less abrasive and less surreal than that film, but maybe easier to appreciate as it's not quite the fantasy of Stockholm Syndrome that Buffalo 66 is. But yeah, that's my 197 is Trees Lounge.
I really cannot wait to revisit that one because it's been a long time, and boy, do I love Steve Buscemi. So the next one on my list, I don't know if I necessarily have to go into great detail either because, it's just one of those nostalgic picks. I mean, part of me was really leaning more towards something like Stand By Me, but I don't know why. At this point in time, and I wouldn't even call this a guilty pleasure because I just actually think it's a really good thriller, but War Games from John Badden. And, I mean, maybe it's the Dabney Coleman connection with Cloak and Dagger. I don't know, but there is just something about this one that still holds up for me, and I kind of giggle at the technology, like he's hacking into the school computer system with Ali Sheedy, and I don't know. There's a charm to that. It's similar to like how I feel about Daryl or something like that. That era of the computer, the home computer, and him just basically trying to play a game with a computer. I don't know. Maybe this would play very interestingly now in the age of AI. I should go back to this soon because it's just one of those things where I could see myself just going, oh, how cute. Compared to what we're dealing with now, but still, the idea of a computer causing nuclear annihilation, and again, similar to what I said about Testament, just that time and place, the panic people were feeling in general, it's all a part of this movie, and yet it's also just a lot of fun, and Matthew Broderick's having a good time, and Barry Corbin's in this, and yeah, it's just a damn good thriller. That's all I can say. It's one of those I loved as a kid, and I still love it today. So, War Games on my list.
I should see it again. I saw it in the theater with my family, and we all liked it at the time. But it's been a minute since I've seen it.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a Last Starfighter situation, but I also think if you were to watch it tomorrow, I bet you would enjoy it. I don't think you would be like, well, that's dated and lame. I think it's still good.
Yeah,
for what it
I don't
is.
know that I've ever really complained that something is dated and lame, but if you look at my list. But I should see it again. And it's funny, I do connect it with Cloak and Dagger in my memory of it. Although I think Cloak and Dagger is more of the Jim movie if I had to imagine them in my head because of how you've spoken about that. But yeah, no, I should see that again. I do remember liking it. But
just a damn good time.
Yeah. Well, so the next one for me, it's funny. Like I wrestled about what James Spader movie do I put on the list? And he was in a couple of things that I thought of because, and it's not like I really ever sought out a film because James Spader is in it. I mean, we've talked about Crash, but he's somebody that had kind of like developed an interesting screen persona. I mean, he kind of looks very different to me now, but back in the 80s and 90s, he was somebody that, just a very distinctive screen presence. And I could have easily put Less Than Zero, which is, I don't know if it's a guilty pleasure. I mean, most people think it's a cheesy kind of watering down of the novel, but I kind of like that movie. I like Pretty in Pink of the John Hughes movies. I really like Sex, Lies, and Videotape. But I decided, since you mentioned Running on Empty, to go with another film from that same period produced by Double Play Productions, Griffin Dunn and Amy Robinson's production company, who also did Baby It's You, Chilly Seasons of Winter, After Hours, and they did a film called White Palace, directed by Louis
sexy
Mendoki.
Movie.
What's that?
It's a pretty sexy movie.
It is. It stars James Spader, of course, and Susan Sarandon, and it's also got people that you would know, like Jason Alexander, Kathy Bates, Jeremy Piven. It's co-written by Ted Talley, who, since I mentioned Silence of the Lambs earlier, but it's a film. This is something that I find fascinating about Double Play, is that they have several films that deal with a romantic relationship between people from different social classes. And this is the theme in Baby It's You. It's in a film called Once Around. It's in a film. It's in this film. It's a little bit in After Hours, really, with the with Rosanna Arquette and Griffin Dunn. But this is another film about a yuppie, like After Hours. James Spader plays a yuppie widower who gets involved romantically with an older waitress, played by Susan Sarandon. And so it's kind of like an age gap thing, a younger man, older woman. It's a class thing. He's coming from a place of privilege. She's someone that comes kind of from a more working class background. And it's, dealing with how much of it is just a kink of theirs? How much of it is a real relationship? Can they hang out with one another's friends and or family? So it deals with those themes a little bit more directly than Baby It's You does. Baby It's You also deals with that, but it doesn't quite put them within each other's social circles quite as directly. And What's Around also does that with Richard Dreyfuss, but it's kind of, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting kind of theme. I did ask Griffin Dunn about this guy. I met him again last year, I guess, at a horror convention. We talked about it a little bit as a theme in those movies. But yeah, White Palace is, I don't know, it's a film that I think about a lot since I saw it when I was younger, and then I revisited it when I was doing the prep for Baby It's You, and it's just kind of stuck with me. It's weirdly forgotten about in America. I think there's a Blu-ray out overseas, but it came out through Universal in theaters here, and it's never really come out since I forget if it even had a DVD, but it might have had. But it's kind of fallen off the map, and it's maybe because it's not really a genre film, and it's not quite as big a movie as something like Secretary or some of the other James Spader erotic kind of dramas that he's best known for. And Susan Sarandon, people love her, and people know her from Rocky Horror, Dead Man Walking, whatever. But I think this is one of the my favorite characters that she's played, and so not a perfect movie, but one that I think has a lot that kind of lingers in the memory for me. So I decided to talk about that rather than some of the more high profile James Spader movies. But White Palace.
I remember liking it. And yeah, it's, again, not fresh in my memory to make new comments about it, but was it you that told me about the music of chance?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. And that's not necessarily like, I don't know if it's a all-time favorite to make a list, but God, that was a nice surprise. That was just like another one of those, why aren't people talking about this movie? Why is this buried? Why doesn't this get the kind of release it deserves? Like that. And I introduced that to, both Erik and Collin when we did that episode for that year. And, I was just like, damn, this is my kind of movie for sure. And that's one of my favorite James Spader performances, even if he's doing a wacky accent.
Oh my God, he's great. I always forget it's even him in that. He's so different from what you think of when you think of James Spader.
Yeah, but that's one, maybe it's not on our list, but people track that down if you can. The music of chance. Because we had a couple of matches. The last one on my list is X, The Man with X-Ray Eyes by Roger Corman, and to tie into what Patrick, I can't believe he did what he did and accomplished 30 days of Roger Corman with 30 commentaries for Tracks of the Damned, and this is one that's right up there for me, along with The Mask of the Red Death and The Intruder. But this, I do have a weird thing with eye imagery, and I think a lot of people do, is just, when you see just the whites of people's eyes, I'm like, oh, that just creeps me out. So, and obviously I'm a big Ray Milland fan, and this is just like a nice hallucinatory, crazy, like a man on losing sanity over time kind of experience that, he basically is able to see with X-ray vision and can see through objects and through people, and it just causes him to go completely mad. And it's just one of those kind of, I guess you could say like the special effects are primitive, but there's just some really crazy things and imagery in this movie that really, to this day, still haunt my nightmares. And I just think this is one of the strongest Corman films that I go back to once in a while and just go, yeah, this is again, like you could think of this as maybe like another, sort of like 80-minute Twilight Zone episode, but it's just done right. So yeah, this is one of my favorite Corman films, and eyes are scary.
Yeah, I mean that is a great film. I haven't seen it in a little while, but Ray Milland, I definitely I think that is probably one of my favorite Corman directed films, if I'm remembering it right. And no, I should see it again. I have it here, but I haven't seen it in a little bit. So my 199, we're almost at the end, is the whole shooting match, directed by Eagle Pennell, 1978. And, I was talking about Some of My Best Friends Are, and another film that I almost had on the list that also is kind of like a, one night in a bar kind of movie is a film called Last Night at the Alamo, which is the other major Eagle Pennell movie. But I decided to put this one, his feature film debut, starring Lou Perryman and Sonny Carl Davis. Lou Perryman, I think, if anyone knows your favorite Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2.
I've grown to like it a little more.
He plays LG in that one. He's building little House of Fries at one point. And Sonny Carl Davis, I mostly associate with him as the guy that makes life hard for Judge Reinhold in Fast Times with complaining about his food order. But they play friends in a kind of small Texas town trying to just figure out how to break out of that cycle of just drinking and sleeping around and just not getting the breaks, and like just blue collar guys that are kind of in this kind of rut. And it's one of those indie movies that's like, two guys and their friendship. There's all those Kevin Smith movies, the Jim Jarmusch movies, Heartbreakers and Loose Ends. And there's a whole tradition of indie movies that are just like two friends that, they fight, but they make up, but they just can't seem to get it together, but they stick by each other. And it's like that kind of cinema, but it's just a great, well-observed regional filmmaking. Back when indie film was kind of sometimes referred to as regional filmmaking. I mean, I guess it might still be, but it feels like it's the missing link between the Tobe Hooper kind of thing and the Linklater generation that comes in the little bit after this. I think Linklater talks about Eagle Pennell in the documentary on him. And he's somebody that had a lot of talent and had a lot of demons and didn't really make that much other than like 2 films and some shorts. He's somebody that could have been a seminal figure in independent film. He ended up being kind of like a cautionary tale, I think, for Texas independent filmmakers because of the alcohol and such. So, which makes the drinking in these movies a little bit bittersweet. I think they are restored and available on places like Tubi. Watchmaker Films handles the films of Eagle Pennell. Likable Texas comedy drama, indie films. I guess if you're into things like Linklater's early films or the early Jarmusch films, I mean, it's not quite as pop culture fun speeches as something like Clerks, but I mean, as far as like characters like hanging out and just behaving and being funny and being a little bit melancholy too. I mean, that's the kind of world of the Eagle Pennell films. And so the whole shooting match, 1978, is my 199th.
Wow. And again, another title I have not heard of.
Yeah.
Just for fun, I'm going to throw in one movie that I don't even have any notes on, but it's one of those that like I think MVD put out, and I was very disappointed in the transfer. But God, does this movie make me cry? But it's, again, it's not high art. It's just a favorite. It's just one of those I loved as a kid. And it has a very tragic story behind the lead girl that's in this. But it's a movie called Savannah Smiles, which, again, like you would think that might have come up before with me because it's one of those that I've brought up a lot over the years with people. Just because it's a simple story about a little girl who runs away from her, rich, neglectful parents and befriends these 2 criminals, one of which just recently escaped from prison, and they hear about the reward money for her, and they get all excited about that, and yeah, it's just, but oh God, like Bridget Anderson in this movie is, this precocious 6-year-old is so charming and so wonderful. And you can see why everybody wanted like more from her over the years. But one of those stories, like once I do the rabbit hole digging about what happened, and even some of the extras on this particular release, like brought tears to my eyes, like knowing that she passed away so very young due to addiction. But this movie is just so beautiful and so simple and so sweet, and has, yes, cheesy montages and, the kind of songs you would expect from like almost like like a Disney movie or something, but it's just warms the heart. It's just full of radiant, positive feelings and always brings tears to my eyes. So that's why I just throw it on here just for fun. Savannah Smiles.
Okay. I mean, it's funny when you said MVD, I knew immediately that this was the film that you were going to talk about. And I've never seen it. And I only know it because when MVD has sales, I'm like, what is this movie? And like yours is the rave on Letterboxd. when I looked it up on Letterboxd, I'm like, okay, well, someday I'll see this thing. But and now I'm gonna definitely.
Yeah, but it's a family. It's kind of I don't want to say like a kids movie. I don't want to be dismissive about it because, Mark Miller wrote and stars in it, and he's the father of Penelope Ann Miller, and he went on to do a couple of things that are of note on his own. So, I mean, he's kind of a celebrated actor, and he even has a great interview on there at a very, very old age. So, it's definitely worth seeing, but just expect something light.
Okay.
I would say, and silly at times. It does have some wacky elements to it, but it's really a beautiful movie.
Okay. Well, I will definitely see it. I'm not averse to a kids movie. I think you have me sold that it's going to be worth my time. So I will.
It is.
I will check that out. And my last one for today is Wildwood, New Jersey. Carol Weeks and Cassidy Ruth Lightman, 1994. This is a documentary portrait of people who spent their summers on the beach and boardwalk of Wildwood, New Jersey, with a particular focus on the girls, on the women, either that are hanging out there now or that have memories of their days and summers hanging out on those beaches and boardwalks. And, it's a snapshot of an era I remember really well. I mean, I graduated high school in 1994 in New Jersey, the year that they make this movie. And so the way people talk, the way people look, the hairstyles, it all brings me right back to, my adolescence in a way. I mean, it's, I don't know that we really went to Wildwood, New Jersey as a family. Like, we weren't really like shore people like that. I mean, we did go occasionally to Jersey Shore, but like, this isn't really I may have been to the boardwalk once as a kid, but it wasn't really like my childhood that I'm watching, the way that those action park documentaries kind of capture something really specific that I remember. But, it was a tourist destination like that, where like people from Philly, people from New York, people from Jersey all kind of went swimming and cruised and got into mischief. And, it's a study of female friendship, of sisterhood, of people's insecurities about their bodies and their thoughts about men and their thoughts of the future. It's just like a slice of life kind of portrait. It's on YouTube and other places. It's easy to access. I think it had kind of a maybe like a screening or two at Metrograph in the last few years, and so it kind of popped up again on a kind of a film cineast kind of radar in a bigger way. But yeah, I mean, as far as something that taps in nostalgia a little bit, but also just kind of like bittersweet kind of studies of Americana, I think I just find it kind of fascinating. And so Wildwood, New Jersey is my 200th film.
Oh my God, 200 movies. We did it. I don't believe it. It's like instead of working a shift, like an 8-hour shift, right? We did this.
Yeah, we did. Well,
if you include like a lunch break,
we're over 7 hours now. So
yeah, it's pretty remarkable that every time we say, "Oh, we'll be under 5," we'll probably be like 5 hours, and then we just can't help ourselves.
I'm sorry, I talked too much about the Tarantino movie. We would have been under 4.
Oh no! I get why you had to talk about it because it's
it's one of the few that everyone would have seen.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But we also like to bring to light, obscure titles and things that hopefully people will actively look for. And, and maybe it'll become one of your favorite movies. You just never know.
You never know.
Thanks, Bill. This was a blast. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I think you're on a podcast called Supporting Characters.
Yeah, you can find my Supporting Characters podcast on the Now Playing Network and other podcatchers. I'm on the new Blu-rays for Goodbye Columbus from Fun City Editions, Cinematograph, At Close Range with Yourself, That scene from Second Sight, the Ty West movie, Patrick's favorite director. And is there one other one? I can't even remember. Probably some other ones. But yeah, I'm not really active on a lot of places. But yeah, you can follow the podcast if you'd like to hear more.
Yeah, I love your show. I love everything you do, truly. And your release for Goodbye Columbus is great. I haven't listened to the whole commentary yet, but I love the movie. I mean, I was strongly considering putting it on there. I was really surprised. And maybe, again, like I told you, it does have a new or Elaine May quality to it. And, The Graduate, The Heartbreak Kid.
Oh, yeah.
So
I thought any film with a hero librarian is going to probably be, up your alley.
Yeah, no, it really it got to me for sure. I was really impressed by that one. I'm glad that it's out and that people can check out that release and your amazing work and commentaries. And yeah, stay tuned, folks, because there's a lot more to come. I can't believe it. I'm recording another podcast in a couple days after all this too. Yeah, part of me is like, can I maybe push it back a little bit? But we'll see, because busy times, and in February it's just going to be binging on as many 1996 movies as possible before Erik and Collin come back to probably be on yet another 7-hour podcast when we do the 1996 retrospective. So stay tuned for that. Everything can now be found at jimlazkowski.net. So stay tuned for more to come, including a new episode of B-Side Me and all sorts of fun stuff. So thanks, Bill. This was a blast. Maybe in a couple years we will do this again. I will never say never, ever again.
Fair enough.